Good evening, y'all. It's Sunday, June 18th. I've got about a 4 or 5 hour weather nowcasting live stream coming at you here on this channel to cover this risk area you can see right here in the southeast in the Gulf states. This encompasses northern Louisiana, much of Mississippi, and also into western Alabama. So you can see this enhanced risk in orange here is the area we're concerned with. However, there is an additional area of concern that's cropped up, and I think will be upgraded from the Storm Prediction Center, which is this tornado watch in particular that I'm going to show you right here. If you take a look at this tornado watch in yellow, this has some odds to it that are much higher than expected today. It does include Memphis, Tennessee, all the way down to Jackson, Mississippi, and just to the south over to Natchez, Mississippi, or Louisiana there in Vidalia. So a lot of this area is under a tornado watch that has a little bit higher probabilities for both two or more tornado events occurring today, and also pretty high probabilities for a possible significant tornado. Now, we already have one tornado warning in this pink box here, so I'm going to waste no time getting into this so we can start covering this risk that should go through about midnight to 1 a.m. Central. Yes, I just did a 10-hour live stream of the weather yesterday, but I'm ready to get back into this and make sure that I am covering this risk as pertinently as possible for everybody who may be impacted today. So if you know somebody in Memphis, Tennessee, if you know somebody down the I-55 corridor through Jackson, Mississippi, you guys are in a tornado watch today, and the probabilities are not anything to sneeze at. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the radar. We're going to look at our current tornado warning that is already ongoing here and see what's going on. It's good to see you all. I still have this cough that I'm recovering from. If you're watching this back, please make sure you're keeping up with the date and time in the bottom right corner of this stream so you know that you're watching this live at any point. That is in Central Daylight Time, the time in particular, so you can estimate or do the math for your time zone. We'll also cover this risk as it goes off to the east. It's not expected to maintain any sort of tornadic potential once it gets past the western periphery of Alabama here, and also maybe just to the east of Jackson, Tennessee. So those friends in Nashville, the threat should wane quite a bit before it gets to you. Same with Birmingham and anybody over in Georgia. There may be a lingering tornado threat also down here along the Gulf Coast from New Orleans northeast to Mobile. All of the atmospheric wind profiles in place today do look supportive for tornadoes, so make sure you are spreading this stream here right at the start and letting people know that, you know, we've got some good nowcasting coverage of the weather. So hopefully I can give a straightforward and needed data and needed analysis of these storms as I possibly can. So I'm going to be solo today. Already, I've got the virtual Railfan camera below me in Decatur, Alabama. That's in north central, northwest Alabama. I've also got a traffic camera in Canton, Mississippi that had a look. Here is Canton, Mississippi. Circle it for you so you can see that. That's a live camera feed there that had a look at the base of this storm, our tornado warned storm, with this pink box right here, pink polygon from National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at what prompted this tornado warning. Because as it stands for our friends in Sharon, Ludlow, Lena, and Wiggins here in Mississippi, it doesn't look like this has very tight rotation at the moment. So let's go back and see what exactly has prompted this warning. Let's see what the storm's life cycle has been in the last 30 to 40 minutes. So we can see that a bunch of storms have popped up and grown pretty quickly here in the last 40 minutes. We have this outflow boundary right here that's draped down to the south of Jackson. It's traveling to the west-northwest and interacting and probably intensifying all the storms that run into it, serving as a boundary to form even more storms in our tornado watch area. So if you got a tornado watch today on your phone, this is coverage for that area. Hopefully I can help out. All right, so let's see this particular storm that is tornado warned. We can see that just about 30 to 40 minutes ago, there was actually a merger here. So we had this shower off to the west here, and right as it went over I-55, the shower began to interact with the lead storm, which is a supercell, a rotating thunderstorm, right as it got over Way and Vaughn. And that has promoted a little bit of rotation that's showed up here as of 15 to 20 minutes ago. And just watch that rotation kind of come together there. We have a tight area now of rotation, not very strong here, where a tornado would be. You can kind of see the hook shape to this storm right in here on the left side of your screen if we follow along on reflectivity. But definitely something that is warranted for a tornado warning because from what we can see on the radar, there is tight rotation that has the potential to drop a tornado at the surface.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So, as we get into the rest of our storms, which are these warnings that are coming through that you can hear, I'll go ahead and cover those. Just wanted to show you what has prompted this first tornado warning of the night here. Please be taking shelter out ahead of this for southwest Leake County, the northwest corner of Scott County, and the eastern portions of Madison County here in central Mississippi. There's a look at the state. So we just had that new warning come through. Let me go ahead and see where that's for. That's for Columbia and Union counties in Arkansas. So over here, this now has a warning with it. This is a little bit, well, we're actually pretty close to a radar, so I'm going to bring up Shreveport's radar. This is outside of our tornado watch, just barely, but it will be entering the tornado watch area, which is an area that is supportive for tornadoes. It's definitely a little more intense than was previously expected earlier today, so my apologies for not planning the stream much earlier in the day, but we were unsure as to how concentrated this risk would be today. So here's our new warning. Again, the eastern part of Columbia County in south central Arkansas, western Union County in south central Arkansas, west of El Dorado here. I believe that's how you pronounce it in Arkansas. So you can see our area of rotation right here, just passing over Highway 82, right around Mount Holly. So here's our rotation. New warning for that. We'll go to the southwest of El Dorado to Wesson. Thank you, Garrett, for the support. Yep, doing the best I can. Thank you, Derek, for the support as well. Much appreciated, y'all. I'll be paying attention to the chats. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Let me know where you're watching from, and make sure you're watching this broadcast in HD as well. All right? You've got HD on the quality so you can hear me as best as possible and see what's going on. Relay all the information. Again, I don't think I have any chasers working with our team today that we have access to here. So very briefly, we'll be watching the storms as they pass through local traffic camera areas, as well as our virtual Railfan camera there once the storms make it to northwest Alabama, if we do stay on that long. So about 4 to 5 hours of coverage expected. UK, Nashville expected to remain sub-severe. Hopefully everybody there in Nashville is fine, but go ahead and stay tuned if you need to calm your storm anxiety whatsoever. Griffin, Georgia, Magalia, California, Iowa, Streamwood, Illinois, Wetumpka. Everybody in the risk area there in West Tennessee as well, the Memphis area. Shoutouts to y'all. I'll be sure to cover you as much as possible today. Spain. Alberta, Canada. You've seen a lot of action recently. Thanks for telling me. Thanks for letting me know. Good to see you all from all over the place. Means a lot that you're here. Thanks for liking the stream, getting it started up. Share right at the beginning. Let them know that we're doing coverage here on short notice. I'm ready to cover these storms as they crop up. So quick look through on the radar here. All these storms that are right in the Jackson, Mississippi area. None of them are very tightly rotating at the moment, but we may see something crop up right here near Ridgeland and Tougaloo. So watching this closely, you can see an area of maybe a little bit of stronger winds showing up just northwest of the city here, northwest of I-220. That does not seem to have continued, but it does look like something is trying to spin up right in here very weakly. So no tornado warning on this at the moment, but we will keep a close eye on that. Our other current storms that are going on, possibly another supercell trying to develop rotation right here near Forkville and Morton. This has a severe thunderstorm warning that you can see in the red box here to the southeast of our current tornado warning in this area. So that warning has been continued, but again, I don't see tight rotation with this storm at the moment that would indicate it is currently producing a tornado. The storm is simply remaining possibly able to produce a tornado is what I would say at the moment. So for anybody who is in a warning today, make sure that you practice your safety precautions, which is going to the interior most room of your house or a basement if you do happen to have it here in parts of the southeast for Mississippi, Western Tennessee. Interior most room of your house. Make sure you've got shoes for yourself, maybe just a pillow in case you need to cover your neck, and then you bring your shoes, bring a pillow, make sure everybody's accounted for, and then take me with you so you can get updated information for your area. That's all you need to do. It's a very easy, simple checklist to practice for anybody in these areas. Going through many rounds of severe weather lately, I am well aware of that. So, a quick look up here to the north for anybody in Memphis. The Memphis area entering western Tennessee. Some of these storms are strong, but all of them are remaining sub-severe at the moment. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings. Doesn't look like, or up here in western Tennessee, I should say. It doesn't look like any of these storms are exhibiting any rotation, any tornadic potential as they enter the northeast Arkansas to the Memphis area here. So at the moment, you guys are fine. But again, the tornado watch does include your area, so make sure that you are weather aware today. So I don't think you are safe tonight, not yet. I think localized. I think anything that impacts you guys in Western Tennessee is going to be highly localized. So the hope is nothing pops up here, but we definitely have a watch in place that warrants close watching. So that is what I am here to do. Thank you guys for the support, missionaries. And Jay Morgan, much appreciated. Ryan will not be live tonight. He is assisting me in the back end actually for this stream in particular. So I've got Ryan looking at traffic cameras because he's interested in following along with this event as it goes on. I would say we have a strong, or not a strong, but a small supercell right here in southeast of downtown Memphis. You can see that there is just a little bit of tight rotation right here, but it is very, very weak at the moment, definitely remaining below any criteria that I would be concerned with. So we'll make sure to watch that. Looks like it has a history of rotating, so this is definitely a little supercell here, a little shrimp. So you got a little shrimp supercell there in Memphis. We're going to keep an eye on that one, just in case it ramps up at all and gets warned as it tracks off to the east, northeast. Looks like most of these storms up here are moving generally to the east along this arrow, if you need to follow along. Yeah, happy to help there in Western Tennessee. Once again, I think that anybody in Nashville should remain fine tonight. You guys are a little bit far removed from the best conditions for tornadoes or any severe weather. So I think everybody in Nashville, especially east of there, will be okay in Tennessee. Definitely going to be paying the closest attention to this corridor right here through central Mississippi. You can see all the supercells in place. I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a tornado warning down here for the central part of Scott County, Mississippi, and headed over to Newton, Mississippi. So let them know. All these supercells have popped up and intensified rather rapidly in our primary area of concern. Very copious amounts of spin in the atmosphere that is, basically right where these storms are. So these storms are definitely rotating. We do have an area that could be of concern right here. So if you look closely, you can see this part of the supercell generally is this shaped like this. We do have a really weak hook showing up. Now, it doesn't look like it's a well-established hook echo right here, this part of the storm, where we would expect a tornado to form, but it is already starting to show up, and if we play the last few scans of radar data here, you can see it wasn't there before. And you can also see just how fast this storm has formed. So it went from a little blip on radar. That was about 30 minutes ago, and now this is a full-fledged supercell, probably dropping some small hail. Definitely exhibiting rotation right as it passes in between Forkville and Morton. So just look how fast these storms are popping up. This is something that's atypical of Mississippi. Severe weather in the Gulf states in this alley usually develops rather slowly. But you may have noticed that the tornado watch today also included the possibility of apple-sized hail, up to apple-sized hail, which is 3-inch hailstones. You guys are no strangers down here to pretty large hail. You've gotten it almost every day in the last week or so. So again, large hail is possible today as well in the enhanced risk area from the Storm Prediction Center. And when storms are forming and blowing up this quickly, so to speak, that is definitely corresponding to that larger hail risk. We have very strong updrafts, parts of the storm that are punching up in the atmosphere and beginning to rotate as well to become supercells. So those strong updrafts are what are in part supporting our hail risk. You have to excuse me again if I do cough a little bit. I'll try to keep it away from the mic. If my voice gets a little hoarse, it's because I'm still dealing with that post-COVID cough. I'm trying to deal with it as best as possible. I've been over it for 2 weeks now, but it's sticking around. It's a little bit annoying. And streaming definitely does not help. But I want to make sure that I am covering these risks. I got to make sure I'm covering these risk areas today and yesterday. That's far more important to me than getting over a little cough, all right? So I'm paying attention to chat now. Again, we have 2 active tornado warnings. Here's our first one in central Mississippi. Again, that's eastern Madison County, southwestern Leake County, the northwest corner of Scott County. I would not be surprised if another warning was issued for this supercell as it continues to develop and take on a menacing shape here to the northwest of Forest. That's right east of Jackson along I-20 for anybody who needs a bearing. Would not be surprised if we do get another tornado warning for this in the next 15 minutes or so, as it does look like a pretty strong storm, really healthy storm. This storm up here that is warned in the pink box, currently I do not believe it is producing a tornado. This is a radar indicated warning, meaning that the storm is exhibiting rotation and has the potential to produce a tornado in its lifetime. So please be taking shelter accordingly in this polygon. And our other active tornado warning is over here in south central Arkansas. So here we are in the state. Here's our pink box west of El Dorado. Please correct me if I'm mispronouncing that, by the way. Anyone in El Dorado or El Dorado, Arkansas, tell me which pronunciation it is. I think we might see another warning also to the east of El Dorado. You can see this supercell right here. Currently not tornado warned over Callion to the northeast of El Dorado in Union County. We might see another tornado warning for this storm right here that would extend to the southeast along this storm's path. So we'll see if that warning comes through. It'll be another warning for Union County. Neither warning would include the town or city of El Dorado. Gotcha. El Dorado here. So just in case anybody is tuning in from this area, it would not include the town. It would be around the town.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's our warning for that supercell that's near Forkton. Called that one out right there. Definitely an adequate warning here. That's going to include Scott and Newton counties here. This is now a tornado warned storm that is headed to the east. It will include Forest and Newton in the warning.
A new tornado warning.
And there's our other warning for Union County. So both of the storms I was just talking about, both have received new tornado warnings right on time there, right in tune with the National Weather Service. Both offices issuing warnings for the storms that we're looking at. So you'll see those boxes pop up right there. Hopefully everybody can hear those warnings. Let me know if they're coming through loud and clear. Thank you guys for passing on support. If I do miss any super chats, I apologize. Thank you, Jennifer. Hopefully caught up there. Catched. I think Pensacola will hopefully avoid the worst of it. All right, so our new warnings for the storms we just talked about includes Forest. It does not include Newton yet. Misspoke there. This warning does not go all the way out, but it does include parts of Newton County. I would go ahead and be weather aware and take shelter in Newton in Mississippi proper, because the supercell is probably going to pass pretty close to the town.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So make sure you're weather aware there. Let them know in Newton in Mississippi, not in the tornado warning proper, but I do believe if this begins to take more of an east-southeast track, that it would head towards the town in general. So definitely the gnarly looking supercell there. That tornado warning is absolutely adequate. We're already up to 6 warnings. 6 warnings at the moment. I believe we have 5 warnings. So I'm not sure why that says 6, but I think we're at 5 warnings at the moment. We might as well have 6. Things are already starting to blow up pretty quickly here. So for our supercell nearing Forest, Mississippi, I don't see any tight rotation anymore. Previously, we were looking up here for the area of concern. This area right here that I'm circling on the right side of your screen next to Forkville is where we had some tight rotation. However, if we look very closely here, we could start to see a little bit of convergence occurring right in this area. And this is simply winds that are coming together right where this hook is. Right where that dangly bit in the storm is, if you guys need an indicator. This convergence can quickly turn into rotation, and it would be generally in the same spot as where we would expect the tornado to form. So if that continues to be the case, that would be a concerning look. Again, this storm is going to stay in an environment that's very supportive for tornadoes this evening to just about midnight. So we're going to probably track it for quite some time here. Definitely be taking shelter. All right, let's go see our other Arkansas warning. Had to find out if that's in the south part of the state or the northeast part of the state. All right, it is in the south central Arkansas again. We have 3 tornado warnings over here. More than likely including a southern part of Calhoun County and southwest Bradley County here. The reason we have 2 warnings in place for the Morro Bay area and exiting the Callian area towards New London and Strong is because this is 2 separate National Weather Service offices. So National Weather Service Little Rock is likely issuing the warning for this half of the storm, and we have National Weather Service Shreveport issuing the warning for this half of the storm. That's why we have both warnings coming through. Does look like generally the area of concern is tracking to the southeast if we play back the last few scans here. So New London towards Strong is definitely the area I'm most concerned with. Even Lawson and Urbana here in Union County. This is going to pass very close to these towns east of El Dorado. Down the line, we're thinking about Huddig.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Down the line, we're thinking about Huddig here on the Arkansas-Louisiana border, white and lit row here as we enter north central Louisiana once these storms make it down there. This is a pretty concerning look for also this tornado warning storm to the west of El Dorado in Arkansas. You can see tight rotation here, so we'll go ahead and look if we have any debris. Do not see any debris with this storm yet. But where we're looking in this storm is just under a mile above the surface, so about 4,800 feet. So it's going to take a little bit of time if this is currently producing a tornado headed towards western Arkansas to actually show us debris that far up in the atmosphere where our radar is scanning the storm. But it does look like an area of concern, very tight rotation there. All right, so that Newton County storm was as Newton and Scott County storm was actually upgraded to a confirmed warning. So this is a confirmed tornado ongoing with this storm. Let's go ahead and take a look at the source. Radar confirmed. That's an interesting. Let's see. Radar confirmed tornado with this storm. So let's take a close look and see if National Weather Service is looking at any debris. I don't see any debris in particular. They went ahead and warned it on this previous scan here. So if we look really closely, perhaps there is an argument for these 2 pixels right here on our correlation coefficient. These would be right in the middle of our hook if we're looking really closely here. So that might be the reason why we have the radar confirmed warning. But at the moment, I'm not seeing a continuation of any tornadic debris signature showing up here. However, what I will say is that as we get this more well-established hook to the storm here, to this supercell, that our rotation is also beginning to ramp up there.
Hey, Andy, you got a copy?
We also have Ryan Hall talking to us. This is exactly what I wanted to hear. Yeah, Ryan, go ahead. What are you seeing? What are you thinking right now? All right, we got Ryan Hall talking.
I just wanted to let you know that your traffic camera is now in Forest, Mississippi. I've got 2 different angles I'm going back and forth between. And we're seeing a lot of lightning. And I think that I've seen, it's hard to tell because the NDOT traffic logo is in the way, but I think we might have even seen a couple of power flashes there. I've got one camera that's facing north and one that's facing west. So we should be able to see something here, but obviously these cameras are tailored towards the road and not the sky. So I just wanted to pull your attention to that. We should see something here soon if there's going to be something go by the horizon.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ryan, for coming through there. Appreciate it. He's definitely watching the stream, so I don't have to respond to him on Zello, unless he wants me to. So Ryan is controlling my traffic cameras for me. Previously, we were just looking at, let's see, we were looking at Camden, Mississippi on this tornado warned storm to the north of where we're watching here in our confirmed warning. And now Ryan's found a traffic camera in Forest, Mississippi, so I've got that here in the bottom right part of the stream. You can see the cars passing through the road. And it's actually pointed in the direction to see this confirmed tornado. If it still is on the ground, you'll hear. I'll repeat Ryan saying that he saw possible power flashes. That could be lightning strikes in the area, or that could actually be power flashes. But since we have this confirmed warning from the National Weather Service, this is definitely a reason to be taking shelter once again in central Scott County through eastern Scott County and entering western Newton County here in Mississippi. Again, I'm pretty surprised that this is a radar confirmed tornado. I was unable to find a debris signature with it at this moment. Not seeing any debris in particular with the part of the storm where I'd expect it to be. So just in case, definitely heat it as if there is a tornado on the ground. We'll see how it changes as we go forward. So we're at 5 tornado warnings. Within 30 minutes of starting the stream, things are blowing up rather quickly. Would appreciate it if you guys are sharing the stream. That means a lot. That's the best way that we can get as much information out to as many people as possible that are in the area of concern today with our tornado watch. And that does extend all the way to the north to Memphis in Tennessee, West Tennessee in particular, is where we will be watching over the next few hours. So if you're not in West Tennessee, you should be much better off there if you're in Nashville or anywhere to the east. I'm not concerned with you guys today. The severe threat should diminish before the storms reach your area. But I want to make sure that we're paying close attention because we do still have this mini shrimp supercell that we've been watching here. It's now in the eastern suburbs of the Memphis metro, closer to Germantown. It is not maintained intensity. It looks like it is not a too bad of a storm to be reckoned with, but what we are seeing is basically a line of storms that travels right down I-40 here, and this is an area that's in the tornado watch. However, I'm not seeing any storms that are rotating rapidly here as these pass over Memphis. So currently, this is good news for anybody in the Memphis metro. It doesn't look like an area of concern is popping up yet, but I'm keeping a close eye over here for y'all. What could be interesting, actually, is this tiny storm right over here, right on the Mississippi River, west of Tunica. So we're going to keep a close eye on that one. Maybe just a little bit of rotation is beginning here to the west of Tunica. So since this storm is a baby storm here, but it's already rotating, I'm definitely going to keep a close eye on that one. That just goes to show, the moment a storm pops up, begins to intensify, it's already rotating in the atmosphere in place here today. So it's very important that we cover these storms as such. That lends itself to telling me that, hey, there is quite a bit of spin in the atmosphere. And, we only had a 5% tornado risk earlier. The new Storm Prediction Center update should be out very soon. Not out yet on the site, but it might be in the process of being issued at the moment. We might see an upgrade to the tornado threat today from 5% possibly to a 10% with a hatched area for significant tornadoes. Thank you, Andy, for the support. I am not the Andrew Hill Weather Kid. I know thousands of people have watched that video and wondered if that's me. That is not me. I would be promoting that front and center if my career started that early. I promise. But I appreciate the support. I didn't grow up in Illinois. I grew up in California. So hopefully that calms that rumor that's been stirred up for quite some time. I don't know why YouTube recommends that video to everybody, but it is kind of funny, isn't it? Appreciate the support, though. Thank you, guys. If you did miss yesterday's stream, I did a 10.5 hour long stream yesterday. So we're coming right off of that and continuing coverage today. It was a long one. We saw the progression of a derecho, and I know that no other entities have called that event a derecho yet. Perhaps they will in the future, but I am a meteorologist, so I am definitely assigning it myself because I observed the impacts that it had, and I definitely think it fits the bill. So we observed that derecho, possibly even two, occurring at the same time there in parts of north central Oklahoma and also southeast Oklahoma. So very active period of severe weather for the last 2 days has been ongoing. Heck, even the last week with the streams that we've had on Ryan's channel as well. All right, so the new the new outlook is out, and they have added a 10% hatched area to the new outlook here. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys this is the newest outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Let me hop over here. Newest outlook issued 4 minutes ago, or 7 minutes ago, excuse me. Here's a 10% hatched area for tornadoes in the yellow. This includes basically east central Mississippi here, right through the center of the state, and into west central Alabama as well. So we'll probably see another tornado watch that encompasses this area in particular across the state line into Alabama. This is definitely going to maximize over the next 4 to 5 hours. Okay. So through midnight, as we get into the nighttime hours, it's very important that people continue to understand that they might need to stay awake in these areas because if we lose them, if they go to sleep and they don't have multiple ways to receive warnings, this is definitely a very dangerous situation as the threat extends toward the midnight hours here in Central Time. So this is an outlook that increases our tornado probabilities, particularly in this region, and I believe it actually trims the tornado probabilities for the Memphis metro. So here we go. If we look very closely for this area, Memphis metro is just about to be out of the tornado possibilities today. You can see that Nashville, Tennessee, up here, East Tennessee is not expected to be in any tornado threat today. The severe threat should stay to your south. And additionally, analyzing this map, a little bit of a tornado threat will extend into the early morning hours here for Birmingham, Alabama, even down to Montgomery, and also including the Gulf Coast here for Mobile and Pensacola. So a little bit of a tornado threat does extend to the Gulf Coast, and that will be in the early morning hours more than likely as these storms eventually move off to this direction or move to the east wherever they do form. So Georgia, I'm not concerned with tornadoes today in Georgia through the early morning. So anybody in Georgia, you guys should be fine. We're really concerned with this updated tornado probability outlook for much of Mississippi into West Alabama, West Central Alabama. So there you go. That's the new tornado, or basically the new severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. And the reason for that is because we have a bunch of storms that are in a very favorable environment for tornadoes, I would say. So there you go. New update from the Storm Prediction Center right at the beginning of the stream does increase those tornado probabilities. So I am happy that I'm live today. In fact, that outlook right there would be grounds for a Ryan Hall stream if it were, if it were issued earlier in the day. So we would actually be live on Ryan's main channel with an outlook like this. So thankfully, I'm here already in place to cover it. Ryan needs hours and hours to set up the stream and make sure it's all running smoothly. So I will do the best I can to cover. So again, we're going to go through the tornado warnings one by one. We still have 5 active warnings at the moment, 4 active tornado warned storms, since we have 2 warnings for this storm in particular from 2 different offices. So here we are in south central Arkansas. As an update, south central Arkansas right now, you can see that traffic camera in Mississippi is getting pretty gnarly there. We'll take a close look at what that storm's doing. It's getting really close to Forest, Mississippi. So keep an eye on that traffic camera in the bottom right of my stream here while we go through these storms. Wesson, Arkansas, right on the border here, and eventually Junction City to the south of El Dorado in Union County. You guys are in a tornado warning. The rotation has mostly maintained itself, but it looks like it's dying off just a little bit. So hopefully this warning will not continue, will be allowed to expire. Over here for New London, Arkansas, passing over State Road 15 at the moment. This is a radar indicated warning as well. Neither of these storms have a confirmed tornado associated with them, but please be taking shelter in the interior most room of your house in New London, Strong, and down the line near Huddig and Crossett in Arkansas. Storm will probably pass to the west of Crossett in Ashley County here, but it will go pretty close to the town, so it's a good idea to go ahead and practice those tornado safety precautions. All right, headed over to Mississippi. Let's look at our current storms over here. We have this warning up near Ludlow, Lena, passing well to the south of Wiggins and Carthage. Looks like the area of concern in this supercell, if we draw it out here, can see the general shape of the supercell just about there. In blue, looks like it's passing mostly in this direction towards Walnut Grove and Harperville. If we play back the last few scans, you can see that in action. The tornado, if it were to form, would probably pass just to the east and southeast here. A little bit of a south component on that. So Sebastopol, that's a tough one. Generally the path of this storm. In addition, we have the Forest, Mississippi tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado. So this this is now a radar indicated warning, but previously this was a confirmed tornado warning, radar confirmed. So we did have a possible brief tornado associated with this supercell already. This is in central Scott County near Forest. Please be taking shelter in Forest already, and it is passing into Newton County. If you play this back, you can see that there is basically a due east motion on the hook of this storm, that dangly bit that you like to refer to. So basically due east motion of where the tornadic part of the storm would be, passing in this direction. So hopefully it would remain to the north of Newton, but definitely think about taking shelter into Newton County in Mississippi. Looks like this storm will have a little bit more free time to attempt to produce another tornado, perhaps. Yeah, if you're in Georgia, you're fine. Sebastopol. Wow, that's a tough one. All right, little pop-up storm moving out of Jackson at the moment. For anybody in Jackson, Mississippi, not seeing a tornadic storm in your area yet, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, more than likely for this storm to your southeast here, and also storms that have previously passed through the city. Looks like they've sort of pulsed in and out here. Maybe lost a little bit of intensity right over the metro, but then we got another updraft starting up here and producing some heavy rain right next to it. So it looks like that might go to the east and impact areas north of Pearl towards Brandon here in Rankin County. Not seeing another tornado possible storm here yet. There is this supercell up here east of Grenada now near Sweatman. Generally is going to go in the direction of Eupora, Mathiston, and possibly even Starkville over the next hour or so. This storm does have rotation, not currently tornado warned, but pretty far away from a radar site as well. So we'll have to see if that continues to be the case. And I want to point something out in particular with this storm. If we play back the loop from this radar, you can see this supercell was birthed out of this pocket of just a bunch of showers. Some of these showers were heavy. And this was about an hour ago. You can see all of these showers have consolidated into one dominant supercell there. And this one is growing in size quite rapidly as it ingests all those storms and comes together. So that's a process I see happen quite often. We see a bunch of showers taking place in the same area. They all kind of form together into a main supercell that would be our problem. This storm right here, north of Kosciuszko, is rotating as well. We're going to have a couple of storms kind of merging together here. A little bit of a disorganized look, but if you look at the velocity, the winds on the right side of the screen, it does look like there are areas of concern here with this storm in particular. Grenada, thank you. Appreciate that. Grenada here in Mississippi. Right, again, I think I want to pay attention up here to Memphis. I believe the storms that are passing through right now are what are expected to be the severe weather for this area over time. So as these pass through Memphis, I think our tornado threat up here is ending. Per the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook, these might be the last line of storms to pass through this area. So I think downtown Memphis, you might be good. You might be good for a little while here. You might see your severe threat waning. I don't think any of these showers back in here are going to become a tornadic storm anytime soon. So it looks like a lot of the Memphis metro is going through, not even a severe thunderstorm at the moment. But this is good news because we want these storms to go through and reduce the tornadic threat for this area. The same might be true all the way up to Jackson, Tennessee, for anybody in that area. I think this line of storms is getting ready to suck up most of the available storm juice, storm fuel in the atmosphere that could be present. So hopefully that prevents most of the severe potential from being realized here in Memphis and Jackson, because you guys are in that tornado watch. I'm sure you received that watch on your phone or on any device there. So I want to make sure I'm covering the storms as they progress. The most concerning one up here in western Tennessee is this one south of Brownsville. Has some loosely organized rotation that started up in the last 20 minutes or so. Nothing tight yet, nothing worth a warning whatsoever here, but this is a rotating thunderstorm. And so I want to actually keep track of the lightning activity on this storm in particular. So if we get an uptick in lightning activity, that would tell me that this storm is increasing in intensity, and that generally points to a better chance at producing a tornado. So again, this is still in a favorable environment for tornadoes north of Boulevard here in Tennessee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So I am going to pay close attention to this storm. Might be our strongest storm, best chance at seeing a tornado. But we may see embedded spin-ups, embedded areas of rotation anywhere along this line. Again, I think the risk is passing out of Memphis, Tennessee right now, and out of the Jackson, Tennessee area as well. So this is good news. Hopefully that reduces the threat there. Okay, so that new warning is going to extend into north central Louisiana here. This is going to be an extension of our current warning that's here approaching Wesson, Arkansas. We're in the south central part of Arkansas here. You can see
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Entering the north central part of Louisiana here. So the very northeastern corner of Claiborne Parish here and northwest corner of Union Parish towards Junction City, Arkansas, and Spearsville in Louisiana. Down the line, thinking about Farmerville in Louisiana for this storm in particular. So that is an extension warning for this current storm, which is still rotating. It is not fallen off whatsoever. So please be taking shelter towards Junction City, Arkansas. We've already been talking about you. The same is probably going to happen over here for this storm just to the east. Again, both storms passing with El Dorado, Arkansas in between. Not currently in a tornado warning in El Dorado, Arkansas. The storms are passing in between you. Or you are in between the two tornado warned storms, I should say. This one is approaching New London and Strong, Arkansas. Likely an extension of this warning would head in this direction towards Huddig, possibly over to White here in Arkansas, and eventually down the line into the northeast part of Union Parish and into Morehouse Parish. So we'll watch this storm as it progresses. Some of the rotation might actually be attempting to occlude and move a little bit more to the east, so we'll see what exact path this takes, but those areas in Littrow, Louisiana, I would say are probably going to see some form of a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning coming up, so you definitely want to be weather aware there. Let them know. Bolivar? Okay, thank you. Bolivar. Got it. Yeah, for base drop in Louisiana, you're probably about 45 minutes to an hour out from this line of, or these couple of supercells, I should say, reaching your area. So probably want to be paying attention over the next hour, especially as they get closer to you. Georgia will be fine. Everybody in Georgia should be okay. The severe threat is waning by the time it gets to you. You'll see a slight risk in parts of South Georgia tomorrow. but that is not going to be tornado focused whatsoever. I would say it's going to be a much less intense event than anything that occurs today. All right. Taking a close look here. Let's go ahead and see if anything is showing up on these storms in particular that we may be able to observe in these two tornado warnings in south central Arkansas, and then we will return to central Mississippi as we have 7 tornado warnings, 6 or 7 tornado warnings ongoing right now. I believe we have 6. So this is an area that might be of concern here. It is consistent. I think that this is not a hail signature, but rather might be an ongoing tornado here, right over State Road 15. Taking a close look here, if this tornado warning is upgraded to a radar confirmed warning, this would definitely be the reason why. I'm suspect of a little bit of hail might be showing up in this area in particular, but if we look very closely here, it's basically in the same spot as the rotation is. So I think this is more than likely an ongoing tornado south of Morro Bay and northwest of New London. So per my look at our correlation coefficient product, does look like things are swirling around in the storm that shouldn't be, and we might have a weak debris signature showing up pretty far up in the storm. That's actually about 1.5 miles above the surface. So if debris is in fact reaching 1.5 miles up in the storm, we might have possibly a little bit of a stronger tornado ongoing at the moment. So once again, if you are in New London, please be taking shelter. There may be a tornado headed right toward you. New London, Arkansas in Union County. Let them know. Let them know. All right, Ryan's gone ahead and switched the traffic camera over to a cam in Jackson, Mississippi. You can see a lot of lightning there. A lot of lightning present in that traffic camera, so keep a close eye on that in the bottom right corner of the stream. I see it. I see it. Okay. So again, I think there may be an ongoing tornado here near New London in Arkansas, south central Arkansas. So please let anybody know out ahead of this. Strong and Huddig in Arkansas, down to Littrow, Louisiana, White, Arkansas, and possibly areas west of Crossett here. I think there may be an ongoing tornado. Let's take a look at Mississippi. All right, so we're going to see another area of, or another attempt by this supercell here near Ludlow and Lena. So this is in the southwest part of Leake County in Mississippi. We're going to see another attempt at some rotation starting up here. Over the last few scans of data, you can see areas of red and green coming together on the winds on the right side of your screen. This is rotating. So we have, in particular, this side of the storm with winds going this direction, and this side with winds going this direction. They're meeting up pretty closely here. So I definitely think that this warning will be extended to the east, possibly the east-southeast, including Walnut Grove. Walnut Grove, Sebastopol. I know. I'm butchering that one. I know I am. So over here to this part of Mississippi, the southeast corner of Leake County here. So this storm is going to pass right along the county border of Scott and Leake counties in Mississippi. And I definitely think on this latest scan that we might even see a tornado attempting to form here right as the storm gets to Lena. Lena, Mississippi, just in case the pronunciation is off. Take a close look here. We can definitely see a tornado probably ongoing here right next to the radar site. So this is warned here for parts of Rankin County. You can see it come together right next to the radar. And then we get the warning. There it is. And on this most recent scan, we're very close to the surface here. This looks like an ongoing tornado. So let's take a close look at our debris. If there is any debris in this, there may be a little bit. There possibly could be a little bit of a debris signature already with this storm here. This would be right in the area of our hook. So a little funny shape here for our hook echo, but this is so close to the radar that we're already just seeing Only the important parts of the storm essentially show up where the tornado would be ongoing. So very clear look here on the velocity. We're only a couple hundred feet above the surface. This is definitely more than likely a tornado ongoing. This would approach Pelahatchie here and Morton in Mississippi. So this is just off to the north of I-20. Just off to the north of I-20, you can see plenty of electrical activity with that traffic camera there in the bottom right of the stream. That's in Jackson, Mississippi. So I think it's pointed either to the south or to the east. And both of those storms are definitely producing a lot of lightning. Definitely very healthy. I think this is probably a tornado getting ready to, or possibly ongoing right now here to the northwest of Pelahatchie, northeast of Brandon. So we're going to track that one really closely. Excuse me. Sebastopol. And lastly, for our previously confirmed tornado warning, this is now been downgraded to radar indicated, meaning that there is probably not a tornado ongoing with this storm, but the storm has the chance to produce one. This is entering Newton County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's the extension of our storm to the north, so that is an extended tornado warning that's going to include Leake and Scott counties. So it's probably going to look something like this, and probably include Walnut Grove, Harperville. So that's the path of this storm coming up here. Again, for our storm that's exiting the Forest, Mississippi area, it's kind of getting, it's lost its free time here, and you can see that it's beginning to interact with the forward flank of some previous supercells back in here, off to the west. So right here we have some precipitation that is occurring and moving into this tornado warned storm. Man, look at all these polygons. They're going everywhere. There's so many tornado warnings right in the same area. But in Forest, Mississippi, even though this storm is moving out of your area, you're in another tornado warning, a separate one that's coming in from the west. So please continue to take shelter and let them know there in Forest that you're not done yet. There's still another tornado probably occurring off to the west, and it's generally headed straight in your direction. Whether or not it'll still be ongoing when it gets to you remains to be seen. But yeah, this is definitely a tornado on the ground. Take a look at our debris signature there. Again, this is just north of I-20, northeast of Brandon. Let's go ahead and see what is in that area. I'm going to go ahead and pull up maps here, and we're going to see what's right here northeast of Brandon. This is right near Langford, just off to the east of Langford, Mississippi.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
We have a confirmed tornado ongoing right here. Here's your debris signature right in this area. It's very close to the radar site, co-located perfectly with our hook. You can see it's doing plenty of damage here, showing up very clearly right next to the radar site. So this is an ongoing tornado doing damage right now. So again, I'm gonna show you guys exactly. I'm gonna tell you exactly where this is, north of Pelahatchie, northwest of Pelahatchie. So this has just exited the community of Langford and gone right over where Rawls Chapel is. The Pelahatchie Creek is where this is crossing over currently, southeast of the McLean Lodge. Right near the McLean Lodge area. So, again, going east, going straight east here, east of Langford, east of Oakdale Elementary School, the 5-Star Lodge towards Haynes Chapel, Rawls Chapel, up to Holly Bush Road. Holly Bush Road goes east-west. Off of this highway. I can't see what this highway is. Doesn't have a name to it. Lakeland Drive. So Lakeland Drive coming up northeast of Jackson. It's off to the east there along Holly Bush Road and generally right in the area where the Haynes Chapel is. Eventually this is going to approach this road off to the north of Pelahatchie, so the road that comes off to the north of Pelahatchie, again, it's not named for some reason. Can't see what the name is here on Google Maps. But this will cross over the road out that comes out to the north of Pelahatchie. Generally goes to toward the Pelahatchie Cemetery, right along Holly Bush Road. So that's where this tornado is currently. and it is doing plenty of damage here. So you're in a confirmed warning. That includes Morton, Mississippi, Forest, Mississippi, even as far south as Pulaski. And parts of Pelahatchie are also in this warning. The tornado is going to cross pretty close to the town of Pelahatchie, but it should go off to the north. We'll see if it manages to maintain itself, but please be taking shelter out ahead of this storm. Again, follow this blue arrow right along this pink polygon here. That's your tornado warning. So Morton, Mississippi, and Forest, please call anybody you know in this area and let them know to take shelter. Very important, as the tornado is doing damage right off to your west and is headed straight east, basically paralleling Interstate 20 off to the north of the interstate. There you go. All right, taking a close look up here near Lena. This is probably a storm that's getting ready to produce a tornado. It's been very close to doing so if it has not managed to do yet. The tornado looks like it's actually moving a little bit to the north and east now. If it were to be producing a tornado right now, this circulation is moving off to the north and east. So Tuscola, Standing Pine might be more directly in the path here to the south of Carthage, Mississippi, in Leake County. In addition, again, our lead supercell is currently being bludgeoned by some rain that's impacting it from the west, so it's causing a little bit of a disruption to its ability to produce a tornado, but previously there was a weak tornado noted with this supercell in particular. Should pass off to the north of Newton. However, y'all watch out in Newton, because this confirmed tornado back here is generally going to head in your direction. At the moment, this tornado is more than likely lifted. I think this was definitely a brief tornado that we saw here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think this was more than likely a brief tornado that's done damage to a very local area east of Langford, Mississippi, which is to the north and east of Brandon, right along I-20. So hopefully this tornado is already done with.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Good grief. Hopefully this is already done with. We don't see that tight area of rotation associated with the storm anymore. Right here, you can definitely see an area of increased winds that's very close to the surface. And here you can see tight winds together when we had that definite debris ball and a debris signature indicating that the storm was doing damage. So hopefully this is already lifted. However, the storm remains tornadic, so please take shelter out ahead of it just in case it does something again. What may be happening here is actually this storm right off to its west is moving a little bit faster and is sort of impacting the tornadic part of the storm here. So we're getting a little bit of an interruption from this storm back here. This is good news. Hopefully it continues to disrupt this storm's ability to produce a tornado so that we don't see another one. But if it doesn't, or if it enhances the ability to produce a tornado, which is also possible, then we definitely want to make sure everybody in Morton and Forest, Mississippi especially, is taking shelter here. So we have 8 or 9 tornado warnings right now. We have 9 tornado warnings. Goodness. Okay, we have 9 tornado warnings active at the same time here. Some of them are for the same storm. Some of them are going to be allowed to expire, but at the moment we have 9 concurrent tornado warnings already in the first hour of the stream here. 4 are currently present in Mississippi in this cluster of storms that's just to the east of Jackson and south of Carthage. So generally we're looking at this part of the state. You can pinpoint it there. Storms up to the north may start to become tornado warned as well. We start to see rotation occurring with supercells that are developing quickly up here and beginning to intensify as they interact with each other. So we may see some warnings come out up here that are closer to Louisville in Mississippi, maybe closer to the Starkville area as well. The storm that was closer to Kosciuszko here in Ethel doesn't look like it's intensified too much here. So currently no warning anywhere up here closer to the east central, getting further north into Mississippi. No active tornado warnings up here. However, these storms are rotating. So we definitely need everybody in Starkville, Columbus, Mississippi, to be weather aware today as these storms move through your area. Definitely need to be weather aware. So we've had 2 confirmed tornado warnings already. Let's take a close look up here in West Tennessee. can see an area of pretty strong storm development. So right here we have a very well-defined front to this this line of storms here that's exiting the Memphis metro, closer to Collierville now and Williston. What this could do is if it does push forward at all, we could see a brief tornado on the north side of this that would impact Williston here in Fayette County in Tennessee. So we're gonna hope if there is a warning that comes through for anywhere in West Tennessee, it's probably going to be right here with this storm because this looks like it is a rather organized line here, and that could lead to a warning being issued there. Still some rotation up here, also near Mercer, southwestern Jackson, Tennessee, and also a rotating part of the storm that's closer to Somerville. I think this is this looks almost like a bookend vortex now instead of an embedded supercell. So might be a little bit of a hybrid rotation, but this is weak rotation right now. No current tornado warnings in West Tennessee. Not too impressed by these storms, but we're going to keep a close eye on them. Let's now go to south central Arkansas. So this storm has definitely intensified here. You can see a very nice shape over the last 20 minutes taking shape and distinguishing itself. And I believe that...
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Interestingly enough... Oh, okay, I see what happened here. Okay. So Bradley County tornado warning was confirmed. That's for this one over here, where we did note a debris signature earlier near New London. So if we play this back just a little bit, New London, Arkansas, there's your debris signature. It has maintained itself. It was present for about 10-15 minutes. Definitely showed up right here. So this is a look at the storm just about 9 minutes ago. And that debris signature has maintained itself and then some. So still an ongoing tornado, maybe likely at the end of its life cycle at the moment. National Weather Service Little Rock has gone ahead and confirmed its half of the warning right here. So this is the Little Rock County warning area, and I believe that they are probably communicating and coordinating with National Weather Service Shreveport, which is issuing the warning for this half of the storm. So this is a confirmed warning. It looks like the tornado has occluded, so you can see initially the storm was the rotating part of the storm, and the tornado is passing to the south and east. But if we play it back, you can see that this has taken on an eastward direction here as it begins to occlude. So there you go. So this storm has followed generally this path here and is now moving further to the east. Still probably producing a tornado. Unfortunately, what's happening here is we're looking at this storm from about 1.5 miles above the surface. We can see a little bit of debris associated with it here. And essentially what we're looking at is debris 1.5 miles above the surface. So, a weak tornado is going to have trouble lifting any sort of objects that it is doing damage to at the surface that far up into the storm. So, unfortunately, this may be maybe a sign of a slightly stronger tornado that is going through these areas. So, we're going to go ahead and take a look at... Excuse me. We're going to go ahead and take a look if anything is in this area. Hopefully it is all rural. Hopefully it's just impacting trees here near New London. So this is to the south and east of Morro Bay. Okay, so we're near Williams Creek here. We're to the southwest of the Washita River, which is the county line here, but we're very close to the Washita River. Washita River. I'm not seeing any structures here. There are just a few roads that meander around the Washita River in this area to the south and east of State Road 15 here. So hopefully this is all rural area where this tornado is tracking, but it has produced a noteworthy debris signature for a while now that is in the same area as the rotation. So we have a confirmed warning on the Little Rock side of things. If the warning is upgraded from National Weather Service Shreveport as well for Union County and their warning area, then you'll hear that come through. Okay, so that storm is producing a tornado. Just want you guys to know that. If you're in Crossett, Arkansas, or you know anybody out ahead of this tornado is moving very slowly, it seems. It's kind of staying back here with the storm over the last 20 minutes or so. So it's still remaining pretty far away from Crossett and in any areas down the line into the Louisiana border. However, what I want to focus on also is this storm back in here. Very, very healthy supercell is taking shape here. This is the general shape of the supercell, and the hook of the supercell is approaching Junction City, Arkansas, right on the border of Louisiana right now, and it has a very strong area of rotation that's showing up right here. So let's go ahead and see in the correlation coefficient if there is any debris associated with this yet. I'm not seeing any debris that is noteworthy or consistent here yet, but again, the look of this supercell, it tells me that it's going to continue to be tornadic because it has definitely taken a shape that's much more concerning. Previously, the storm looked like this. It was tornado warned before, but you can see it's rather narrow. It's not too organized here, but watch it blow up. Now it has that classic shape to it. This is the most recent scan here, just about 2 minutes ago. Definitely has a much more classic look to it. A very healthy presentation on radar here. And of course, right as that's happening, we see an enhanced area
Andy, this
of
is
rotation.
Ryan, whenever you got a second.
I do have Ryan currently dealing with an ear infection, but he is still trooping on, and I'm still trooping on with this cough. So Ryan and I are making a dynamic duo right now. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, first of all, just want to say you're doing a great job. Things are getting pretty active out there, and we're doing everything we can behind the scenes to help you out. First thing is there's another storm that's looking really interesting down south of Jackson right now near Florence. There's no tornado warning or anything with that just yet, but it does look like it's going to follow a similar path as the storms around Jackson and Brandon have earlier, and we've actually got a storm chaser on that, Brandon Clement from Live Storms Media. He's on your feed now. So we'll be following him and possibly a couple of others as we continue to try to build out the network here. Also, I've got in touch with Carly. I think Carly's going to try to jump on here pretty soon to help you out with News Relay as well. So anytime you need a break, just let us know and we'll try to figure something out, okay?
Perfect. Thank you, Ryan. That was a huge, huge update from Ryan. Okay, so Brandon Clement's now on the stream here. We got a storm chaser in place here. I should probably change the title and say we have storm chasers on the ground now. Previously, we were working with those traffic cameras, but now we've got storm chaser Brandon Clement there. He is on this storm near Florence, and I want to show you guys this. Actually, a very actively developing situation. Once again, this is a pattern that we're going to see quite often here. So here's a look at the storm just about 5-10 minutes ago. In the last 10 minutes, this storm has done the same thing where it develops a little bit of a hook here. So this is the beginning of our hook forming in the storm. You can kind of imagine the rest of the storm attaching to the hook here. This would be the shape of the supercell on the left side of your stream. Excuse me. So Storm Chaser Brandon Clement is right in position to see this developing. And on the right side, I would say that we do have an area of rotation that's beginning to take form right in that same spot where this hook is showing up. So this is becoming a proper supercell. This same pattern is going to be something that we observe quite often, I think, here. So over the next few minutes, when we get new radar data, I think that we're definitely going to see this storm attempt to become tornadic. We can even take a little bit of a look above the surface at the storm to see if that remains true. And generally, this part of the storm has begun to rotate. So yes, I would not be surprised if this becomes a tornadic storm very shortly. So please consider taking shelter in Florence, Mississippi, down to Star, over to Johns, and as far north as Brandon. Once again, some of these areas have already been in a tornado warning. If another one comes through, that's not a duplicate. That will be for a new storm, all right? So we've got to make sure, as multiple storms pass through the same areas, that people are paying attention. They don't get confused and be like, oh no, I was just in a warning. You know, why are they issuing another one? It's because there's another storm. So that's why a stream like this can be very helpful. So this is exciting my throat quite a bit here, so I apologize for any coughing that does occur. Got to talk as much as I can here. Carly is also going to be joining, so I'm going to go ahead and hop into Discord here. Carly. Carly knows the drill. We'll do just what we did yesterday, and I'll have her up on the stream. Man, come on now. Work with me. Silly cough. So I would be letting people know south of Jackson and Florence that this is definitely looking like the beginnings of another tornadic storm starting up very quickly here. All right. Now let's go over to Pelahatchie. Hopefully you guys have continued to be taking shelter here in Pelahatchie, Morton, and over to Forest. You can see a very well-defined area of the storm that indicates that a tornado likely is still ongoing. So let me show you that here. If you look really closely on the left side of your stream here, I'll highlight it for you. Generally, the supercell is taking a shape like this, but right in the middle of the hook, that hook part of the storm here, just to the north of Pelahatchie, you have an area right in the center that has, what looks like weaker rainfall. A little bit of weaker rainfall right here in the center. And what this means is that right here, right in the center of this hook, we could actually have a vortex that is basically pushing all the rain out from where it exists. So let me go and show you that frame again. Right in the center here is where air is rising and preventing the heaviest rain from falling. This happens in the center of a tornado quite often. It also happens where the main rising air in a storm is taking place. Gosh, I mean, I can only drink so much water. I'm going to run out. So again, right after that, the most recent scan indicates here a very tight area of rotation here, just to the north of Pelahatchie. I think the storm is producing another tornado. So let's take a look. It is not showing up in any debris yet. No debris is showing up here on our correlation coefficient. However, I think that might be the case on the next scan that we get here. So really quickly, I want to show you guys something on this scene. This is a look at our hodograph, or essentially a look at the winds in the atmosphere. Right now, we're looking at Jackson, Mississippi, right where the radar is, and you can see a curve to this that is very noticeable.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Very noticeable curve to this hodograph right here. So all of this part of the storm, if the storm is moving generally this direction, all of this is air that's being ingested in and causing the storm to rotate. This is a favorable profile for tornadoes right here. So we have what Ryan calls the curved noodle. That is very much prominent today, and this is a look at literally the atmosphere that's in place in the last 15 minutes. This is something that we look for a tornado event, and it certainly does look like a tornado producing atmosphere here. So this is literally right here. That's a sample of the atmosphere taken right here, right where the radar is. And here's a storm just off to the north and east here that is rotating right in that same atmosphere. So it's exceptional that we're able to see it so closely. Hodograph with an H. Okay, so this is our only active tornado warning now in central Mississippi. Thankfully, all other storms, all other tornado warnings were allowed to expire. However, that is not going to be the case, and I think we are, or for very long, it's not going to be the case. I think we're going to see a new tornado warning down here for Florence, Mississippi. We've been talking about this one. We have storm chaser Brandon Clement there on the screen, getting in position for this. There in Florence, I think that this will probably try to produce a tornado. At the very least, it's going to be warned very soon here. So please be taking shelter and let people know in Florence, Mississippi. If we watch where this is going, generally it looks like it has a little bit, basically a due east component to it. So Star, Johns, Puckett, Mississippi, and Piney Woods are more than likely going to be included in a tornado warning that would be issued for this storm. So now let's go up to Tennessee. Since that warning came through, that's exactly what I was talking about, you guys. This was the part of the storm that I was concerned with. So we were looking at it right back here. This was the frame that we saw that, and I analyzed, and I was like, if this pushes forward, we're going to see right on the northern side of this for Williston, Tennessee. That would be where our tornadic concern comes through. So I said that when we had this data. Look at this. Williston, Tennessee, in a tornado warning currently. Please be taking shelter there and out to Hickory Valley and Grand Junction, West Tennessee. There you go. Very, very clear. Man, I see that pattern so much. I'm too used to it, man. I'm too used to it. I'll call it out ahead of time every time. So hopefully there in Fayette County, I was able to reach somebody. When we were talking about this 15 minutes ago, I was concerned with that part of the storm, and sure enough, it's wrapped right up, and now we have a tornado warning for it. No tornado currently ongoing with this storm, but please be taking shelter. It looks like it's poised to produce a tornado very shortly here. We have winds that are rotating right in this area, right side of your screen, so it's going to pass very close to Williston. More than likely a funnel cloud or a big wall cloud is on this storm at the moment. And at the moment, we're getting into darkness, too. You're not going to be able to see this very soon as we run out of daylight in these areas. So there you go. Pattern recognition at its prime. Now, I'm going with a little bit of an aggressive cough to make sure that I can try to clear my throat for just a little bit longer so that I don't keep coughing. So that's what I'm trying to do. Thank you for looking out for me.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, Ryan, if you're listening to me, what is this for? This is another storm chaser that I can put up. Go ahead and let me know. Okay, so Ryan's sending me storm chaser feeds.
Andy, when you got a second.
Ryan, I'm assuming that you're talking about that feed you just sent in, and I can go ahead and put that up on OBS as well. Who's that for?
So that is actually Brendan Clement. I was going to have you put that on your top position. That way we can go back to doing the traffic cameras on your bottom one, just so we have more relevant data on screen. Also wanted to point your attention to the radar site there near Brandon. Another really interesting area of convergence and rotation coming out from underneath where we couldn't see before. Probably a new warning coming there. So, and Carly should be with us soon.
Okay. I got you, Ryan. So now we have 2 Brandon Clements up. Go ahead and do what you must. Do what you must. All right, so I've got Brandon in the top spot. Now Ryan is going to be able to control the bottom spot and give us more traffic cameras. He's also pointing my attention to Brandon, Mississippi. Once again, we had that supercell that was right on top of the radar. So now he's taking a look at this. Man, look at that storm. I don't even know what this supercell is doing. That looks so funky. Do you see this? All right, so this is another, definitely a hook echo. That's a very interesting look at this right next to the surface. This is what a hook looks like right next to the surface. So it kind of wraps around into the supercell like this, and curves back pretty sharply here. So with that new frame of data, we're so close to the surface here, right next to the radar. Let's go ahead and see if we can see anything in here. Maybe no evidence of an ongoing tornado yet, but it is very difficult to see right next to the radar. We can take a look at a product called ZDR, the differential reflectivity here if there is an area of lower values. This is also helpful for diagnosing a tornado that might be going on very close to the surface. I don't see an area that's too telltale yet. Yeah, and on that newest frame of velocity, I just see increased winds moving one direction, but not necessarily co-located with tight rotation here. So this might also become a new tornado warning for sure. We also have that warning now for Florence, Mississippi, as I was mentioning. That is currently tornado warned, so please be taking shelter all the way out ahead of time to Puckett. Generally, this storm is moving this direction. The tornadic part of the storm is in this blue circle near Florence.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there's our new warning, probably for this part of the storm right here. near Brandon. So we'll have another warning coming through, and again, just to erase any confusion, that is not a duplicate for anybody who is in these areas. If you're just now getting that on your phone, or if you're watching in Brandon, Morton, Forest, it is going to be another area that is, another warning. So it's a different storm. So we have several supercells that have had rotating parts to them. This is going to be another valid tornado warning. It's going to be different for a different reason, and it's going to go in a different direction right through these areas. So several tornadic storms moving right through the same areas. National Weather Service Jackson is on top of their game right now, I will say. Okay, so that's a look at all 3 tornado warnings right now, right around the Jackson, Mississippi area, and also just to the east. I'll see when Carly comes in. Carly's going to come in just a little bit of time. And then Carly will also relay, so she'll be a part of the stream coming up here. I'll bring her camera up whenever she's talking. She'll relay the news to me and to you guys. All right, your traffic cam is good now. I think I have to edit this. Oh no, I don't know which one it was on. Oh no, oh okay, I see. Okay, so Ryan is now putting up the traffic camera. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. So we got the traffic camera there in Jackson, Mississippi. And we got Storm Chaser Brandon Clement. So giving us a live look at these areas of active storms. We've also got Carly. And Carly, you may have an introduction at any point that you'd like to. I got you here. Or if you need more time, let me know.
Yeah, Andy, I'll go ahead and say hi really quick. Just wanted to say hello to everybody. Sorry that I'm late. Just tried to hop on as quick as I could, and I'm going to give myself 5 minutes to kind of get my bearings on what's happening, and then hopefully I'll have some updates for you here in just a few minutes. And Andy, I know you've got a lot going on with your voice, so I will try to give you as much relief tonight as I possibly can.
Much appreciated, Carly. Thanks for popping in. Thank you, guys. There's Carly. So we got Carly, we got Ryan helping me out tonight, and that's because I'm manning the helm here for a very active tornado, an evening of tornado warnings here, and already several confirmed tornado warnings. So these are the 3 that are currently active in Mississippi. Again, taking a close look just to the north side of Jackson near, or well to the north of Jackson near Kosciuszko, closer to Starkville. None of these storms have really taken shape, the proper supercell shape, and had an area of enhanced rotation. Possibly this one up here near closer to Walt Hall might try to do exactly that. So I'm going to bring up a separate radar site here so that we can have one on the Columbus, Mississippi radar, just to make sure. So again, Carly's here. She will be delivering the news. Since we've had a couple of confirmed tornadoes, we'll definitely have news to share. All right, I'm glad I brought up the Columbus radar. Here we go. To the north of Mathiston near Clarkson, Mississippi. This definitely looks like a storm that could have a tornado warning associated with it in the short term, the near term here. Looks like this storm is generally moving due east at the moment. Due east. So out ahead of time, if there is a warning associated with this, exiting Webster County towards Clay County, and possibly including parts of northern Oktibbeha County here, this would go directly towards West Point and Strong in Mississippi. Generally here towards the northeastern part of the state. So down the line, this looks like a supercell that will threaten the Columbus area. Columbus, Mississippi. So we got about an hour before the storm reaches your area there. But this definitely looks like the most concerning storm in this area, in this region, that might get a tornado warning associated with it. So if that comes through, we'll definitely have coverage of that. Let's go back to western Tennessee here. Again, here we are near Williston in Fayette County and the western part of Hardeman County. This rotation has very, very quickly died off here. Very, very quickly died off here near Williston. So this may have attempted to produce a brief tornado But at the current moment, the latest radar data about 2 minutes ago show that this storm is getting choked off here. We're seeing inflow not reaching into where the tornado would be, and thus the rotation is going to lose intensity and eventually become non-tornadic, hopefully. So right now, this storm that initially was producing an area of concern, passing very close to Williston, Tennessee, has lost intensity as it's passed over State or County Road 76 here, and is becoming non-tornadic at the moment. Still has a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it. It is considerable for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts as this area of storms approaches Grand Junction. The rest of western Tennessee, it looks like these storms are remaining sub-tornadic. I don't think that we're going to see tornado warnings up here closer to Medon in Tennessee and Henderson. I think these storms, as they exit the Jackson, Tennessee area, are not looking too dangerous at the moment. And I think for our friends watching in Memphis, Tennessee, that we're almost entirely done with the tornado threat today. I think it was this line of storms and just a few of the remnants here off to the west that were giving us our tornado threat today. So I think Memphis, Tennessee is almost done with a tornado threat today. However, these storms will move into northeastern Mississippi. So if thinking about our friends in Corinth, all the way down to Tupelo, you guys are still in the tornadic threat area today from these storms in particular. However, the primary tornadic threat is off to your south.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right, so I'm hoping that generally the rest of western Tennessee, northeastern corner of Mississippi here, Corinth, Boonville, and so forth, down to Tupelo remains less intense, and that we don't see too many tornado warnings up here, but definitely want to remain weather aware over the next couple hours here along Highway 46. All right, let's go down to our confirmed warning. So, confirmed tornado now for the Florence, Mississippi storm. Man, look at that. We got storm chaser Brandon Clement right on that storm. I can't see very much on his feed at the moment, so I'm not sure exactly where he is. I'm not sure exactly where Brandon Clement is. I don't have his location, but this warning has been upgraded to a confirmed warning. We can go ahead and take a look. Yep, that is definitely a tornado doing damage all in there. So you see this? We center the frame right here. We can see that generally right where this debris ball essentially is, where the hook of the storm is all debris. If we put the square in the same spot, that's what we're looking at here. So this is definitely a tornado that is doing damage and has a considerable amount of debris showing up. And it has for the last couple minutes, I think. So you can see that form right there. Definitely debris ongoing as it passes over State Road 469, probably very close to Brandon Clement's location. We have a traffic camera also there in Florence, Mississippi. I'm not sure exactly where that's pointed, but you can see there's a lot of people on the road. A lot of people on the road right now, right where this tornado is probably ripping up trees. This is probably a bunch of leaves and maybe some small sticks that are giving us that debris signature. Right here in Florence, Mississippi. So this is a confirmed tornado now. Very, very healthy, classic-looking supercell. Take a look at that. I mean, it almost looks perfect. It almost has a perfect shape to it. It looks very, very, very classic. You can even see, if you look very closely, do some radar analysis here. Since we're very close to the radar site, here's the components of the tornado. So here we have the rear inflow jet that's coming out right in front of the storm here. In fact, I'll draw it in pink here. So here is not the rear inflow jet, the rear flank downdraft. Rear flank downdraft and the rear flank gust front is showing up right here. So this part of the storm is pushing air forward. You can see that little gust front right there that's showing up. The tornado is right in this area. Here's our rear flank gust front. The air is streaming into the circulation right in through this corridor. So this is our inflow going right in here and getting wrapped up to the tornado. And this is our rear flank gust front that's coming out down from the storm just like this. So that is a very, very classic look at a tornado forming right next to the radar, right next to the ground. We can see very clearly what's going on there.
Hey, Andy, I just want to pop in really quick with some news that we're hearing from Brandy, our person behind the scenes here that's listening to the feeds. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground near US 49 south of Florence, and that has been observed visually by the firefighters in the area with power flashes. So they're saying that it's 100% confirmed, and it's being reported to the National Weather Service as well.
Yep, that definitely corresponds to what we're seeing on the radar, Carly, for sure. Does look like it's maybe, hopefully, weakening just a little bit. It never looked like a strong, large tornado. It definitely probably was taking on the appearance of a cone tornado or a very slender tornado here. I don't think that this was a large wedge tornado. You could see only a very small area of tight rotation right here as it passed over US Highway 49. But nonetheless, it definitely has ripped up quite a bit of probably trees. Leaves are flowing around here and giving us that debris signature and a very classic look at the formation of a tornado right next to the radar. So again, this is just to the south and east of Florence. Hopefully dissipating, but I'll go ahead and call out locations right here where this tornado is currently ongoing. South and east of Florence is the Meadows Golf and Driving Range, the Faith Baptist Church, Williams Road and McCullough-McLean Road, the intersection of those roads there, Rainbow Child Care Center, and the home appliance installation rise and slide around along Thomasville Road is where this tornado is headed to next as it leaves US Highway 49 and goes off to the north and east generally, just to the southeast of Florence. So there are a couple of subdivisions here. Rolling Hills Boulevard and Sunny Lane here off of Williams Road is right where this tornado would be located, about to head over possibly this subdivision, this area of houses. And then down the line, we're thinking about Monterey in Mississippi, and also over east to the Brothers Food Market. So if you know these areas, that's where the tornado is. Please be taking shelter most directly right here, just off of US Highway 49 to the southeast of Florence. The center of Florence and Mississippi. Okay, in addition to that, we also have tornado warnings ongoing for the tornadic part of the storm south of Pelahatchie in Mississippi. This would be south of I-20 now. This storm may have produced a brief tornado in its lifetime. Our rotation is oriented right here. South of Pelahatchie, in that pink circle on the right side of your screen, you can see the hook of the storm, and right where that rotation would be, just in this area. So the two areas are co-located, meaning that this storm is tornadic. The pink boxes are tornado warning. Don't see any areas in particular that would tell me that there's an ongoing tornado. Quick look at our differential reflectivity just to make sure, yes, not seeing an organized area of concern here. So I don't think this storm is currently producing a tornado near Pelahatchie, near I-20. However, please be taking shelter in this warning out ahead of time to Morton and Pulaski. It's a great idea to just stay in shelter in this area. I know you've already been under several tornado warnings, so I want to make sure that it's clear that each tornado warning that you might receive, whether it's through your weather radio or your phone, or if you're watching the news in addition to me to get multiple resources. These are each time you receive a warning, it is a new tornado warning for a different storm that may be passing in a slightly different area. So it is concerning everybody in these pink polygons. So this is to the east of Jackson, Mississippi right now. Okay, now I want to go back to South Central Arkansas. We definitely had this very strong supercell. Currently not tornado warned at the moment, but there definitely could be another tornado warning issued associated with this supercell. This is now entering north central Louisiana. You can see the state outline there in bold. This supercell, the leading area here would be very close to Bernice. and right over Weldon. This would be the area of concern if there was another tornado warning issued here. It could be for this storm. However, also to the west here, you can see another hook and another area of rotation that might be showing up on radar. This is to the west of Summerfield in Claiborne Parish here. Claiborne Parish here in north central Louisiana. So this should pass to the east of Homer. Generally, these storms are moving in this direction, so I would be taking shelter even though you're not under a tornado warning right now in Bernice, in Louisiana, and also Lisbon. Down the line, we are thinking about Vienna, Ruston. These storms are probably about 45 minutes away from you, but you want to be paying attention. Possibly as far east as Monroe, Louisiana. If any tornadic storm does approach your location, you definitely want to be paying attention to it because these are strong storms in an environment that is capable of producing tornadoes. Thank you for anybody who's sending in support. I see that. John, earlier. That is huge support. Much appreciated. Weather Nerd, much appreciated. Claiborne, thank you. Claiborne. Got it. So no tornado warning for Claiborne Parish here. Or Lincoln Parish, but we're thinking about you guys down the line because these storms are remaining strong and they are rotating. Again, if you're in Homer, Louisiana, looks like it's going to pass off just to your east there in Claiborne Parish. But please be paying attention. It's going to be pretty close to your location. I'm most concerned about Lisbon. All right, another look at West Tennessee. Just to see if our storms are intensifying whatsoever up here. The tornado threat should be a little bit lower up here, but you guys are in the tornado watch that exists right now up here. And our previous tornado warned storm here near Williston, I think it is not going to have another warning associated with it as it stands. The area of rotation that we were concerned with earlier has definitely lost its strength and has become disconnected. So I don't think we're going to see another tornado warning here in the short term for Hickory Valley and also into south central Hardeman County. I think we'll be okay there for now. It looks like this is going to not become tornadic in the short term here. So, but we're keeping a close eye on it just in case it does. Okay, so that's West Tennessee. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, Andy, just kind of popping in to just once again confirm that they do have eyes on that tornado on the ground in Florence, Mississippi, moving through Garrett Road, just east of Florence. So again, we definitely have ears and eyes all over the storm as much as we can. I'm updating you as much as possible. I'll let you know if anything else comes out, but they've still got eyes on it on the ground now.
Okay, much appreciated. So it's still an ongoing tornado. That is where we are going to focus our efforts next. Take a look at what's going on down there. Just want to give an update also to northeast Mississippi. A bunch of storms up here that have not been tornado warned at this time. So no tornado warnings exist up here towards Columbus, Mississippi, Starkville, Mississippi. But this is still an area of concern. The previous storm that I was most concerned with near Clarkson to the north of Mathiston has not kept itself together here. So no tornado warning has been issued for any of these storms up here, and this one looks less conducive to receiving a warning as it stands. So keeping a close eye up here, closer to northeast Mississippi, and also entering western Alabama here. But at the moment, I'm not seeing anything too concerning up here, thankfully. So again, let's go back down to central Mississippi east of Jackson now. This definitely looks like our next area of concern. Oh my. Do we have twin tornadoes going on right now? I think we do. I think we have twin tornadoes right now with this supercell. Oh, wow. Okay, so, oh man, that's unfortunate. So this probably has a pretty deep debris signature associated with it now. It's gone right over that area of houses, that subdivision that I was concerned with. Hopefully that didn't do too much damage there. to the east of Florence now, Florence, Mississippi. Our debris signature was right in here, this green area on the right side of your screen. This is our correlation coefficient. Very clear debris signature, as Carly was talking about, still have eyes on it. Here is the area that it would be doing damage, just to the east of Florence. And there is our there's our velocity signature. You can see a very, very tight area of rotation right here. And it's very possible that our new mesocyclone handoff has occurred very rapidly to the southeast here. You can see rotation ramping up very quickly here, just off to the northeast of Star. So this is what is called a mesocyclone handoff. It means that the previous tornado or the previous tornadic part of the storm is now becoming disconnected from the storm, and a new area connected to the updraft is now organizing and possibly about to produce another tornado here. So this usually happens off to the south and east of a storm that's moving to the east, and this is exactly what we're observing here. So this is a very classic mesocyclone handoff. And now a new area of concern is ramping up right here, possibly producing two tornadoes at the same time as the old one occludes back into the storm, moving more to the north and east with deviant motion. And our new tornado actively developing, more than likely here off to the east of Highway 49 once again.
Andy, just breaking in to bring you some news. Unfortunately, we're hearing first reports of major damage outside of Florence, Mississippi. Trees on homes, trees in the road, at least a 2-car crash near Brown Hill Church area. So we're hearing major damage. I'll keep you updated with as much detail as possible here pretty soon.
Thank you, Carly. Give me a chance to rectify my cough there, because that definitely taken a number on me. This is very intense coverage here that's ongoing here, so it's very difficult for me to keep this together, but I'm trying my best here, trying to remain professional.
Let me know if you need like a 5-minute, Andy. I can cover you the best I can. I know you're really going through it right now, so please just let me know. I'll be happy to help.
Thank you, Carly. Yeah, I'll definitely let you know if I need that. Very much appreciated. So again, I think there were a very brief amount of time here. There were two tornadoes going on, possibly at the same time, with this storm just to the east of Florence, Mississippi, southeast of Jackson, if you're just joining us. I think there were two tornadoes ongoing at the same time. This first one has definitely produced a lot of damage here right in this corridor, southeast of Florence. Once again, these were roads that I called out. That's Thomasville Road to the southeast of Monterey, and Williams Road and McCullough-McLean Road. The intersection of that area, there is a subdivision there that includes Sunny Lane, Valley Cove, Rolling Hills Boulevard, OC Kitchens Drive, and McLean Circle. I think this is where that tornado passed very close to those areas. That's a subdivision that may have sustained damage here. There are a bunch of houses there in that neighborhood. Our new area of concern, as the old tornado dies off, is off to the south and east of that subdivision, closer to Star, Mississippi. Again, this is moving to the east, away from US Highway 49, is going to pass very close to McLaurin High School and McLaurin Elementary School, which are right in this area out ahead of this circulation. To me, it looks like this circulation is not currently producing a tornado. It may have briefly attempted to for a short period of time. Sorry, my cat. If you guys can hear my cat, let me know. He's definitely very vocal right now. So if he does come through at all, that's good old Midas Kitty. He's staring me right in the face. So yeah, he's not having it either. He's concerned with these tornadoes. So we've got all sorts of we've got the weather cat on concern here. Even Midas is unhappy with the fact that there's tornadoes occurring right now, so that's how you know. Once again, near Star, this is going to pass very close to McLaurin High School and Elementary School. Also, the David Thomas Cemetery and the Countryside Venue, right along Henry Carmen Road. I think that's it. Henry Cannon Road. Henry Cannon Road is very close to where this tornado would develop, as well as St. John's Road.
Andy, whenever you got a second.
So please be taking shelter here towards Johns as this tornado moves away from Star and Piney Woods. All right, let's see what Ryan's got to say here. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, just wanted to address the new live camera that we've got on the screen there. A lot of people in chat are noticing that there is nearly constant lightning. It's an incredible light show out there, and that camera is actually in Brandon, Mississippi, on I-20, pointed towards the east, towards this well, not new, but this other supercell that's just to the north and east of the one that we've been watching in Florence. That one is ramping up big time near Crossroads in Cooperville, probably producing another tornado now, or it's getting ready to. This one looks like it could be pretty intense too. So that's what we're seeing there on the traffic cameras, a very, very rapidly expanding supercell. That's just another problem on top of everything we've been seeing so far.
Indeed. I agree with Ryan's assessment there. And this is generally traveling right in the direction of Pulaski and Polkville, right in between these two towns here, south of I-20. So I was getting to that. You know, I have so much to say about each of these storms here. You can see this one develop very rapidly. Back then is when we last had a look at it.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Oh man, so now we have two confirmed tornado warnings right next to each other. I assure you, if you've received both warnings, they are for separate storms that are moving in different directions here.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Are in different areas. Wow, my goodness, everything's happening at the same time. So this has been a confirmed tornado. We have that look at in Brandon, Mississippi, which is back here. This traffic cam is pointed to the east. You can see all of the lightning in the back end of the storm that's currently producing a tornado. So if you see the clouds down there in the bottom right of the stream there, that's a Brandon, Mississippi traffic camera. You are literally looking at the back side of a tornado producing a storm right there. So you might even be able to see something in there if you look very closely at that camera. This is what that looks like on radar. Here is our winds, a very, very strong rotation, and it has already been confirmed. So let's go ahead and take a look at the correlation coefficient. I'm not seeing a debris signature yet. However, we have storm chasers in the area. There may have been a sporadic debris on the previous scan here that's led to the confirmation of this warning. So again, this is very, very close to, if not already producing a tornado, as Ryan mentioned. That was Ryan Hall, for those of you curious. Very close to producing a tornado. Man, and there's so much lightning with this. So you can see how strong these storms are based on the lightning activity that we were pointing out there. So yeah, that is quite something. So yeah, these storms are not to be messed around with. We are down to 2 tornado warnings, and it's right here south and east, and also east of Jackson, Mississippi, for Pulaski, south central Scott County, north central, the northernmost part of Smith County. Also entering northwest Smith County is another a different tornado warned storm here. That is in the south part of Rankin County at the moment. So southern Rankin County to the east of Highway 49, passing towards Johns and Puckett. And also Polkville and Pulaski. All of these areas should be taking shelter. Man, Morton and Forest, you guys have probably been taking shelter for an hour. I would advise just continuing doing exactly that. These storms, they mean business. They mean business. Okay.
Andy, I'll give you a break just for a second. I know you're doing your best here. I'm just going to reiterate and give you a little bit of an update. So again, I'm really getting news out of the Florence, Mississippi storm that's now moving into Puckett, Mississippi in Rankin County. And again, we had confirmation of that storm with eyes on it as it moved through and over US Highway 49 east of Florence. From what we can tell now, that has really gone through McCullough-McClin Road, which is where it seems at this point the center of the major damage is, which is what we're hearing, major damage in that area. Multiple trees on homes, multiple trees in the road, several vehicle crashes, unfortunately, associated with the storm as well. And that goes without saying. There's definitely likely power lines down as well, which could be live on the road. So just a very dangerous situation. Probably going to hear more reports within the next few minutes as well. So just trying to keep you guys as updated as possible. We're definitely listening in very closely. And Florence, Mississippi has activated all the help they can in the immediate area. So hopefully I'll have more updates for you, Andy, as soon as possible. And hopefully with some of these other storms as well. I'd like to give you guys a more comprehensive update, but we're really just kind of focusing on the Florence storm right now because that's kind of what we can confirm information with at the moment.
Very much appreciated, Carly. I am making a name tag for you right now. So that is very good for the stream so that they can see that every time. Look at that. Professional.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. All right. So there we go. Carly's name tag. That'll show up every time. Let's take a look and see if that works. Perfect. Let's go. All right, so you guys will be able to see Carliana there every time I bring her up, so you know exactly who is talking. I got to make sure we got that production on crew. But you guys, everybody knows Carly. Everybody knows Carly at this point. If you don't know Carly, definitely should check her out on YouTube. You guys got to make sure that you're sub to all the wonderful Y'all Squad teams, so that we can do coverage like this and have such succinct news and also weather relays here. So it's very important. Every person part of this team is integral to what we're doing here.
Has been issued.
Okay, so now we're into northeast Mississippi and the Tennessee border. I was concerned if this storm would ramp back up, and it looks like it has right here near Michigan City. So good job from National Weather Service Memphis. Take a look at how fast that is. Right in the last few minutes there, we have rotation starting up just east of Michigan City, and that is headed towards Walnut and Tiplersville here, Faulkner into Tippah County. Northern Tippah County, northern Benton County, and the southernmost bit of Hardeman County here in Tennessee. So, Tennessee and Mississippi right on the border there. Be taking shelter out to Tiplersville and Walnut. New tornado warning is going to come in right for the path of the storm. Walnut, Tiplersville, currently not in that tornado warning. However, I would be watching out ahead of this thing. Excuse me. I'd be watching out ahead of this storm and think about taking a shelter there. Down the line, the storm looks like it is going to pass generally in the area of Kossuth and down south of Corinth. Hopefully it stays to the south of Corinth, Mississippi. So be thinking out ahead of time along Highway 46 of Corinth and Boonville. Guys are going to want to make sure you're paying attention out ahead of the storm. It is about 45 minutes to an hour out from those locations. But once again, we have another attempt at producing a tornado here. Again, if previous trends hold, I don't think this will last too long here. This is a new area of the storm here that's kind of disconnected. So previously, this storm had a tornado warning associated with it, and then it's it seemed to force itself apart here. And now we have a lead and dominant supercell here on the southern flank of that split there. So very interesting progression of that storm, completely unexpected. I don't think I've seen a progression of a storm, a line of storms into a lead supercell like that before. So very interesting pattern there that's shown up and is now associated with another radar indicated tornado warning here right on the Tennessee-Mississippi border. So please be thinking of taking shelter here. Let people know out ahead of time in Corinth and Boonville, in this corridor. If you know anybody in those towns and those cities, it's a good idea to go ahead and ring them up and say, hey, it looks like there's active and tornadic storms headed in your direction. So these storms are kind of producing or almost producing tornadoes. It looks pretty scary. So please be paying attention. Tell them to join the YouTube stream and spread this stream. Hopefully we can get information to them when it gets closer to their locations. Just in the event that it is still tornadic by that point. Okay, let's take a look over here in north central Louisiana. So here we are in the state. Looks like these storms are a little bit less organized as they approach Lisbon, east of Homer. and Bernice here in Louisiana. So this is the eastern side of Claiborne Parish, and the western side of Union Parish is where these storms are strongest. Again, we're thinking out ahead of time for Ruston. These have had tornado warnings associated with them in their lifespan here, their lifetime up here in Arkansas. So still possible tornadic storms headed towards your area in Ruston, Louisiana here. Maybe as far east as Monroe, but definitely in the Ruston, Calhoun, or Calhoun area here along I-20. Should be watching ahead of time, maybe about 30 minutes out from now to when these storms get closer to your area. Go ahead and let them know. The hope is that these storms weaken as they approach the I-20 corridor here near Ruston and Monroe. So hopefully they continue to weaken, not looking as impressive as they did before, but they still have the chance to do something that could be damaging. So going to keep a close eye on these as well. Boonville is for Mississippi. All right, back over to our confirmed tornado warnings. This one is definitely doing damage now. Yeah, this is easily a tornado on the ground. Again, we have the Brandon, Mississippi traffic camera. It's a little bit far away now, back over in this area, pointed in the direction of this tornado-producing storm now. This is a really bad look for Pulaski. If we play this back, you can see this tornado is moving straight towards Pulaski. Straight towards Pulaski, Mississippi. Here is the correlation coefficient. This is the product of on the radar that shows us how uniform objects are in the air. So if you have a bunch of different sized leaves, maybe a little bit of some dirt and dust, those are all different sized objects. That is a very easy way for us to diagnose a tornado debris signature. And sure enough, we can see an irregular pattern of greens and blues here on the right side of your screen. This is definitely a tornado debris signature. This is debris from a tornado that's ongoing, and it would be right in the hook of this storm. So this is a classic look to the supercell where a tornado would be ongoing. It's very close to Pulaski. Hopefully not still doing damage, but I think we have an ongoing tornado. The velocity here, you can see on the right side now, these are your winds. So if we look very closely here, a very concentrated area of about 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds are moving this direction away from the radar. And on this side, we have winds moving toward the radar. So right in the center of this is a rotating mass of air here. And if that continues to be the case, it looks much more disorganized now. Right as it approaches the town of Pulaski, Mississippi, could be very bad news for them. So hopefully, if there was a tornado here, it was brief and it's already lifted. But nonetheless, we really hope that people are taking shelter here in Pulaski because this is right on their doorstep. Very concerned about this town. Okay, in addition to this, we have another storm up here that is currently not tornado warned, right near Branch, Forkville, Mississippi. This is to the north of our active tornado warnings. However, what I'm seeing here, once again, is that classic supercell shape is making itself known right here, right over Branch. And I think that if this looks like this for another frame, that we might see another tornado warning issued for this storm up here once again. That would mean that Ludlow, Lena, Walnut Grove are probably going to be in another tornado warning. They were previously in one within the last hour. That may cause a little bit of confusion if that does come through, so we definitely need to let them know that this is for a separate storm. It's not a duplicate warning, that they would need to be taking shelter again. So I would consider taking shelter once again in this area near Ludlow, Walnut Grove, and Harperville, as this supercell does look like it's attempting to become tornadic once again. For our southern storm, what we're watching right now happen to this supercell near Puckett and Johns that has previously produced a tornado.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Is a merger. So you can see this little storm right here is moving very quickly into the supercell. So it's coming together here, developing a little bit as it does. And what's going to happen here is very tough to tell because the storm is just going to go right into where the tornado-producing part of the supercell, is ongoing. So what this does, it might disrupt the tornado process. It might enhance it as it interacts here. So this could be a very rapidly developing situation for Johns, Mississippi, especially in this area. So when we get storm mergers like this, it's a very, very rapidly developing situation, very uncertain situation, and I'm a little bit worried about what this could do. I'm
Andy,
hoping.
I'm going to pop in on that note
for
as
it.
you're talking about a possible merger. The last we've heard from the Rankin County feeds in that area from officials is that the tornado is, as of just a few moments ago, still on the ground around Highway 13, and then it's just southwest of Puckett. Of course, where we're seeing that radar information come from as well. So they do still have eyes on the storm. But fortunately, we do still have ears in Rankin County, so we're getting pretty rapid updates. Like I said, we do have lots of damage reports coming from Florence, but they do still have eyes on it as of right now, near Highway 13.
Highway 13. Okay. I see exactly where that is. Thank you, Carly. Again, apologize for the cough. Anybody who is coming in, thank you for being patient with me. Definitely thankful for Carly to give me a little bit of a break here. I'm doing the best I can. So Highway 13 is this road right here through Puckett and Polkville. So we have a visual confirmation still of a tornado, probably power flashes ongoing from this highway. The tornado would be right back in here near Johns. So observations are being taken place from the highway in this direction. So you can see that on the radar right there. And again, this merger is ongoing right now. I'm very worried actually about what's going to happen here. Again, these storm mergers are known to cause some very destructive tornadoes very quickly. However, they can also do the exact opposite once again and disrupt the tornado process and prevent one from forming. So we're not sure what's going to happen here. We're literally watching the beginning of the merging process here, and what occurs in the next 10 minutes might be everything or it might be nothing.
Andy, and I would like to just bounce off that for a second, trying to give you as much of a break as you can have. I'm going to send something over to you in Ryan's stream text, but just something to reiterate to the chat. The nocturnal tornado threats are so incredibly dangerous because you can't see what's going on. Also, we're talking about the deep south where there's lots of trees. It's very dangerous terrain for this kind of weather. And on top of that, because it's a nocturnal threat, it's especially concerning. And we're not getting a lot of visuals, right? There's only a certain amount of chasers on this storm. It's incredibly difficult to see and to be around. So, Andy, I've sent you something. I don't think we can put this on stream, but it's a chaser feed, which is actually giving us a little bit of a visual on one of these storms. Maybe we can retweet it or something to try to get it out there. But again, just reiterating, this is incredibly dangerous. We can't see what's happening. All we've got is really what's on radar and perhaps a few images from Twitter where these chasers are. So again, just dangerous terrain and nocturnal tornado threat. It's that much more important to take these threats, even the severe thunderstorm warnings, very seriously, because the deep south and these nocturnal threats are very, very tricky.
Indeed. Much appreciated, Carly. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at what you sent me there so I can see. This is from a chaser feed, a tornado on the ground south of Pelahatchie. So this is that would be from our storm that's up to the north here near Pulaski. I'm playing the audio so you guys know that this is happening. Oh yeah, I see it right in the center there. So these definitely are producing visible tornadoes that are only being illuminated by lightning. So yeah, I definitely see that. I'll give that a retweet for sure.
And sorry, just interrupt you one more time, just for a second. And again, just to stress how serious this is, we were already getting reports of injuries coming out of the Florence area. So I'll keep you guys updated as these reports are definitely going to start coming in a lot quicker now. But we do already have confirmation of some injuries from that storm. So as you said, Andy, we're really concerned about the merger. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but it's definitely a dangerous situation.
Indeed. Much agreed. So, I have given that a retweet. If you guys want to hop over to Twitter, I'm going to post that in the chat. At some point, you will hear me say that, and then you can see a highlighted message from me in chat. That is the link to the tweet, or the link to my Twitter, and the first tweet will be the retweet of that Pelahatchie tornado that was caught by Ryan Kelly. Ryan Kelly has caught that tornado, so I'm going to go ahead and post that in the chat. You'll be able to see that there. Go ahead and click on that link. That is my Twitter account, so you can see anything I retweet there. Just to give you visual confirmation that these storms are producing tornadoes, the one that you're watching there, if you do see that on Twitter, you don't even have to have an account to see it. Unfortunately, we can't show it because we want to make sure that our storm chasers are that we're respecting their content. That tornado happened just south of Pelahatchie, which was associated with this storm right here. Again, it looks like it's disorganized on approach to Pulaski, so hopefully not currently still producing a tornado, but you literally are seeing from that tweet the tornado that was right here associated with this supercell. So that is the reason we have a confirmed tornado warning in that pink polygon in place there. And unfortunately, I think we're seeing another example of a mesocyclone handoff occurring right now in the last minute. So the previous location of the tornado was in this part of the storm up here that's now moving off to the northeast over I-20. This is currently probably more than likely not producing a tornado. Had to have 3 modifiers on there. However, if you look very closely here at the radar, a new area of concern is right over the town of Pulaski. And if you look on the left side of your screen, you can see that's associated with a new hook. A new hook on the storm is formed right here. And I believe this is the beginnings of another mesocyclone handoff. So literally what that means is that the storm is handing off the rotating part of it to the south and east, and a new tornado can form there. So when this happens, it's a very actively developing situation as well. And it means that very quickly we could see a new tornado that's much in a different spot here. And it could form right over the town. So again, I really hope that people in Pulaski are taking shelter. If that does occur rapidly here, it looks like it has the potential to do so. So we really hope that doesn't happen, but again, in the next few scans here, that could be the case. Thank you, Carrie, for the support. I'm doing as best I can. Appreciate you guys being patient. Hopefully, I'm able to get as much information out as possible on this stream. Thank you guys for being here. We have the power of numbers. We have the power of numbers together here. You guys can relay information from the stream to people you may know in this area, and that is where we shine together. So much appreciated to all of y'all who are watching now. Thanks for being here. Thanks for interacting with the stream and letting YouTube know that this is important. It means a lot. So 2 active situations here. One storm exhibiting a mesocyclone handoff, literally a transportation, new area of rotation showing up here near Pulaski. And on this storm to the south and west here near Johns and Puckett, Mississippi, we have a merger ongoing. So we have 2 separate storms that are coming together. And when this happens, we have a rapidly developing situation. Not sure if this is going to lead to a strong tornado or if it's going to prevent a tornado. Either situation is completely possible. So again, over the next 15 minutes for this storm is a time of uncertainty and a time to reiterate that it's very important to take tornado safety precautions. So let me go over one more time what you should be doing here if you are in these tornado warnings in central Mississippi, generally to the east and southeast of Jackson, Mississippi, for a general frame of reference. In a tornado warning, you want to be in the interior-most room of your house or a basement if you do happen to have one here in the state of Mississippi. In the interior-most room of your house, you want to make sure you have your shoes and you have a pillow or something to cover your neck with. That's the most important part that you want to prevent from anything from hitting you. So having a pillow or a helmet is very useful. And while you have those items, very easy to just have those 2 things. Make sure you have them with you. All you have to do is make sure everybody's accounted for, and then you can take me with you on any device to make sure that you're still receiving information. Easy checklist. If you're anywhere in southeast and eastern Mississippi, if you're in Meridian, it's a great idea to just go ahead and practice that. Just go ahead and practice that. You guys have probably been through quite a few tornado warnings, and this is going to be an active day for tornadic storms moving through your area over the next few hours. So it's a great idea to just go ahead and get stuff ready. Have a nice hot beverage in place so you know that you can be you can have a little bit of comfort there while you weather out the storm. All right? It's a great idea to just be ready. Great idea to be ready. Okay, another storm that has my eye is up here near Camden, Mississippi. So this is up north of Jackson along Interstate 55 near Way. You can see a supercell that's trended for quite some time here and has actually had a pretty concerning area of rotation here for just a scan or two. So for a few minutes, it's looked pretty concerning, maybe on a little bit of a decreasing trend. However, this is definitely a rotating supercell here, rotating thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Camden. So this would generally head in the direction of Carthage, Mississippi, if you can see that along that blue arrow. This may become a tornado-warned storm, so out ahead of time, let's be thinking about taking shelter there in Carthage. You guys are in an active storm area, so it's a good idea to practice it, of course. Even if there is no tornado warning for this storm, be ready just in case there is one. Go ahead,
Andy,
Carly.
I'm sending over you really quick a picture in the Ryan stream text. I think we can show this one, but it's a image of the tornado as it moved just to the east side of Florence, Mississippi. Again, just kind of reiterating that not only are we hearing reports of major damage in that area, we're also getting confirmed reports of injuries already, which of course is not great. I'm anticipating that we're going to be hearing a lot more reports from this area over the next hour or two. So far, we also know that the officials in Florence have kind of been blocked in and limited to what they can work with at the moment because of live wires and continued falling tree branches. So, of course, it's a very dangerous situation for them just after the storm with live power lines on the road, with trees in the road, multiple car accidents that we've gotten reports of as well. So, it's dangerous for even the emergency personnel to be out there. So we're really just keeping the Florence area in our thoughts right now. They definitely need it. So like I said, we're getting more reports, and the visual confirmation is great to have just to give everyone kind of an image with the storms on radar that we've been talking about. Visual stimuli are really important for people to see during these kinds of events. Again, just hammering on the fact that nocturnal threats are incredibly dangerous. So having some kind of visual stimuli can often be really helpful for people in these kind of situations.
I agree, Carly. Thank you. And yeah, go ahead and send that. And if we can show it, I will definitely pop it up on the
I
stream.
think we can. It looks like one that we can show. It looks like I think so, yes.
Okay, I'll do that whenever you send that over. Thank you, 2611 Jay. Much appreciated. Thank you, Diane, for the support. Thank you, guys. We're working hard. Ryan is dealing with an ear infection right now, but he is popping in on the stream here and there. So we are we have Ryan controlling the webcam in the bottom right here. We also have Storm Chaser Brandon Clement at the moment there in Florence, Mississippi. You can just see the cloud structure and the lightning on his feed. It is electrically active out there right now. Man, it is going. Okay, so Carly's passed that through. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is a picture. Gotcha. All right, so let me pull this up. So this is from Copper Ridge, east side of Florence, Copper Ridge subdivision. Let me see if I can pull this up here. All right, so here we go from Cyber Sector here. Thank you for tagging us there. In Florence, Mississippi. This is a look at the tornado that was very close to this area. So I think we're looking south here. Perhaps if we're east of Florence, Mississippi, we were looking south here. This is 30 minutes ago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
30 minutes ago, this tornado was on the ground there. We definitely saw the debris signature east of Florence. This is just a showcase of a lightning illuminating this tornado and a picture of it, probably from a video that this person took. Thank you for passing that along. Very useful image there. So yeah, I mean, if you guys aren't thinking that there are tornadoes going on and they don't look like anything or they look a little wispy, no, they look like this. This is what we're covering right now for any confirmed tornado warnings that I'm talking about.
And also, Andy, as you know, we're talking about the Deep South. So as someone who's from Tennessee, a Tennessee native, these are the nasty, high precipitation, trees everywhere, grungy, nocturnal tornadoes, which are just absolutely the most horrifying, in my opinion, tornadoes to really deal with. They are just nasty and always at night, it seems, especially for West Tennessee, Mississippi area. Just really dangerous and terrifying to look at when you get a visual of them if you can.
Indeed. I see a lot of people asking in chat about Carly's channel. I've gone ahead and added that to the description of this stream. So if you refresh, you'll be able to see that updated description. You'll be able to find her channel there. Definitely want to give a huge shout out to Carly as she helps out with the stream. Thank you guys for asking about that. So that's now in the description. You can find a direct link to Carly's channel. Huge part of the Y'all Squad there. All right, so let's go ahead and go through our storms one by one here. For our active tornado warnings, of which we have 4. This one is right on the Tennessee-Mississippi border, near Walnut, Tiplersville, and to the south of Middleton. You can see that severe thunderstorm warning was just issued there because this tornado warning in the pink box is going to be allowed to expire.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So this warning up here in northeastern Mississippi is going to be allowed to expire. We don't have a consistent area of rotation associated with this storm at the moment. So I wouldn't come out of shelter in Walnut and Tiplersville. It's just a great idea to just be, huddled inside in the interior-most room of your house and weather out these storms. And definitely still be thinking about our friends there in Corinth, down to Boonville here in the northeast part of Mississippi. Again, that's Alcorn County and Prentiss counties there, especially the northern side of Prentiss County. These storms still have the potential to become tornadic over here in the northeast part of Mississippi. So definitely let people know in Corinth and Boonville, if you're just now joining us, that these storms are approaching their area over the next 30, 45 minutes or so. And that they could become tornadic at any point. So be ready to take action, have everything in place in the interior-most room of your house. Is a great idea to be prepared. Don't be scared, be prepared. So this warning was allowed to expire while I was talking about it. So now let's cycle through the rest of our warnings here. But quickly, before we do that, I want to show you guys this storm here. And this is the one in north-central Louisiana. Again, this is the area approaching Vienna and Ruston here in Lincoln Parish. So the storm is now in Lincoln Parish. And if you look, this is ramped up very rapidly here in the last few scans. Here we have our very tight rotation. This is definitely going to get a tornado warning, by the way. So there is going to be a tornado warning for Lincoln Parish. I can almost guarantee that is going to happen. So please, y'all watch out ahead of time. As soon as this warning comes through, be taking shelter in Ruston, Louisiana. Ruston, Louisiana, Vienna, Chaudron. Down here along Highway 167. That warning is definitely going to come through in just a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There it is. All right, Dubac here. Again, Ruston is not in this tornado warning yet. However, this is a very concerning storm. Just to give you guys an idea of what you're looking at here, you've seen this signature probably several times now on the right side of your screen. First, I'm going to draw the supercell for you. So here is our hook shape here embedded in the storm, and then the rest of the supercell is all the way around it here. So our hook is right in here, right on Highway 187 north of Ruston. And then on the right side of your screen, you can go ahead and see that we have about 60-mile-an-hour winds going this direction along this blue arrow in the blues and greens here. So this is about 60 miles an hour this direction, and about 50 miles an hour going this direction on the southern side of the storm. This is rotating right in here. So this is rotation. This is where our tornado would be. And unfortunately, this one is going to be embedded in heavy rain as well. So you're not going to see this storm at night. Lightning is not going to illuminate it more than likely. It's going to be embedded in rain if there is a tornado ongoing with this storm. So you can see just how dramatic that is when that rotation comes together. And we have a new warning now for Lincoln Parish. So there you go. Dubac, thank you. So it's right over Dubac, Louisiana. So there's your new warning. I just had to call that out ahead of time. The moment I saw that, I knew that was going to come through. So there you go. New tornado warning for Lincoln Parish. This is in the north side of Lincoln Parish. But if you're in Ruston, if you're along I-20 here to the west of Calhoun, whichever pronunciation is correct, This extremely electrically active storm is approaching your area, and it does have a tornado likely somewhere in the heart of it. So you're not going to be able to see it. You're not in the warning in Ruston yet, but I would think about taking shelter out ahead of this, letting people know in Ruston what to do here. So if you know anybody along I-20 here, east of Arcadia and west of Monroe here, definitely give them a call. Let them know that this storm, has been approaching their location, and it's a good idea to be taking shelter as they have a tornado-warned storm approaching their area. The hope is that it doesn't continue producing a tornado when it gets down there, but it may do so. Okay, so that's for our friends again, north central Louisiana. Here's a look at the state where we're looking at, so you can see the outline there. Up to I-20 around Ruston.
And you just popping in real quick to let you know you might need to refresh Clement's feed.
Okay, so Brandon Clement's frozen a little bit. Thank you. All right, let's see if we can give a refresh to that. See if he comes back through. Got to be always live producing here. Good news here is it looks like this tornado or this tornadic circulation has decreased in intensity extremely quickly. We're already seeing the decline of this storm being able to produce a tornado. So at the moment, it looks like this is not going to produce a tornado, but it's still quite a powerful supercell, and I think it might have a couple more attempts left in its life here. So really still concerned with the I-20 corridor here in north central Louisiana. Thank you guys for the support, Angie and Nikki. West Central Alabama is a location that I do want to cover today. It will be sometime before that becomes the main area of tornadic potential. We will see. Go ahead, Carly.
It's funny that you say that, Andy, because I was just going to say that I'm trying to read the chat as much as I can, and I know rightfully so, a lot of you are concerned about your area. I know a lot of you are in the Deep South right now who are in this threat area, and if Andy is not covering your area as of right now, in some ways it's good news because that means you are not in the main threat. Andy's going to cover the main threats, and then if you watch for long enough, eventually we will talk about the later areas that are going to be for the rest of the night, and even tomorrow we always do the future forecast as well. So we know that you guys are concerned about your own area, and we want to just make sure that you know that we will get to the future forecast when we can. And if you are concerned, we also encourage you to reach out or to check your local forecast as well. I know a lot of you live in these areas, so just be patient. We will get to you as needed and to the forecast at some point.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Carly.
Mm-hmm.
Always a good reminder coming through there. I know a lot of people like to ask about their location, and you are definitely valid in doing so. So don't feel bad about asking about your location, because I do want to include everybody who is in the risk area and is tuning in today. That's a very wise thing and a very good thing that you're doing for yourself or others that you're looking out for. So it's always encouraged. Again, the power is in numbers. So very much appreciate you guys. Thank you, Chris. Speaking of Chris's support there in Germantown, the Memphis Metro here, I want to tell you guys that you are out of the tornado threat today. If you're in the Memphis Metro, you are done with the severe weather today. That's the hope, is the main severe weather threat, and it is done for you guys. Any attendant thunderstorms that might happen through the night will remain much less of a threat in this area of Memphis, as well as Jackson, Tennessee. If you're in anywhere else near in Tennessee, you guys are pretty much good to go as well. It really looks like the areas are now going to be confined to northeast Mississippi and down south in our corridor here into west central Alabama out ahead of these storms. So I just want to let you know, if you are in Memphis, you're good. If you're in Jackson, Tennessee, you're good. If you're in Jackson, Mississippi, you might not be as good. However, it does look like most of the storms are off to your east now. All right, so let's go. Let's continue going through our current active tornado warnings. All of the rest of our warnings, besides Lincoln Parish in Louisiana, are focused in east central Mississippi now. So we are entering east central Mississippi and pretty much central Mississippi as well. There are a couple of storms I want to talk about. It looks like Jackson, Mississippi is out of the corridor of active storms. Hopefully that remains the case, and you guys should be done today. So let's go from south to north here and take a look at each of our tornado warnings. At the moment, no tornado warnings are confirmed, aka we do not have a tornado on the ground that we know about right now. So these are all radar indicated, meaning that they pose a threat, an immediate threat. However, they are not currently producing a tornado to the best of our knowledge. So here we go. First tornado warning does go through central Smith County, includes Raleigh, Mississippi, Silverena, and as far to the east as Bay Springs, just outside that town in the pink polygon here. It also includes Gunn and is now to the east of Puckett. This is a tornado warning. You can see the circulation is pretty broad in this general area, and you can see the general shape of the supercell right here. So please be taking shelter ahead of this just in case in Raleigh, Mississippi. To the north, near Pulaski, now to the east of the town, we have another healthy supercell. Very classic look to it with the hook coming down here and the rest of the supercell taking on this shape. This is a tornado warning that does include Roberts, Mississippi, and should pass to the south of Newton and Montrose. I know you guys have been through a lot of warnings right now, but this is the active one at the moment that is continuing right now. So please be taking shelter out to the northwest corner of Jasper County, Mississippi, southwest corner of Newton County, and the northeast corner of Smith County here. Multiple tornado warnings in Smith County. Up here, this is not currently a tornado-warned supercell near Hillsborough. However, it looks like it's taking on the shape here to possibly incur another warning here in Scott County. So this is a storm that's close to Hillsborough, Mississippi, close to Forest, Mississippi once again, and to the east we have Lake and Conehatta. Conehatta. I'm hoping that's right. No tornado warning on this at the moment, but you can see that it does still have that same general supercellular shape that a lot of the storms are exhibiting today, and that on the right side we do see an area of rotation that's not super powerful. However, I would not be surprised if we did get a new warning, especially watching the storm as it intensifies or de-intensifies. So hopefully this continues this trend and we don't get a tornado out of this storm. But don't be surprised if another warning comes through for Scott and Newton counties. That would be the reason why. In addition, I've talked about this storm close to Canton, Mississippi up here near Camden, Sharon. At the moment, it has not come together to produce a tight area of rotation that we could observe. So no tornado warning has been given to this storm yet. However, it is still a mature supercell or a rotating thunderstorm, and thus I think it could become tornadic. It has the potential to do so as it goes off to the east, closer to Carthage, Mississippi, and Leake County. Excuse me. All right.
Andy, do you need a second? Let me give
No.
you a second here.
Not this time, Carly. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. I'll let you know. Cycling through these storms here. So now what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to bring up a new radar site over here because we do have a strong storm that is to the north of Tuscaloosa in Alabama. This one has remained non-tornadic for the time being. We can take a look at the shape of it. It looks like it is not tornadic like our other storms. It's got a little bit of a disorganized hook that extends back and away from the storm. This is not conducive for rotation to pop up here. So at the moment, this storm is not tornadic in the northern part of Tuscaloosa County here and the southern part of Fayette County, about where the storm is located near Samantha and Barry. So just want to give an update for anybody who is taking a look at that storm and wondering about it. The only other storm I see that's concerning here into northeast Mississippi is just north of Starkville. There haven't been any tornado warnings in this general corridor in Oktibbeha County or Columbus, Mississippi, anywhere in this area. We haven't seen a tornado warning yet. Generally, the storms have remained much messier. There have been a lot more storms, so they've all been kind of interacting with each other and preventing, one main supercell from taking over and giving us a tornado. But this one, just to the north of Starkville and Mississippi State University here, does have a little bit of rotation associated with it. It does look like the most concerning storm if I did have to pinpoint one over here. So we'll watch this one closely as it passes away from Starkville and towards West Point and areas north of Columbus. Okay, now, Carly, you can go ahead.
Well, I'm actually trying to send you over a picture right now, Andy. And I'm just on the fly confirming that this is the area. But it looks to be correct here. So let me send this over to you. This is from the Hinds County Emergency Management, which is just west of Jackson here. I'm going to send this over to you, which is a picture of the Florence County storm just before it, around the Terry area, it says here, which is really interesting. I'd love for you to look at that for me. And an update on the storms that went through the Florence area. We're listening to the Rankin County feeds, by the way. Brandy is helping us out tremendously behind the scenes. So the Rankin County feeds encompass the Pulaski, I believe, Mississippi area, and then also the Florence area as well. So we've talked about how there's been confirmed heavy damage in the Florence area. Unfortunately, with the amount of live power lines that are down on the road at the moment, emergency services are not really able to get into those main heavily damaged roads right now. And because it's dark outside, it's really difficult and dangerous for them to try to be going out until they can get that taken care of. So unfortunately, what that means is that it's going to be a little bit slower for us to hear some of these reports coming out. But we do know that there is damage out of Florence, as we've mentioned, just reiterating that. So we're going to be hearing from Florence probably for the next couple of hours here.
Indeed, I agree. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at what you've sent over, Carly. From the emergency management, so we can show this, just making sure. Yeah, I believe we can show this, okay. So this is a look at, oh, I opened it on the wrong thing. This is a look at the storm that produced the tornado warning around Florence, also the tornado around Florence from Hinds County, which is where Jackson, Mississippi is. So they're taking a look at this storm from further away. And just to give you guys an idea of what you're looking at here from the Hinds County Emergency Management Twitter, you're looking at the hook of the storm, essentially, where we have this lowering part of the cloud right here that I can draw for you. And then right somewhere in this lowering would be the funnel cloud here that would drop down. So this does look like a suspicious area. However, it's underneath a tree line, so I can't confirm if that's exactly where the tornado was at this time of capture. But this is a look further away at what a tornado-producing storm looks like when it's illuminated by lightning at nighttime. It's a pretty good look there from Hinds County Emergency Management Services. Oh, okay. Let's take another look at north central Louisiana. So here we are again, getting much closer to Vienna and Ruston here in north central Louisiana. No organized rotation with this storm whatsoever as it stands, as it approaches the I-20 corridor in this area near Chaudron, and Calhoun or Calhoun. Gosh, these dang pronunciations. Right along to the east of Ruston is where the area of concern would pop up here, right along I-20. So again, this is getting much closer to Ruston. However, the storm looks much less concerning in terms of tornadoes. So I am not seeing a concerning area for another tornado warning to pop up here. Just for an update for those in Ruston. But it's a great idea to be practicing taking shelter. Once again, interior-most room of your house, because a tornadic storm is approaching you. Even though it doesn't look like it's going to produce a tornado right now, you never can tell because it's dark, and also there's plenty of heavy rain to wrap up anything suspicious in there. So interior-most room of your house, just have shoes with you and a pillow, and something comfy to pass the time. Calhoun, gotcha. Thank you. So that's again an update for Ruston, Louisiana. And Calhoun. So that is in eastern Lincoln Parish. Now, in addition to that, I'm also looking at the storm in northeast Mississippi. So this is for our friends in Corinth, You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning up here. However, no tornado warning exists, and it doesn't look like there is an organized area of rotation now. So the same story has remained true for Kossuth, Corinth, and areas north of Boonville here in northeast Mississippi. So the storm is approaching you. Currently, a severe thunderstorm warning on it for 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it's going to be pretty gusty when this storm gets to you. But at the moment, I don't see anything tornadic associated with Corinth, Mississippi, and Kossuth, Mississippi. Ooh, that's a tongue twister. Shudrint, thank you. Appreciate that. So there you go. That's an update for northeast corner of Mississippi here. Let's go ahead and look at this storm in northern Tuscaloosa County in Alabama. Again, non-tornadic storm here. However, we do have thunderstorm wind damage that says a large tree was blown down and is completely blocking Highway 171 here between Newtonville and Moores Bridge. So this storm is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and it has blown down a large tree and is blocking the highway right here between Newtonville and Moores Bridge in Alabama. It's the northwest corner of Tuscaloosa County here. So for anyone trying to pass through that highway, that is inaccessible at the moment.
Andy, are we fans of using NATOcast on here?
Absolutely.
I'm going to send you something over, and I don't like it because it's now touching me. So I'm personally invested in this now.
All right. So Carly's sending over NATOcast, which is one of the resources that, I mean, they work closely with the SPC. There's definitely no reason to not analyze the products of NATOcast, which you may be familiar with if you're a weather enthusiast or someone who uses Twitter often. That is where they put their products out. So NATOcast is just a model that shows tornado potential. They also have products for hail and wind, but of course, the one that people are most interested in is its analysis of atmospheric conditions for tornadoes. So Carly is sending this along. Thank you, Carly. Let me see what the new NATOcast says. New NATOcast. So I want to get some context on this as I show you guys this. So this is for tomorrow's analysis from NATOcast here. So this will be through the afternoon and probably the evening hours here tomorrow. It looks like a focus corridor for tornado potential is possible from this model from Mobile, Alabama through Pensacola and into Dothan. However, it does look like a little bit less of a threat does extend also through southwest into west central Georgia as well. At the moment, there is no plan to have a live stream tomorrow, but it is definitely a great idea to be weather aware in these areas that have gone through repeated severe weather risks over the last week or so. So that is unfortunate. So maybe a few tornado warnings will be possible tomorrow in those areas along the Gulf Coast. Florida Peninsula, Western Florida Peninsula, and Mobile, Alabama areas. You guys know you've been through it several times recently. So once again, an active day of severe weather is possible tomorrow. Currently, no stream plans exist for that, unfortunately. But my goodness. So if that risk does get upgraded, then I will consider another stream tomorrow because definitely want to track the more concerning severe weather outbreaks. So a look at this storm in northeast Mississippi from another radar site a little bit further away has me actually a bit concerned. So let's cross-check here with the Memphis radar. And yeah, what I'm seeing here actually is a new area of concern for Kossuth, Corinth, and Biggersville here to the north of Boonville. So this area, it looks like rotation is ramping up, and I wouldn't be surprised if we did get a new tornado warning here that goes into Alcorn County, Rienzi, Kossuth, and areas probably south of Corinth, Mississippi. It does look like rotation is attempting to start up once again. This is not tornado warned at the moment to the east of Faulkner and Tiplersville in Mississippi. Again, we're in the northeast corner of the state, but I wouldn't be surprised if this continues to look like this if we do get another tornado warning associated with this storm. So you can see that that's ramped up only in the last couple of frames of data here, so the last 5 or 6 minutes or so, we're seeing this new area of rotation develop and possibly intensify. So it looks like the current track this is taking, if there was a tornado warning associated with it, would be once again to the north of Boonville towards Rienzi, I believe is how you pronounce that, south of Corinth, and a little bit to the south of Kossuth. So if there is a new warning associated with this storm, that's the reason why. We have a look at it out ahead of time. Hopefully it does not continue to intensify. So heads up there, south of Corinth. Okay, let's go ahead and go back to these storms in east central Mississippi now. We only have one tornado warning. Wow, after having 9 tornado warnings at the same time, only having one is a little bit easier to manage, for sure. What an active stream this has been so far. This tornado warning still includes Raleigh, Mississippi, and Silverina, down towards the Bay Springs and Stringer areas here. And it does look like we still have a tornadic storm. We can see tight rotation right here east of Gunn, just north of State Highway 18 here. This is going to pass very close to Raleigh, Mississippi. However, on that most recent scan, you can see something that looks incredibly concerning. So yeah, that is very quickly developing, I bet. On this new frame of velocity, I'm a little bit alarmed about what we're going to see here when this catches up in 10 seconds. So what I can see on this frame is previous area of rotation, mesocyclone handoff off to the southeast. Third time we've seen this today. Let's see what the velocity data says. Okay, so actually not what I expected, but possibly twin tornadoes about to occur here. Right outside to the west of Raleigh, Mississippi, and Smith County. Currently tornado warned, but if you take a close look here, you can see what is probably one tornado ongoing, and this is outside of the hook, up here in the supercell, and then another area of rotation very rapidly developing right with that very classic looking hook. That is an extremely concerning signature. Yeah, that is quite the classic look there. That is you don't see that very often. And it does look like this is attempting to put 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time right here. So 1 tornado, 2 tornadoes possibly ongoing simultaneously. Kossuth. Kossuth. Okay, gotcha. Wow. Very quickly developing situation. You can see this this tornado that might be ongoing is actually moving to the north. And this tornado down here that would be in the hook of the storm would be passing to the east. So we'd have 2 possible tornadoes going completely different directions here on your screen on the right side. So not only could we have 2 tornadoes ongoing at the same time right now, but we could have them going completely different directions. Man, what a wild storm. So this is in Raleigh, Mississippi. If you need your bearings, southeast of Jackson, east central Mississippi, right in this area in the pink polygon. Okay, so let's see how this progresses. Let's take a very quick look at our correlation coefficient to see if we could see anything yet. This is developed in the last minute of this scan, so I don't think we're going to see a debris signature yet. And yes, I don't see one yet, but this is wow, this is one heck of a storm.
Andy,
Wow.
I'm going to pop in real quick and let you know that Smith County, Brandy's let us know that they don't have feed. So I'm going to try to find any other source of information, but unfortunately, there are no comms there.
Okay, so we are looking at Smith County in Mississippi right now. Carly's gone ahead and let us know there is no information coming out of this area. So hopefully, if somehow we can reach people in Raleigh, even if we can make a couple people take shelter here in Raleigh, Mississippi, that would be a great change down the line in Silverina. And it's a great idea to take shelter up here in Burns, Mississippi too, because this tornado is moving north. If there is one on the ground right there. And that's a very stark, example of why the entire tornado warning polygon is important. This is why we have the whole polygon, and everybody, and that's why we emphasize that everybody in the polygon be taking shelter whenever it is issued. Okay, so once again, we are looking in central Mississippi here, maybe south central Mississippi, a little bit south of I-20, and along State Highway, State Road 35 here. Next frame looks very interesting here. So I'm not sure if this southern area of rotation has managed to establish itself, but it is right outside of Raleigh, Mississippi. I think Brandon Clement's feed is frozen again. Let me see if I can get him back up. Okay, and oh man, look at that. Yeah, that is just not what you want to see. So, looks like our northern tornado, very briefly lived, is already dissipating, and that is a very concerning signature right outside of Raleigh, Mississippi. Okay, so it looks like this is generally traveling to the east-northeast. It might go right through the north side of Raleigh. I'm gonna go ahead and call out what's here because this is not something you see very often. So we're looking at Raleigh, Mississippi, in the center of Smith County right now, southeast of Jackson, Mississippi. Looks like this is going to pass very close to the northern side of the town. What might be about to be or is probably an ongoing large tornado. Let's go ahead and see if there's any debris. No debris showing up yet, so this is an actively developing situation. Very concerning look on your screen right now. So on the northwest side of Raleigh, Mississippi, we have Unipress Pro Advantage, the Ruby Liquor Store, Alden Group, Renewable Energy, and the Family Dollar. On the north side of Raleigh, Mississippi, we have what might be a Mississippi Department of Transportation area. There's a lot of buildings up here, if you know what I'm talking about, up here north of the North Raleigh Cemetery. A couple of houses along and buildings along State Road 35 here, or State Highway 35. It's called Mimosa Drive. So Johnson Lane and a couple of personal driveways here are right in the path of this tornado, just off to the north of Raleigh, Mississippi. If it is producing a tornado, these areas are about to be impacted. So a couple of buildings are right in the path of this, and then it passes into a rural area. I don't see very many buildings off to the north and east of Raleigh, so hopefully it will pass through rural areas for a time after that, but there are a few buildings that are immediately in danger to the north of Raleigh and basically in the town of Raleigh right now in Mississippi. Once again, we're looking at Smith County. There could be a very large tornado ongoing or about to be ongoing right here.
Andy, I'm just popping in and letting you know. So, since we don't have comms in that area, I'm trying to watch any other source of information I can. I am seeing on some other feeds. I can't confirm the tornado, of course. I don't see it on the stream, but the area, it does look definitely like a very wicked storm nonetheless. But again, the terrain is just really grungy out here. It's a lot of trees. It's very very curvy. I mean, just not the kind of terrain you want these kind of storms to be in. So I'm keeping a real close eye on this. If I see anything that I can update you on, but again, it just looks like a really wicked storm nonetheless.
Yes, I agree. I'm trying to get Brandon Clement's feedback up. There we go. Okay. Brandon's still chasing out here near Forest. He's chasing this storm just to the north, so we'll have eyes on that just in case. I do see a lot of chat saying Vince is here, so I'm gonna go ahead. I know Vince is probably live streaming on Radar Omega. That's one way that you can see that storm if it is ongoing. He should be streaming on Radar Omega. I see a little bit of a debris signature just north of Raleigh. Again, if this tornado is ongoing, it's right there. So let's take a very quick look, a very brief look at Radar Omega here, and see if we can see anything ongoing here. Just in case that one of our Radar Omega chasers has something ongoing. So here's Vince's feed.
God, I hope. Oh dear Lord, I hope it's not down. This is bad.
All right, so Vince is unsure if the tornado is down. He's just to the north of Raleigh, so he's in some of the heavy rain. You can see a lot of the lightning activity. He is staying out of the path of where this possible tornado is. Actually, looks like he is in Raleigh, Mississippi proper. Talking to locals here who may be outside when they should be in their tornado safe spots. Interior-most room of your house, of course, is where you should be. So you can watch along with Vince Welty here on Radar Omega if you have the app. He is right here on this storm, on this tornado warning. So he may have claimed that there was a tornado ongoing, but he seems uncertain now. And I agree. I would be uncertain if there is one ongoing. It doesn't look like there is one at the moment. We don't see a debris signature. The newest scan of velocity or the winds associated with the storm look a little bit disconnected. So at the moment, I don't think there is a tornado ongoing. I hope not. If there is one, it might be very weak. So we may have avoided the worst case outcome here near Raleigh, Mississippi, but that is looking very, very dangerous for just a short period of time. So once again, I'll go ahead and show you guys the debris signature or the possibility of a small debris signature here. The only valid debris would be right here north of Raleigh. This is in an area of some reflectivity returns that might be legitimate. So we could have a very small area of a possible tornado debris signature here. We'll see if the National Weather Service does upgrade the warning or not, and as soon as we get more data, we'll be able to tell. Again, those houses just north of Raleigh, Mississippi would be in the direct path of that. Once this is said and done, though, the storm is not going to, no longer be a problem. We could see another attempt at a tornado at any point here down the line along State Road 18 here towards Silverena. Be thinking out ahead of time in Bay Springs, Mississippi, as well as this gets into the southwest part of Jasper County. Down ahead of time, this would be Sandersville and Laurel up to Heidelberg, based on the path that this storm is taking. So you can see the tornadic part of it is actually moving due east, but the supercell as a whole is generally traveling to the east-southeast. So we have a couple of different components of the storm moving in different directions. So hopefully, and it looks like we avoided the worst case scenario here, but just a few minutes ago, this was looking extremely concerning on approach to Raleigh, Mississippi. Man, I am feeling a little bit grateful that the next, this is sort of a moment where you all you can do is sit here and wait for that next frame of data to come in and just cross your fingers that it doesn't look like heck, So that was very much one of those moments where I was like, oh man, you have to prepare yourself for the worst. You've called out the locations that you can, any buildings that you see, and then you just brace. But it looks like, thankfully, we haven't seen the worst outcome, so this is good. It could change, though. It's still possible to change. So please take a shelter in Silverena, Mississippi, Bay Springs, Mississippi, and down to Stringer. And as far north as Lewin. This is still a dangerous tornado warned storm, possibly tornadic, maybe currently producing a weak tornado or just about done with, and possibly had two tornadoes on the ground at the same time. Twin tornadoes at one point were possibly occurring. So, wild situation here. Again, this is our only active tornado warning right now. That is subject to change. We may see several other storms up here once again try and be worthy of a tornado warning, especially this one up here near Ludlow and Lena. We could see this storm attempt to produce or be tornado warned essentially as it passes to the east towards Walnut Grove. We've been talking about you a lot. And it should stay to the south of Carthage, Mississippi here. Okay. So
and I'll just pop in and
ahead.
give you a break
Go
for a
ahead.
second. Bless your heart. No updates, which is, for the most part, good news. I do still think, as I've been mentioning over and over again, we're going to keep hearing some things come out of Florence, which definitely took a hit. So I'll keep you updated on that. I don't have anything specific on that right now. I also don't have any other damage updates or reports from any of these other areas that have had circulation and possible tornadoes go over them. So yeah, that's it for now.
Thank you, Carly.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. And just to update you guys on the feeds that we still have Brandon Clement chasing a storm in Forest, Mississippi, rather, which is this storm up here near Lake. It looks like there's actually two separate storms there, so this may be about to undergo a storm merger and become interesting once again. But this storm definitely looks like it doesn't have anything organized at the moment as it approaches Newton once again. The storms I'm most concerned with, and one that may receive a new tornado warning, is up here in the southern part of Leake County in Mississippi, northern Scott County in Mississippi. And in addition to that, for our current active tornado warning near Burns and Raleigh, our old tornadic area was here just north of Raleigh, and already you can see another mesocyclone handoff, which literally means the new rotating part of the storm is taking over to the south and east. This is commonly referred to as a cycle of the storm. So the new cycle is rotating once again just east of the town here, and this is on approach to Silverena. So possibly another attempt at producing a tornado, like this fifth or sixth time that the storm in particular has attempted to do so. And then this caught my eye just back to the west, close to Puckett, and basically headed in the same direction towards Burns through Gunn and Raleigh. Is this supercell. So you can see it's forming a little bit of a hook right down here and going into the rest of the supercell right in this area. So over the next few minutes, we may see this develop a tighter area of rotation. And this happens quite frequently when a storm is traveling through the same areas that just, made a storm have a possible tornado with it. So the same conditions basically are in place for this this next supercell. Maybe the temperatures are a little bit cooler right in here, but it's still going to latch on and have access to some nice inflow into the storm, and also plenty of spin and localized supportive elements of the atmosphere right in place. So watching this very closely, that newest update definitely shows a much more organized hook to the storm. So we'll see what happens with that coming up here. In addition to that, let's go ahead and take a look around, see what else has occurred here, because we're also looking at north central Louisiana once again as this passes over the Interstate 20 corridor on approach to Ruston and to the west of Monroe here in north central Louisiana. It has remained non-tornadic. Currently not seeing any areas of rotation that are organized here for the storm complex in north central Louisiana, just to give an update for our friends there. And let's go ahead and look at northeastern Mississippi as well. We did see an area of rotation that was starting up here near Kossuth, Kossuth, and to the south of Corinth, and it headed towards Ryanzy and north of Boonville. That has not concentrated itself here. So this is where we were concerned about that area of rotation right here. You can see it's a little bit more organized. But now, in the most recent frames, we can see that it's much weaker, it's much broader, so I think that this is not going to produce a tornado in the near term here. So, once again, that's an update for our friends in northeast Mississippi, south of Corinth, and around the Boonville, Mississippi area. This is still a rotating storm. We'll see if it gets its act together again, but at the moment, not really concerned, not as concerned for Alcorn County into northern Prentiss County here. For everybody in Tennessee, you guys are all fine now. Looks like very little, if any, severe threat exists in the rest of Tennessee here. I think that activity will be confined well to your south. So everybody in Tennessee, you are fine. You're good to go. The tornadic part, or the tornadic storms, have passed out of the Memphis metro and Jackson, Tennessee, that area along I-40, just in case you're just now joining us. Those areas are okay now. All of Arkansas is okay as well. we are really focused, in particular, on the corridor that is between east central Mississippi here and into west central Alabama. So I'm really concerned about basically from Chatham here in Washington County all the way north to possibly Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And the storms that I'm very concerned about will probably be in this area around midnight to 1 a.m. or so. It's going to be these guys back in here. So we basically have 3 supercells that are dominant. You can see 1, 2, 3 right in here that are passing to the east. These are going to be the storms of concern over the next couple hours for this corridor in particular. So it will they'll go right up I-20. Tuscaloosa is the furthest north that I'm concerned with, and maybe as far south as Chatham here in Monroeville. And to the east of that, for anyone in Selma, Birmingham, Montgomery, by the time the storms get to you, it will be in the early morning hours. The threat for tornadoes and any severe element will go way down. Will go way down as they get into the central Alabama area here in the Interstate 65 corridor. So I'm only really concerned and will be live for the next couple of hours for this specific area as far east as Tuscaloosa and basically in this blue box here. So you can find yourself in there. If you're in Columbus, Mississippi, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, all the way south to maybe the border of Washington County in Alabama here, that's the area of concern. You're in Monroe, Louisiana. Yep, just talked about you guys. You're all good there. Storm is remaining non-tornadic for now. Okay, so hopefully that gives you an idea of where I am focused and the time frame that I will be here for to, when the storms are expected to have the most tornado potential associated with them. All right. Hopefully that was a really good update. I felt good about that one. I hope that helps a lot of people understand what I'm looking at here. So let's go ahead and look at our main 3 supercells, as well as this one to the east of Forest. So the southern one is the most tornadic at the moment, meaning it has the highest potential to produce a tornado, and has done so a couple of times already back when it was closer to Florence. This is actually a complex of supercells, so we have one to the west that is also possibly tornadic, and this one out in front that they're currently interacting with each other. So from what I can tell, this is not currently producing a tornado. We can double check with the correlation coefficient. I don't see anything in particular that would indicate that there is a tornado ongoing here, so we should be fine. However, you're still in a warning here in Smith County, down towards Silverena, east to Bay Springs and Lewin along State Road 15 here are next up. Thank you, Linda, for the support, and anybody I might have missed. Diane, I appreciate it. Thank you, anybody who's passed along support, Lily and Duke, a little bit ago. You guys are keeping me going. I'm not focused on any monetary aspects of the stream. I just want to make sure that we're covering the weather, so the fact that you guys are thinking about that means a lot to me. Very much appreciated. Yeah, at the moment, Louisiana storms are not tornadic there in the north central part of the state along I-20. We're going to take another look at them, though, just to triple check. Triple check. So, still 1 tornado warning for this storm. This will probably continue to be the case. The areas of concern we're looking at here are rotating here north of Raleigh and east of Raleigh here in Mississippi. And back to the west here, we also have another supercell, again, near Puckett and Gunn. This is just a corridor of active tornadoes, or active tornado-warned storms. I think this one will probably do the same thing. It looks like it's organizing pretty well. To the north, we have a disorganized storm to the northwest of Newton. This is what storm chaser Brandon Clement is looking at right now. I got his feed still going here. So he is chasing this one. Actually, no, Brandon Clement's made his way down to Raleigh. Brandon Clement has made his way down to Raleigh, Mississippi. So now we have a look at now we have a stream for the storm down here. So he's taken the south option from Forest down to Raleigh. I wish I had his dot here so I could show you. But yeah, he is now chasing this storm. So if there is a tornado with this storm, Brandon Clement might have a look at that as it goes off to the east towards Lewin and Montrose. Looks like those are the areas of concern.
Andy, I want to point out really quick. I'm watching multiple chaser feeds on the storm, but even outside of the tornado threat with this, it is an absolute light show. I don't know if Brandon's going to get to see that soon. Hopefully so, because it is really interesting to watch. I've never actually seen a storm produce so much constant lightning on this. It's really incredible, actually.
Yeah, I hope his feed continues to work so we can see exactly
Yeah,
that.
I hope so. It's very interesting.
All right, let's see if it keeps freezing up on me. So he might be in an area of low service, but yeah, he is now down here chasing the storm in Smith County. So if we get another tornado or an attempt at it, we're gonna have some hopeful lightning illuminated truth or evidence of what's going on there. Once again, no tornado warning yet with this storm up here in southern Leake County, south of Carthage, Mississippi. But you can see it's a classic looking supercell here. It's the shape of it. This is moving generally to the east towards Walnut Grove. The area of concern would be down here near to the south of Lena. So Walnut Grove and again this town, Sebastopol. Can I get that right one time this stream? I think that's correct. Thank you, Apricot, for the support, and Christina, much appreciated. And then this northern supercell that's kind of consolidated here, just to the north of Kosciuszko here, generally in the Ackerman, Mississippi area, and Poplar Creek. It does not have an area of tight rotation associated with it, but it still looks like a well-organized supercell, so I'm going to watch it closely. It's going through a bunch of smaller storms that are kind of merging into it here, so this may disrupt some processes that we might see for efficient hail production or any sort of tornado threat. All right, now let's take a look at north central Louisiana, just to make sure you guys are kept up to date here, because the storm is right over I-20. Once again, this is not a tornadic complex of storms here. I don't see any chance for a tornado here right now for anyone from Ruston through Calhoun to the west of Monroe. So anyone watching in this area, severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds, maybe some small hail in here as well. But anyone in Washita Parish here, Lincoln Parish, and into Jackson Parish, doesn't look like there's going to be a tornado anytime soon with this storm. So hopefully that helps with any storm anxiety over there. Just probably a lot of lightning with this thing, I imagine. Sebastopol. Pool? I thought it was pole. Well, everybody in chat is going to give me different pronunciations. But thank you. Thank you for trying to help. One more look also in northeast Mississippi. Storm in the southern part of Alcorn County, northern Prentiss County. No organized rotation with this as it gets to Rhinesey. So anyone from Ripley over to Corinth, these storms do not look concerning to me. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings with them now. I think we are in the time of the night where we are seeing that tornado threat drop off, and we're seeing the severe threat also begin to drop off, which is great. We're not done yet, but we don't have 9 tornado warnings like we did earlier. And we don't see these storms actively maintaining their intensity and rotation. So this is good. Wow. Yeah, so if you're in Florence, Alabama, you're good. It looks like you're totally fine right now. Strong, organized part of the storm is not going to pass through your area, so. And the stronger part of the storm down here is not exhibiting anything that looks concerning to me at the moment. So So, Northeast Mississippi update. Y'all are looking pretty good right now. I'm going to keep a close eye just in case something does ramp up there over the next hour or so. I think we're going to go for another hour or so. But it's looking okay right now. It's looking like the threat is definitely decreasing quite a bit. All right, so we got Brandon Clement's feed is not coming back up. I'm not sure if his stream is working or not, but he is down here near Raleigh and Silverina, and this storm still looks it still looks pretty bad. It looks like the storm or the supercell to the west near Burns, north of Raleigh. This one is not getting its act together. I think the rain cooled air is probably preventing its best chance at organizing. However, the lead supercell you can see is got quite the structure to it. Here it is right here. Part of it is embedded in the forward flank of this previous storm that's kind of moving into it. But that lead supercell is definitely huge. Once again, the rotating part of the storm is moving generally to the east. However, you can see some wild motion in here. So just playing this back over the last 30 minutes or so. Just watch how some of these rotation areas of rotation move to the north, some of them move to the east, and then actually I think we're seeing a very clear example of the Fujiwara effect right here. So I think a strong part of the storm was rotating right here north of Raleigh. A strong part of the storm is also rotating east of Raleigh. So watch these kind of come together and rotate around each other. So this one began to move to the east, and this one has swung around to the north. So these are areas of low pressure that are rotating around each other. That's called the Fujiwara effect.
Andy, I've just dropped a new mesoscale discussion for you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and look at that. Thanks for spamming that, guys.
You're welcome.
Whatever you guys are spamming in the chat. Riley's in the control room again. What is he even drawing on? I don't which thing is he even drawing on? Thanks for spamming it, chat. And Riley, I see you. Michael, okay. I see. I'm glad Michael talks to you too, Carly. Yeah, I've known him for a while. There with Atlanta Airport, so that's cool that he's talking to you. He sent me a lot of useful information over time, and he's actually DM'd me, so I bet that's why he went to you, is because I was unable to respond to him.
Yeah, I'm trying to make more emergency management pals. Hopefully, that's something I'll be into in the near future. So always good to have some people who know more than I do to kind of learn from and get some experience from. So
yeah,
can always learn something.
He's definitely a very good emergency manager. I'm going to take a look at this mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center in just a second, but I wanted to update you guys. This most recent scan looks like we're probably going to have another tornado on the ground here, and unfortunately I don't have Brandon's feed, but he is chasing this right now. That Fujiwara effect has led itself very succinctly here to likely an ongoing tornado. Take a look at how tight this rotation is here. Winds that are moving counterclockwise here. So this part of the storm exhibiting 60, 70 mile an hour winds, and this part 30 mile an hour winds on the other side. That's definitely strong rotation right here. That's cropped up in the last 2 minutes. Last 2 minutes here. Again, these are rural areas right here. So this is passing through a bunch of trees. Rural areas here northeast of Raleigh here. So this is the northeast part of Smith County in Mississippi. This is going to go straight east towards Lewin and Montrose. Might even have a little bit of a north component, so it might go closer to Montrose. This is exhibiting erratic motion. Again, we've had that Fujiwara effect happening right here with different parts of the storm beginning to rotate around each other, and I definitely think that's ongoing. So erratic motion's possible here. We're definitely going to have a new tornado warning for this storm right here. So currently no debris signature, as this is a very new scan here on radar. It might not last that long. That's the hope, is that it doesn't last very long, but I think this storm is producing a tornado now. Okay, so while that's happening, let's look at the mesoscale discussion while we await that new tornado warning. So here is the newest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The most important thing to take out of this is that the tornado threat likely maximized over the next hour for this area in particular. That's highlighted here in the red circle. So again, this is basically the same area that I drew out for you guys into west central Alabama, as far east as Tuscaloosa, but only to that area and only over the next hour or so. So right here in this area that's highlighted by the red circle, that's what you're paying attention to. This is the tornado threat maximized over the next hour with the current supercells in these areas. So again, a look at the mesoscale discussion. Storm Prediction Center meteorologists believe the same thing. That I do here. definitely agreeing with their thoughts. And I believe we're seeing that tornado threat right here, right now. So be prepared for another tornado warning coming out. It's going to extend into Jasper County. And
A new tornado warning has been issued.
there it is. Subscribe to Ryan Hall, y'all. I saw that one. There's our new tornado warning. Goes into Jasper County. Includes Lewin, areas just north of Bay Springs, all the way out to Paulding. Once again, I think we might have an active tornado ongoing with this storm. If not, it is very close to producing a tornado because we have some strong winds on both sides of the circulation here. So very concerned for Lewin and Montrose. These are probably small communities here north of Bay Springs, Mississippi, along State Road 15. This is it. This is the area of concern right now. If you happen to know anybody in Lewin, Montrose, and off to the east, I'd say north of Heidelberg here, near Pashuta, Quitman, and Enterprise and Stonewall along Interstate 59, let them know ahead of time. Barnett. So if you know anybody in these areas into Clark County, let them know ahead of time that there is this is probably the strongest storm that we have ongoing right now. It's approaching them from the west, and it looks like it's going to continue to have a tornado threat over the next hour as it gets closer to their locations. So if you know anybody in East Mississippi, East Central Mississippi, this would be well to the north of Laurel and closer to Quitman, Stonewall, Pashuta, and this general area. So this is the corridor that is most likely for the supercell to travel along to the east here. Go ahead and let them know to be weather aware. Get their interior-most room of their house, a closet or bathroom is great. Go ahead and get that ready with shoes and a pillow and a hot beverage just to make sure they're comfortable and it's seen as a natural thing, okay? Yeah, Brandon Clement is chasing this storm right now. I really wish we could get his feet up because he's very close to Raleigh, Mississippi, but he's not going to be able to see this because this is definitely going to be a rain-wrapped tornado at night if it is ongoing. So this is this is a very dangerous situation, especially as people start to head to bed at 11 p.m. We're rapidly losing our response to these tornado warnings as we get into the nighttime hours. So hopefully we can get as many people safe as possible. For the other storms we have going on, they don't look as concerning or as organized as this one does. This is definitely probably the supercell we're going to be watching most intently over the next hour. It has access to the best air that's flowing into it from the south here. So this is just untouched air, very warm, very humid, and very supportive atmosphere. Winds turning with height as we go up in above the surface. So let's see. As we get our new data here, I got about 8 seconds until my new radar scan comes in. This is definitely about to produce, if not producing, a tornado right now. I'm very concerned about Lewin and Montrose, Mississippi, for anybody joining. It's a very localized area. Rain-wrapped nighttime tornado approaching these areas along State Road 15 north of Bay Springs. It is now headed due east. There's our debris signature, just beginning. This is a concentrated area of lower correlation coefficient, meaning things in the air are not all the same size. We got dust and leaves probably all flying up here. This is a tornado on the ground. Tornado doing damage right now west of Lewin, west of Montrose. Rotation is right here on the right side of your screen, right in this circled area, and it is moving this direction to the east. So that the primary area of concern right now is Montrose and Lewin, Mississippi. Since this tornado is doing damage now, I expect this warning to be upgraded to a confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service at Jackson, Mississippi. So let's go ahead, while we wait for that, let's go ahead and call out some areas here so you're familiar with what's going on here. There's a Dollar General, the Lewin City Hall, Hills Chapel Missionary Baptist Church to the west, along Smith County Road 529. Up closer to Montrose is the St. Paul Cemetery, the Country Store, Last Chance Liquor Store, Montrose Cemetery. This tornado is approaching those areas from the west. Right now, it is very close, if not over, Boondocks Deer Processing and the First Silverena Seventh-day Adventist Church. So if you know these churches in this rural area, and then approaching State Road 15 between these communities, this is where the tornado is directly traveling to. Down the line, I'm concerned about Mulberry, Mississippi as well, a small unincorporated town here. And down the line, also Rose Hill, Paulding, Pashuta, and the Interstate 59 corridor, well to the east of this storm. It's about 30 minutes away, 45 minutes away from reaching your areas here. But this is currently producing a tornado and is traveling along this corridor to the east. So once again, if you do happen to know anybody in Heidelberg up through Enterprise, so that's Stonewall, Pashuta, Barnett, Vosburg, DeSoto, Quitman, down to Shibuda, go ahead and call them up right here in eastern Mississippi. Go ahead and call them up. Let them know what's happening. Let them know that there is a tornado headed in their direction over the next 45 minutes or so. Okay? That's not a joke, by the way. You should definitely let people know if you just so happen to know somebody in this Interstate 59 corridor area, right here in east, central, southeast Mississippi, north of Laurel, south of Meridian. This is the area of concern out ahead of time. I want to make sure that we get that information out to as many people in this area as possible. Is anybody watching from Pashuta, Stonewall, Quitman? They're in Clark County. Definitely want to make sure you guys are accounted for. Yeah, definitely get the word out.
Andy, just popping in to let you know that unfortunately most of these surrounding counties are dead comms areas. So we're going to have to wait for it to move a little bit further east before we'd have any comms from there. But again, just kind of scouring any other sources that we do have. So just letting you know.
Yep, thank you, Carly. Yeah, these are not very populated areas here. I know Laurel is a big town, big city, and Meridian is definitely a populated area. But I think in between we've got mostly smaller towns, which is why it's really important late at night to let them know that there's a tornado headed in their direction. Thank you, Carly. It's unfortunate that we lack comms in communications in a lot of Mississippi, but anywhere that there are localized emergency management services and so forth, it's pretty good news, so that we can relay information. And very small debris signature here. This tornado does not appear to be too powerful, too intense at the moment, but at any point it could consolidate into a very tight rotation and an ongoing tornado. This definitely has produced a tornado, and more than likely is still producing one, but at the moment it's remaining weak on approach to Montrose and Lewin. The rest of the storms to the north still look less impressive than they did before in terms of tornado potential. Really not seeing anything in particular up here that would lead to me thinking that there would be a new warning issued for those areas. So at the moment, it's really just this one supercell that is seemingly going to be the unfortunate star of the show here. For anyone else who's joining from north central Louisiana, here's a look at that part of the state here. We have a complex of storms that are severe thunderstorm warned west of Monroe and through Ruston. You guys are probably dealing with the heavy rain and some gusty winds right now. There is no tornado threat associated with this storm. But previously, this complex of storms has had areas of concern with tornadoes, but it has not exhibited anything in the last hour. So this has mostly remained non-tornadic. Not too much to worry about here. Just a strong storm, lots of lightning moving through Ruston and areas just east. So hopefully that helps for anybody checking in those areas in north central Louisiana. All right. Just waiting on updates for this. So if you're just joining, area of rotation that we're watching right here, pretty powerful winds on both sides of where the tornado would be, and this is moving basically due east. This has a very interesting history as it's passed through Smith County in Mississippi. So we're looking in southeast Mississippi. Very interesting history with this storm. We've had several areas of rotation that actually began to rotate around each other, which we call the Fujiwara effect. And now it has consolidated into one main area of rotation that is now going to track to the east. No, Georgia is okay through the night. All right, newest scan here. Still no very tight area of rotation. We just have a broad rotation, but very powerful winds on both sides of the storm. Hopefully, it's beginning to decay here. It's completely wrapped in rain, so you have to look very closely here to see where the area of rotation is in the storm. It's wrapped in heavy rain right in there, so tough to see. Hopefully, the fact that it's wrapped in rain here, it means that reinforcing, moist and warm air is not able to make it in here and continue to sustain this the intensity of this storm. So hopefully, it begins to decay. Thank you, David Jennifer. Right, doing the best I can to continue watching this storm. It does look like this will be the one over the next hour of that we'll be concerned with. Still keeping an eye on any other storms in this corridor, but I think out ahead of time towards Quitman, Butler into Alabama here is going to be where we're most concerned. And if this storm begins to fall apart, begins to die off, then we can very confidently call that a stream of coverage. So the moment that this storm is done with, we don't see a new area of rotation wrapping up. That will be the end of the stream tonight. So that's hopefully very good news for anybody else who is worried. I'm not super concerned with any of these other storms as it stands. So this is going to be the one to watch. 10-hour stream yesterday. If y'all were here for that, we went through it yesterday. I appreciate the support. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, David. When I say a mesocyclone handoff, so we can watch that occur. I'll show you an example of that occurring back here with this storm near Raleigh just about an hour ago. So you can see right here, if you look closely, this area began to produce a tornado that then moved off to the north here. So this was about an hour ago, closer to Raleigh, Mississippi. And then we saw a new area begin to rotate to the south and east. So here is previously where the storm was focusing its rotation. And then we have what's called a mesocyclone handoff. So the rotating part of the storm moves off to the south and east. The tornado disconnects from the rotating part of the storm and moves off on its own, and that's called an occlusion or deviant motion. And then the new area of rotation ramps up here and is our next area of concern for the rotating part of the storm. So that's a cycle that we saw happen multiple times with this supercell in particular. Yep, just waiting on updates here. Might get a new scan, hopefully. No.
Randy, I know I'm being quiet over here too, but I mean the good news is that we don't have a ton of news coming out of this. I mean we're hoping it stays that way too. We don't have comms, but I'm trying to keep my eye on this in any other way that I can, and just not getting anything from it so far. Just kind of scouring through Twitter and stuff too, but nothing yet.
Always good news.
Yeah.
Always good news. So we're going to see that next scan there, and then here's what I'm going to do: is if this next frame of data comes through and doesn't look as concerning, there we go. Yes, very much less concerning. So the rotation is decayed quite rapidly here, just the west of Montrose. Again, this is state over rural areas. So if this continues to be the case, that is going to do it. So hopefully the storm does not intensify once again. But I just want to let you know that out ahead of it, there is still a corridor of favorable ingredients for areas over to the I-59 corridor. So I wouldn't be surprised if this does try again. So we're going to watch it just a little bit here for the next 15-20 minutes, see if it tries again. In the meantime, I want to pay attention to chat. Let you guys know that if you are not in this area out ahead of this storm in particular, then I'm much less concerned, especially after we get past the hour of midnight to 1 a.m. The storm should definitely lose all intensity, so you don't have to be concerned through the night as the severe risk falls off really rapidly. I do see this area up here near McCool and French Camp, west of Ackerman, so I'm going to keep an eye on that just in case. Also back here near west in Mississippi, so I'm going to keep an eye on that area just in case. Also over here in Camden, just in case one of these storms decides to pick up in intensity. But all of the previous storms that have up there into central Mississippi have failed thus far tonight to produce anything any tight rotation, any chance at a tornado. So far, they've all failed. So I'm hoping that trend continues. So yeah, if you're in Birmingham, I am not concerned. I'm not too concerned with the progression of the storms into your area. Same with Selma. You're just outside of you're right in the area where the storms should just be dying off into the early morning hours. So right now we're just mostly concerned with the next 30 minutes or so. So as we wait to see if this storm does try again here near Montrose, Lewin, Bay Springs, are there any questions or anything you want to talk about, Carly, in particular? Because I definitely am feeling like we can get to the tail end of the stream. This was
Yeah,
definitely
sure.
expected to be like the maximum tornado potential. So
Well,
yeah,
that's great news, honestly.
yeah.
I did send you a picture of some, I'm gonna say possible tornado damage in Florence, of some trees down. So I mean that's gonna be coming out throughout the night, and we'll be seeing that definitely without a doubt tomorrow, likely as well. So I'm pretty interested to see the National Weather Service do a survey on that storm. I'll want to know kind of what comes of that. But outside of that, Andy, if we have a minute, do you think we have a minute, or do you want to wait for another scan on this storm?
Yeah, we definitely have a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at that image here.
Oh yeah,
So
go for it.
so we can't show this? Is that what you're saying?
I I think so. Mm.
Of course. Well, if we hesitate, I'm definitely respecting the chasers. But yeah, definitely can see tornado damage there in
Yeah.
Florence in Mississippi. So I mean, we knew that. That's not surprising at all because we saw. We definitely saw a debris signature in the area, and yeah, so definitely going to see the product of that tornado. So yeah, let's go ahead and wait. The newest scan of data that has come in is looking still less concerning. It is a robust supercell. It's looking healthy. We may see another area of concern down here in this part of the storm as the rotation's embedded up to the north in the heavy rain in the supercell. So we'll see if it attempts to put up another area of concern. But at the moment, we're good to go. Whatever we want to talk about here.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess I should pop in. Let me say, we're watching that chat, so if you guys have anything you want to ask or talk about, let us know. And while we have a minute, Andy, I'm going to plug the Y'all Squad really quick. So, as most of you know, I'm not only coming back to work as news relay as I did before, I'm also coming back to be a public outreach coordinator for the Y'all Squad, which is something. If any of you know anything about me, it's that I'm really passionate about the recovery process and really trying to get in more into the emergency management side. So being able to work with the Y'all Squad, which is now an official 501c3 nonprofit, it's just an absolute dream job for me, really. So we are really just now getting started, and we're kind of going. We're kind of really taking off running with this nonprofit. So we have such an incredible team behind the scenes working. And it's really people who are just so passionate about this entire process, people who really care about weather, people who really care genuinely about the recovery process. And it's so evident already. And I already know that with this team of people that we've got, we're going to be able to do so many incredible things. I'm really looking forward to it. So if you guys haven't and you want to check out the website, we do have a website now, theyallsquad.org. And again, it's an official nonprofit. So it's on Twitter as well. So anything that we're doing, we're in Perryton. Some of the chasers are in Perryton right now. We're going to be doing some projects there. So please look forward to it. This is something I'm so personally passionate about and just really excited. Like I said, it's a dream job for me. So I hope you guys will look forward to that as well. We've got some stuff that'll be coming out really soon. So very exciting.
Indeed, yeah. The Yell Squad is huge now that we've got that the official 501c3 designation on it. Yeah, it's brilliant. I can't wait to see the results of the Perryton, Texas effort that we have ongoing literally right now. Riley is there, and several members of the Y'all Squad, and we're going to have that consolidated in a video on the Y'all Squad YouTube channel, which you can easily find if you search Y'all Squad on YouTube. You will definitely find it. So that is where you'll find those Perryton efforts. And Carly here, of course, has been in the back end doing so many calls to local areas, and the organization from her has been exceptional. All right, yeah, still watching the storm here near Bay Springs. It looks concerning, but I don't see any particular areas of rotation ramping up here in the part of the storm where we would expect to see them. So still waiting on seeing what this storm will do next. But yeah, you guys in chat are talking about it. You're definitely right. I see you looking out for me where you're saying I bet I was up for 10 hours streaming yesterday, and we're already over 4 hours into this stream. So yeah, I'm feeling the heat for sure. So I'm happy to have streamed all of the risks thus far over the last few days, getting that useful information out, all while dealing with this dang cough. So yeah, the support has been immense. So thank you, and thank you to everybody who has contributed. How long have I been a meteorologist? I've been a Met for just over 2 years now. I graduated 2 years ago. What's it like? It's a lot. The first year I was a degreed meteorologist. I didn't do much of anything. I was mostly just an enthusiast. I followed along, but I went ahead and submitted all of my stuff to Ryan to look at, and he was like, "Yeah, you need to do everything that I have laid out for you." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And now I'm here. So it's pretty wild how things develop so quickly like that. But yeah, a year ago, or a year and a half ago, you never would have known who I am. I was just trying to be a chat moderator here for Ryan, and I just wanted to fit in with the team. I assumed there were like 5 meteorologists all working for Ryan, and he's like, actually, no, I don't have anybody yet. I am looking for somebody to do this lead weather relay and start popping in on the stream. And I was like, well, okay, I can try to do that. Even though I was like, I just want to volunteer and be a part of the team in general. But he's like, nope, you are going to be my third in command after Frank. Second in command in some places, Frank, sorry. Overtaking. I went to school at UNC Asheville, University of North Carolina, Asheville. How do you become a storm chaser for us, the y'all squad, and so forth? Why are they saying Blaze is a dog? I just saw that. What? How do you become a storm chaser for the y'all squad? Well, here's the thing. The way we look at storm chasers at the moment is: do you have an established portfolio, and are you there when it matters? It's a tough world, but when you stream for an organization like Live Stream Media (LSM) or Severe Studios or any of these established chaser, organizations, or even just on your own if you're an individual, um, when you have results to show and you are in the area that we want to show when it's happening, you just have to be in the right spot, and the right spot, the right place, the right time. That's what I would say is the way to become a chaser. It's tough, man. It's impossible to trust people, and you don't want to endanger yourself just to become a part of the team. So don't go out and be in the wrong part of the storm just to try to be a part of the team. You don't want to do that. So you have to look out for yourself, but you also need a portfolio, I would say. Yeah, it does not sound very lucrative. I've gone chasing for 2 weeks in the last month, and I can tell you that it is indeed a very difficult thing to make into a living, which is why we always respect the content that chasers put out. We don't want to share them unless we have permission to. Thank, thank you, JS, for the support. Sorry, much appreciated. If you're in Northeast Mississippi, you're looking fine. The storm up there has it is not maintain any sort of organization, any organized severe threat. So I'm pretty confident that you're okay there in Northeast Mississippi. We have chasers for Southern Ohio. We have chasers that go all over the place. Thank you, Legendary. But anyone based in Southern Ohio? Well, we actually have Meteorologist Ben Price there, who was stationed at OSU, but I think he's leaving the Ohio area. So I don't know if anyone in particular that we usually work with is in Ohio. Nope, North Georgia should be all right. You guys are going to be removed from the most organized severe weather threats over the next day.
Thank you, Andy. I've been waiting on you to say that this entire time.
Oh, so you're asking for your location now, are you, Carly?
I was just casually waiting on you to mention it at some point.
Mhm.
But it does make me feel better. So I know that a lot of people are asking about updates on their own counties and stuff. And as I've mentioned, I know before we end stream, Andy's really good about kind of going over the general forecast for the next day or two. And if it's not something that we cover, of course, we encourage you to check out the SPC's forecast. We encourage you to check out your local forecast. But Andy and Ryan are both always really good about doing a brief overview of the next day's forecast. So we would love to get to every single one of you. I mean, your concerns are absolutely valid, and we definitely understand. So we'll do the best we can to cover it. If not, again, we encourage you to check your local forecast and SPC, of course, as always.
Yeah, and of course, on this stream, I also want to prioritize being interactive with you guys. So I do appreciate everybody who's chatting, of course. Thank you, Tyler, for the support, and Armando covering Oklahoma yesterday. Yeah, we did that 10-hour stream yesterday. I'm very happy that I've received a lot of feedback from y'all about yesterday's stream, and I almost went offline, when you were done, Carly, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. Got to make sure I get rest, and I'm paying attention to the y'all squad and so forth. I was like, yeah, we'll see if this is a destructive warning, and if it isn't, maybe I'll call it there. And it was that close. No, you don't have to feel terrible. I was
no, but I was like, I'll be in the text. I'll be monitoring the news as soon as I get off. I get off, and I fell straight asleep, and I woke up and I saw all that happen. So I was like, well, shoot, poor Andy's been up for 12 hours doing this, but I don't know. Andy handles it really well. I don't know how you talk for as long as you do and make everything as comprehensive, and you're so eloquent at doing it. Even without me, it's a really fun stream to be a part of. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I do really like to hear from everybody who is talking about it, and if you were there and hanging out during that long stretch, yeah, I don't know, I never know what to really say. I'm like I'm grateful, I'm thankful, I'm like, but yeah, I'm doing it just to make sure everybody is accounted for, and when you have something like that extreme wind event that definitely I believe qualifies as a derecho that moves through so much of north central Oklahoma to northeast Oklahoma. Yeah, that's it's a unique thing to cover on a stream too. You're not going to get to see something like that very often. Carly sounds tired. I think we're all tired after the last week of weather that's been going on. We're
It's been a
definitely
great,
tired.
I mean, not a great week. I shouldn't say that. It's been a long week, but I think we're all a little tired. But like I said, I mean, this is something that all of us individually, I can say this without a doubt in my mind, all of us, every single person on the team really loves what we do and feels really passionately about it and really loves it just generally. So it's never, for me, it's never an issue to come on here whenever, at any time. And I know every person on the team feels the same way. Everybody just is absolutely loves to be here, loves to talk to you guys, loves to be a part of it. So it's, even if we're tired, I'm super happy to be here.
Oh, look at that. We got Brandon Clement back up.
How about that?
Oh man. The Brandon Clement's still out there chasing the storm, and I think that I'm watching his feed because I see a little bit of our next area of concern right here near Bay Springs. I think this might be trying to ramp something up, so I'm gonna keep a close eye on that. I think we might see our next cycle of this storm. Unfortunately, might try again here right near Bay Springs, Mississippi. So waiting to see the next frame of data that comes through. We might not be done with this storm yet. So let's keep a close eye on it. Thank you, El Sue, for the support. Appreciate that. Sorry about the cough. So I'm honestly pretty impressed that I have been able to talk this much and over the last couple of days with this cough. Man, I definitely prioritize it though. I wanted to make sure I was here. And you guys who might be here and you might be unique to my channel and not necessarily following Ryan Hall, that is who I work for essentially. We work together, and this is not like these last 2 days were not the only streams that I did. I also did 2 streams with Ryan last week for a couple of enhanced and also, or I think 2 moderate risk days, which is a low 4 out of 5 that we had last week. So again, I've had an active 4 days worth of streams, even though on those ones I talked much less, but I would still come through with that information. And I basically had my eyes on radar for probably 40 hours this week in total. So, I've looked at the screen for way too long. That's for sure. And I think a lot of the National Weather Service meteorologists in this area, shout outs to them, also have looked at radar way too much in this last week with so many storm systems moving through. So definitely shout outs to the National Weather Service Mets who are working right alongside us to get this information out. Even Frank's getting a little tired of the nonsense in chat. He's like, yeah, we've done 4 streams recently. I'm tired of this. You guys are getting too wild. You're getting silly here.
I know that maybe you guys think that we don't read chat, but we do read the chat, and it's. I mean, honestly, most of you are pretty funny, but I mean, it is, I guess, midnight on a Sunday night, but still, it's been a long week for sure.
Yeah, and speaking of a long week and it being midnight, I'm pretty sure we have another tornado developing right now.
Oh.
All right. Sorry, Carly, got to go away just a little bit here. But take a look at this, guys. Bay Springs, Mississippi. Here's our next attempt at the storm producing a tornado. Very tight rotation just north of the town. We are not done yet. And Frank also has that 8 a.m. meeting. Yeah. We are not done yet. This is developing right over State Road 15. Just like I was concerned with, this storm is going to try again. Sure enough, I believe it's about to produce a tornado because that's some pretty rapid rotation that we see right here, just north of the town of Bay Springs. So here we go again. Jasper County now. Again, still following this corridor of concern over to Paulding, Barnett, Pashuta, Vosburg. I think generally this area is where we're going to be watching most closely here out in front of the storm. So here we go. Another tornado might be in progress here. I think Brandon Clement isn't too far away from this. Excuse me. Oh, man. My throat's not cooperating now. Dang it. Also up here, I've been watching this north of Kosciuszko in Mississippi. It does look like it's consolidating. Gosh, dang it. Come on now, we got to stay on a little bit longer here. I think we're going to see a new, possibly a new tornado warning. However, this is still in the same polygon. If this begins to do damage, though, the next frame of data that we get here, then we might see an upgrade to the warning once again. Excuse me. All right, so very important next frame here. Once we get new data, we'll be able to tell you what's going on here. Looks like we gotta wait another 30 seconds. Scanning about every 3.5 minutes from the Jackson, Mississippi radar here. But I believe this is about to produce or is producing another tornado here just north of Bay Springs. No, I'm pretty sure Ryan is asleep right now. All right, waiting to see what happens here. 3 seconds till my radar updates. Okay, so new reflectivity, which means we'll see if we have a debris signature. Huge debris signature, unfortunately. All right, this is a tornado on the ground, guys. Passed over State Road 15 right now. About to pass over State Road 18 northeast of Bay Springs. Large tornado doing damage. This warning is going to be upgraded from the National Weather Service. You'll hear it come through. Very rapid new development of a tornado here. All right, let's go ahead and look at maps. Where is this thing going? What's out ahead of this? This is Mulberry, Mississippi. Fouke, Mississippi. And out ahead of this thing is Paulding. This is headed straight for the Bay Springs Country Club. Possum people. So right there on the Bay Springs Country Club on State Road 18, northeast of the town. This is going right towards the country club. Somebody happens to be there at 11:30 p.m. Central Volunteer Fire Department also down the line of this towards Mulberry. These are areas of primary concern. We may get this. We may see this go right over the country club, and there also appears to be a volunteer fire department station along this road at the junction of 29, 1814, and State Road 18.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, PDS warning now in place for Jasper County, Mississippi. We are not done tonight. It's a life-threatening situation as this approaches Paulding. Life-threatening situation, deep tornado debris signature. Here you go. Here's a look exactly where the tornado is. Right here on the right side of your screen, this is debris being wafted by the tornado about 2,500 feet above the surface where the radar is scanning this. The country club is right here. Oh, goodness. The country club is right here. The volunteer fire department is up the road on State Road 18. This tornado is generally moving in this direction. We'll pass over State Road 18 shortly here. All right, so strong.
No comments here, Andy. Just I'm gonna try to see if I can find a neighboring county or something, but for that county, nothing as of yet.
Okay, thank you, Carly. Serious situation ongoing, guys. See if we can get Brandon Clement's feedback up here. We've got the traffic camera down there in Laurel, Mississippi, pretty far removed. Again, this is traveling to the east towards Paulding, Pashuta, Barnett, and Vosburg here. PDS tornado warning in effect now with a large tornado likely doing pretty intense damage here north of Bay Springs, Mississippi. Let me go ahead and zoom out in the state so you can see where we're at. This pink polygon is where we're watching here. Basically a little bit central east, southeast Mississippi, north of Laurel in Jasper County. Strong supercell, probably dropping a decent-sized hail as well, just out ahead of this thing. Guys, it's 11:30 p.m. Central. In this area, 11:30 p.m. Central. Tornado moving through. Can't see it unless it's illuminated by lightning. All right, Vince has got
A new
debris.
tornado watch has been issued.
I don't know why that's coming through. Ignore that. Watch. Vince has got debris on his stream. He's right where this tornado is passing. Let's go ahead and see.
I hear it.
Let's go ahead and see what Vince is thinking here.
Extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground to our left.
So we have Vince very close to this tornado.
Power flash is behind
Reporting
us.
power flashes.
Off to our left. Power flashes. Large tornado on the ground. You can see the top of the tornado. It's
And is Vince
massive.
talking, or can I chime in?
Vince-
giant
Vince is
tornado on the
talking.
ground, guys. Just north of Bay Springs.
All right,
We
you
gotta
can
go
you
down
can
to
watch
Bay
this.
Springs, make
You
sure
can
they're
watch
all
this
right here.
in the Radar Omega app. Also, Vince is likely streaming on YouTube. Go
Massive
ahead and
tornado
support
on the
him.
ground.
He's doing amazing work right now, giving us ground truth at 11:30 p.m. here in Mississippi. So as he's reporting power flashes. You can see a little bit of the damage on the road.
Yes, it's including to the north, correct?
Okay, so there's a look at Vince's stream. He's giving us he is giving us confirmation there. He is right on State Road 15 where this passed. So he's right on this road right here to the west of the tornado. Still ongoing, still doing damage. So go ahead and show you the debris signature here. Here's a look at the debris being lofted up about 2,500 feet from this tornado. Again, right in between Lewin and Bay Springs, Mississippi, and Jasper County, western Jasper County in Mississippi. Large debris. Large area of debris. The tornado is likely right in the center of this somewhere. PDS tornado warning is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Vince claims that it is occluding to the north, so we can play the loop here, and you can see that this tornado initially moved southeast and is now moving a little bit to the northeast. So it's wobbling right along this path, and very much could also continue off to the north and go up into the storm as it occludes from the mesocyclone. So we might see a path of this tornado taking away from the volunteer fire department as well as the country club that's right along State Road 18. If it passes up closer to the east of Lewin, then it could take this path. That's why we need everybody in the polygon to be taking shelter. This is a valid path for the tornado. It could continue off to the east towards Paulding. So anywhere out in front of this, in this pink box here, is our tornado warning. Should be taking shelter.
Andy, I'm just popping in real quick to confirm what Vince is saying too. There's damage on Highway 15, which is being confirmed by local officials. I do have a radio feed now, so we've got an ear on that.
All right, very good. We have a radio feed on that. Okay, right where this tornado is Road 1537. County Road 1537. We have several driveways that extend off of this with several houses, structures on each of these driveways here. So a mildly populated road here, 1537 going north-south to the east of State Road 15 here, east of Pico Farms, Jones Lumber County, Jones Lumber Co. rather, west of the Country Club, and likely traveling off to the north. So areas just east of Lewin, possibly even Lewin, Mississippi, if this goes, displays erratic motion and continues off to the north, it could even impact the town of Lewin in Mississippi and Jasper County. So everybody needs to be taking shelter here. We have yet to see which direction exactly this tornado will move next. Dang.
Trying to get any information. I'm just sending you a 3D view of the storm, Andy. I'm not sure if it's something you want to show, but just trying to get any kind of visual stimulation going here. Going to be hard to see, of course. It's at night, so very limited information we're working with here.
All right. Yep. If you use these programs, you can actually very quickly whip up a 3D representation So somebody's posting this on Twitter. You can take a look at it. You can very easily see the tornado shape of this cloud. The tornado's likely only this tall in this part of the storm here that we're looking at, but you can see how the funnel, essentially the vacuum that the tornado creates, moves all the way up into the storm, and debris is being flung out at any point in the storm, which is why we're able to see the debris signature. So just to look at it, just another visual stimulus you can use to, take shelter or let people know out ahead of time in Jasper County and approaching the Interstate 59 corridor that, hey, the storm's still going. The storm's powerful. It's probably producing some large hail now as well. And it looks like it's going to be concerning for these areas. At the moment, the last frame of data looks like it could be on a slight weakening trend here. It's definitely taken that northeast path most directly, so you can see the tornado started off right here north of Bay Springs, and then has traveled to the northeast now. So we've observed the track of this tornado going generally in this along this blue line here, and is now moving generally to the north and east. Hopefully it lifts pretty soon here, but yeah. There is more than likely a lot of debris here. A lot of debris in this storm. So here's our debris signature right here, right where the rotation is. So you can see that in that circled area. There's the rotating storm, or rotating part of the storm. Correlates very nicely. So no doubt about it. This was probably the strongest tornado of the day. Depending on the structures that it impacted will determine the rating, but that's unimportant because the rating doesn't matter to those who were impacted here. They were impacted all the same. So more than likely, this could be the strongest tornado we've seen today. However, it's not the only confirmed tornado. We've had several. Man, it always seems like it's on the tail end of these streams too. I remember, we went so many hours yesterday without any debris signatures or anything, and then we saw that one near Knoxville, Arkansas, right at the end during the last stream. When we go into the nighttime hours is when these tornadoes are the most dangerous as well, because people are asleep. So hopefully, any houses that were impacted here along that road 1537, I believe. Hopefully any houses the people were aware of what was going on there at 11:30 p.m. Because yeah, that passed right over a couple of offshoots of that road there that has houses along it. Oh, and unfortunately, what we can already see here is the continuation of this storm. So here is the tornado back in here. It is occluded from the storm. It's moving generally northeast, away from the mesocyclone. And look at that. Our new hook echo is now down to the south and east. So this is another mesocyclone handoff that we're seeing ongoing right now. So more than likely, we could see another attempt at a tornado out in front of this thing in this general area down here, and off to the north and east as it continues to progress. So new hook in the storm, new area of concern that will pass much closer to Paulding. We're just gonna have to see how the storm develops over the next few minutes here. Previous tornado, I think, as it occludes, is losing intensity. It's still doing damage though, as it stands. Still doing damage and plenty of debris circling around it here, east of Lewin in Mississippi. So once again, we are in Jasper County, watching the supercell, watching another attempt at a tornado likely coming up shortly as it gets closer to the town of Paulding. So no tornado sirens reported with that storm as it occurred. That's not good news. Not good news for sure. Anybody out ahead of this storm? If you know anybody from Heidelberg up to Enterprise, along the Interstate 59 corridor here, north of Laurel and south of Meridian, this is the area of concern as the supercell generally tracks to the east toward these locations. Yes, Florence, Alabama can go to sleep. Oh man. All right, so now we wait. And we wait for updates and just to see what the storm does next. Again, I'm concerned about this new area. If we play it back, you can see the reason why I'm concerned is because if we watch the storm back just about 25 to 30 minutes ago, it looked like this, not currently producing a tornado, and then it wraps forward here. This is the scan right when it starts to produce the tornado, and bang, you can see that hook very nicely organized here, taking shape, producing a large, possibly significant tornado at the time. Then our tornado moves back into the storm in this direction, and our new hook is out in front here. So I think we might see another chance. Might see another chance. Where's Brandon Clement located? I think he's still chasing this storm. Unfortunately, I don't have his exact location, but I believe he's still chasing this storm from the backside here. So he's likely somewhere near Silverena or Bay Springs. So you can see the storm is very active, lots of lightning from his feed. He is definitely looking at this storm in particular at the moment. I'm not talking about your location. I'm not concerned with it at the moment.
Sorry for the silence on my end, Andy. I'm really just trying to scour anything I can here. The radio feed is few and far between. There's a lot of reasons that could be possible, but outside of that, just this is the really painful part, right, where we see something happen on radar and there's nothing we can do but kind of have this period where we wait and see what happens. Of course, we always hope for the best, but just kind of that period where we're waiting to see what might happen.
Yep. That's about it. When a mesocyclone handoff occurs like this and the storm takes a little bit of time to organize, there's nothing I can really say until we get new data to confirm what's happening. Yeah, Brandon Clement here right below me is giving you a look at the lightning activity that from this storm that just produced a significant tornado, more than likely. Once again, that's north of Bay Springs, Mississippi. Yeah, I do think that we're starting to see that rotation develop here, right in that area. So previous tornado is now likely lifted, likely done with here. That's produced significant damage. We don't see any tight rotation anymore with that. So I believe the tornado is in the process of roping out or is done for completely as we speak. However, now down to the south and east, we see new rotation. That's quickly ramping up. This is going to be much, much closer to the town of Paulding, which currently is experiencing a bunch of heavy rain out here. So they're not going to see or know anything that's coming toward them. They're only going to have a very brief reprieve of no heavy rain, and then suddenly there's a tornado pretty close to their location. So this is not a good look for Paulding. And I think that the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi, is going to agree that that mesocyclone handoff is occurring, and we're likely going to have a new tornado warning that extends out in front of this that will include eastern Jasper County and probably into western Clark County in Mississippi. Still looking for anything, but yeah, this is the time where we are focused on this one storm. And we wait about 3 minutes between radar scans right now before we can see anything new. But each scan does generally confirm and conform to what I'm thinking here with that new area of rotation starting up. Yeah, I was watching Vince's stream a little bit. I'm most interested in seeing Vince's stream if he continues chasing here and has a visual or an auditory cue for this new tornado if it does occur with the new area of rotation. So Vince might have stopped to see any damage and render search and rescue efforts. He definitely is more attuned to that. So if that's what Vince is doing right now, that's good. If he is still chasing, then we'll be able to see if there is a new tornado with this area of concern once we have evidence of it on the radar. Oh man, and just having this one tornado to look at here it's so rough because we're just looking at everything else, and not much of anything else is really occurring. None of these other storms have exhibited an area of concern that I really am trying to pay attention to, and so we're just sitting here and watching this one storm do what it does, and we can only cover it and hope for the best. Vince is checking for damage. We can rebroadcast. I can rebroadcast the stream because he works with Radar Omega, and we definitely work with Radar Omega very closely, so we kind of have that mutual understanding. We work together through Radar Omega, and that's how it should be. Yeah, I'm just hoping that none of those areas, none of those houses along those roads were damaged there, east of Lewin, northeast of Bay Springs. Definitely snapped trees, but hopefully no catastrophic home damage.
Looking at a little bit of home damage, Andy. I mean, it's not catastrophic, but we're hoping nothing more, but I guess we'll just have to see.
Yep, we'll just have to see. Newest frame of data here. This area of rotation, new area of rotation just west of Paulding, is organizing a little bit more here. Not as rapid development as we saw with that previous tornado here, but still watching very intently here for whether this will produce a tornado in the next few minutes. So it still looks like a concerning area. I think that something like this will definitely warrant an extension of the tornado warning to the east, likely including parts of the I-59 corridor here that we've been talking about. Vince is in rescue mode, definitely understandable. And it can be really isolating if Vince is all on his own over here, and he is a one-man effort here, and these people's homes were damaged in a tornado, freshly damaged. That can feel like a moment of definitely isolation in the world. So hopefully Vince is doing okay, and he can generate a response there if he is calling people in. Because imagine just being there at the site of the damage and nobody else is around. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I could imagine that. That's a harrowing tale. So definitely always be thinking about the chasers who are rendering search and rescue, rendering aid. They are people too. Just joining us, if you're coming back for this significant tornado that's occurred and this supercell that continues to look concerning here, we're waiting on this new cycle to see what happens next. About every 3 minutes is when we're getting new radar data here as the storm approaches the I-59 corridor north of Laurel and south of Meridian, Mississippi here. So we're just waiting about every 3 minutes is when I get new data here. We can see what the radar looks like. I've still got Brandon Clement occasionally coming in and out there, showing us the lightning activity that's occurring with the storm. We also have a traffic camera in Laurel, Mississippi, which is a little bit far away from the storm, but generally showing you what's going on in these areas. Lots of lightning activity with this powerful supercell. Thank you, Skeletons, for the support. All right, so new reflectivity data. It doesn't look like we have an organized hook to the storm too much here, so yeah, we'll see what the winds look like here in just a second. So we have houses fully destroyed. Unfortunate. Yeah. And it's happened at 11:30 p.m., guys. This is why this sort of storm coverage and information relay is so important. Yep, new scan here has disorganized look to it. No tornado with this cycle of the storm, thankfully, as it stands. So currently, the town of Paulding is looking okay. Looking okay. Not seeing the rapid organization of a tornado like we did previously. So now that we know that, now that we have that new data in, let's go ahead and go back and look at what the tornado looked like here that has just done some major damage north of Bay Springs, Mississippi. So this is the first frame of the tornado. You can see the hook clearly defined on the left side of the stream here, and the rest of the supercell extending off in the rest of the frame here. So this is where the tornado is focused. This is where it's occurring, right in here. You can see this yellow triangle for anybody who is following along and sees that triangle all the time. That's a vortex signature, tornado vortex signature, algorithmically derived, and it generally corresponds to where the radar program thinks that there is rotation. And in this case, there is definitely a lot of rotation going on there. There's a look at the tornado in progress to the north and east of Bay Springs. This is 24 minutes ago. 24 minutes ago. So fresh, significant tornado doing damage here. This is the next scan about 20 minutes ago. And then the tornado began to move to the northeast and occlude into the storm. So it is now dissipated. This tornado is not ongoing any longer, but that was a look at its life cycle. Just to recap and make sure everybody is caught up with the radar presentation of what just happened. Dang. So if you're just joining us, we've had multiple confirmed tornadoes today in basically all in Mississippi. However, we also had one in south central Arkansas about 4 hours ago. But we have had generally an active period of tornado-warned storms that moved through this corridor around Jackson, Mississippi, into the east. At one point, we did have 9 concurrent tornado warnings, 9 tornado warnings at the same time earlier on in the stream, and now we have been confined to just one that's been following this supercell in particular in southeast Mississippi. So this is where we're looking in the state. You can see the whole state in the outline there. So we're looking in southeast Mississippi here, approaching the Interstate 59 corridor.
Andy, I'm just going to pop in real quick and say that I'm trying to scour some of these feeds, of course, for any news. And so far, of course, we've seen a little bit of damage from Vince's stream as he's there. Definitely tree damage. We can see power lines down. Some roof damage looked like as well to some homes. I'm also seeing a report that possibly over a dozen homes have been damaged in that area. And I hesitate to say that that's any more than just a very initial report. I don't like to give too much information unless I can in some way confirm it with a professional. So I hesitate to say that, but just to try to give you guys a little bit more context, it does seem like multiple homes on that road were took some kind of damage. So that's all I really have right now for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's about all we can really know,
Yeah.
and we've confined it to a very precise area here that was most heavily impacted, and that is Road 1519 to the northeast of Bay Springs. So Road 1519, 1521, and 1537, especially 1537 is where houses and several branches of roads are offshooting from this county road here with houses along them, driveways. So that is where that tornado went through and likely caused most of the damage. So our last tornado warning has been allowed to expire here. We have no active tornado warnings, but still we have this supercell that has just produced a significant tornado in the last 25 minutes. Right now, it has not managed to organize anything on its current cycle of the storm here, but it still looks dangerous, and it is approaching the areas of Pashuta, Enterprise, and Stonewall along Interstate 59 in southeast Mississippi.
Bad news, Andy. Possible casualties is what I'm hearing. And again, I stress that that's very preliminary, so I'll update you as soon as I have any more information on that.
Are you receiving that information from Vince?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I will say that storm chasers go through, it can be a little bit of a dramatic and also traumatic experience right there as it's happening to them. That's why I mentioned just a little bit ago to be thinking about the storm chasers. They're also people. When this happens, though, people do have the tendency to overreact and say things that may not be certain. So of course, we can relay that information, but there is no certainties about that right now. However, what I will say is that it's not unheard of for that to be the result of a storm like this because it's midnight right now. It's 11:30 p.m. when that tornado is moving through. These poor folks in southeast Mississippi, probably have gone to bed by that time. If they don't have multiple ways to receive warnings, then they're not going to have a response to a tornado moving through their area until they hear it. And by that point, they might not have enough time to be in the interior most room of their house and sheltered properly. So I imagine Vince to send out requests from help from any local area can't get through on radio. I don't know who to contact in this area, but if we have local response there in Jasper County, anyone in Laurel and Jones County, I suppose that any help could be useful at the moment, as Vince is calling other chasers with emergency supplies over, like Brandon, if he's in the area. So, is he talking about Brandon Clement or Brandon Kopic? So Brandon Clement is it should be pretty close to this storm. Again, we've been watching his feed, and he is somewhere close to this storm. So I'm not sure if he's en route or in route, or if he knows yet. I don't have contact with Brandon Clement, unfortunately. So if he's talking about Brandon Kopic, if Brandon Kopic is in the area, then that's fine. I don't know who else is in the area. So I don't have a way to get a hold of Brandon Clement, unfortunately. I don't have him on Zello or any radios there. I don't know if we have anybody who can. But yeah, I don't have access to Brandon Clement. Vince wants Clement. Okay, yeah, I don't know how to get in contact with him. I don't have a way to contact him, unfortunately. Thank you, Kinsey, for letting me know as well. Appreciate that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. We're focused in on this area and trying to get relief efforts to Bay Springs. Anyone who may be listening here, we did have a significant tornado move through. Watch where the map is, right in this blue circle near Bay Springs, Mississippi, western Jasper County. This is north of Laurel and southwest of Meridian. Now, Kopic is up there in Ohio. Yeah, he is home. So Brandon Clement is a storm chaser who's very close here. I am not sure where Clement is. Unfortunately, I don't have his location like I usually do, and I don't have a way to contact him. So if anybody knows Brandon Clement's number, if anybody's close to Brandon Clement, hopefully you can get a word through to him. He should be in this area. I am not sure how closely he's tracked the result of the storms, but it does look like it does look like he's pretty close by and maybe driving through an area that might have some debris on the road. I can't really tell. Okay, so let's go to our new tornado warning. Yeah, I know we don't have him on Zello. That's exactly why I don't have a way to contact him. Let's go look at that new tornado warning here. This is near Columbia, Louisiana. So here we are, north central Louisiana. This what this complex has gone and done here is most of it is fizzled out here to the west, and we have one dominant supercellular structure that's remained here. Unfortunately, this is a bit of a radar hole. I'm going to try to look at multiple radar sites to see if we have a better look at this. But this warning does include Columbia, Louisiana, Riverton, Louisiana, here in Caldwell Parish, north of Grayson. From this radar site, it doesn't look like we have too tight a rotation, but the National Weather Service in Shreveport has issued the warning for that because from Shreveport's radar, what we're looking at here, we can see that right on the edge here we have this we had this tight area of rotation. This is the reason why the storm was warned. Right here we have a rotation coming together very far away from a radar site, unfortunately. About a mile and a half up is what we're looking at here. So this is a preventative tornado warning for Caldwell Parish. Preventative meaning that we cannot tell what is happening at the surface here with this storm. We are far away from any radar sites that have a look at the storm. Unfortunately, the Monroe radar more than likely does not have a look at the storm. It is not in a useful state at the moment. I'll go ahead and check it though, just in case it does. But I don't think it's actively running right now. Okay, yeah, I don't think we're getting any data from the Monroe radar. So this is a preventative warning. Again, we are in a radar hole over here. We can't tell what's happening at the surface. Aloft, about a mile and a half up in the storm, it does look like the storm is rotating this far up. So we're going to go ahead and say that, hey, the storm's rotating. It might have the potential to produce a tornado. So we should be taking shelter here in Caldwell Parish, the northern and eastern part of Caldwell Parish here in Louisiana. Excuse me, gosh. So that's your active warning there, well south of Monroe and Washita Parish. For anybody who might be watching in those areas, we're looking to the south of y'all in Caldwell Parish. I'm not going to be able to tell you too much more about that warning, except that the storm, the supercell, is generally traveling in a southeast direction. So this lead supercell is taken over this storm complex, so we're probably going to see generally this path towards extension Sicily Island in this direction if it does continue to promote a severe threat associated with the storm. All right, I'm back looking at our storm here near Paulding. Not seeing any areas of legitimate rotation right now with this supercell. Still watching just in case it does decide to. Man, can't even. I'm at a loss for words. At a loss for words after tonight's events. My goodness. Okay. So just watching to see developments on this storm. Looking up north, these supercells up here, they definitely look pretty mature here. Actually, a little bit surprised that we don't have any other severe thunderstorm warnings for these storms up here, but I think, I guess these storms have remained just strong, but sub-severe. Oh, man.
Sorry, Andy, I'm not trying to be terribly quiet over here. I'm just, again, any reports that are really coming out that I've mentioned are unconfirmed, as I've noted, and that's really important to clarify that these are not from the radio comms. They're just from chasers and people there. So we really do try to confirm any information before we put it out there. And we know that there are damage to homes in Lewin in the Mississippi area. So unfortunately, when things happen this late at night too, we're probably not going to see much until first light tomorrow. So this is definitely going to be an unfolding situation for the next couple hours and days. So, but really just tragic overall, and especially this is midnight for them too. So I can't imagine how awful it must be for those involved.
Yeah, I agree. I guess, yeah, there just really aren't any other words for the situation. Just have to continue watching these storms just in case we see another area of concern. So I am watching this supercell up here, just a severe warning. So now we have a severe thunderstorm warning with this. As I was just mentioning here, it does look like a severe storm. So this is approaching Hillsborough, Mississippi, an area that's gone through many severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings during the day here over the last 5 hours. And I am also watching this area up here near Kosciuszko and Ethel. So far, again, there's not been a tornado warning up there yet for this entire event, so I'm hoping that the pattern continues, but I'm going to take a look at that from a different radar site too, just in case I can get somewhat close here, but yeah, this is a little bit hard to tell. We don't have a great look at we don't have a great look at the storm from a close radar site, unfortunately. So that's about the latest update I could give on these storms. This one near Hillsborough and Harperville has a pretty well defined look to it, so I am waiting to see what it ends up doing. Currently currently no low level rotation that I can see here near Hillsborough, Mississippi. So again, I'm keeping my eye on it because yeah, you can definitely see the shape of this supercell is pretty concerning here. Definitely a classic looking supercell. So yeah, well, thank you guys also for relaying what Vince is saying. I try not to keep his stream up too much just because it's serving as a little bit of a distraction. We're trying to focus on the radar and communicate to people who are watching for the progression of these storms. So for the most part, we don't really have too much severe activity ongoing in Alabama. But I'm going to go ahead and take a radar over here towards the eastern part of Huntsville. Just to see what's going on over here, because I believe this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So you can see that this is in place actually for golf ball size hail. On the left side of your screen here, just a bit ago, as this approaches Gurley, Paint Rock, and Woodville, Alabama, you can see a prominent hail core here in the pink. Oop, Charlie's there. You can see a prominent hail core here in the pink. So this is producing a concentrated area of golf ball size hail or larger, right about there. So pretty large hail for this area of Alabama. It looks like it's losing a little bit of its intensity there in organization, but this is not a tornadic storm. This is just an area of efficient hail production is what I would say here. So we're looking at northeast Alabama right now. Possibly some larger hail falling and waking people up here, or maybe doing vehicular damage along Highway 72 here. And that's about the only concerning severe warning storm here in Alabama at the moment. Again, the corridor that we're most focused on that might include parts of west central Alabama is out in front of these supercells in particular. So anywhere out in front of this that it may still promote tornadic activity here in the west central area of Alabama. I think once you get to Tuscaloosa, that activity should fall off quite a bit there. So that's about the extent of the remainder of any possible tornadic activity that could occur today into the night. All right, Brandon Clement has arrived. So he is on the scene now. Looks like we have a little bit more response to some local police or emergency management there to render aid. So Brandon's made it to the area of concern where a possible significant tornado just moved through. Thank you, Nick, for the support. We have Brandon's feed there looking at the response in this area just northeast of Bay Springs in Mississippi. We've had a possible significant tornado move through. Unfortunately, the storm is starting to rotate once again, and it does look a little bit more organized here. North and east of Paulding, northwest of Pashuta. So this supercell does look like it's trying once again here to do something here. So this is the area of concern, area of rotation. If this continues to organize itself here, we may see another tornado warning that would go into the northwest part of Clark County in Mississippi. So that's the next area of concern if this continues to intensify as it has been doing for the past 7 or 8 minutes. Can you sleep in Tuscaloosa? Yes, as long as you have a way to receive warnings. As long as you have a way to receive warnings, once these storms make it to Tuscaloosa, I think that they will lose a little bit of their strength. Tupelo, yes, you're fine in Tupelo. Caldwell Parish, yeah, we can check up on that storm again, and that was a preventative tornado warning. I'm not going to be able to see very much here because we are in a radar hole, unfortunately. Brandon Clement is in Bay Springs, Mississippi. You sleep in Birmingham? Yes. Yes, this is Central Daylight Time. I was just going over Enterprise, so hopefully you just received that. A little bit of latency on the stream, so make sure you're keeping up with the date and time in the bottom right corner. Make sure you're watching live. So yeah, preventative tornado warning for Caldwell Parish here. Again, really not much of anything I can say about this other than the storm has a little bit of rotation just about 1.5 miles above the surface. Looks like it's also possibly dropping some hail, maybe an inch in diameter hail right over Columbia, Louisiana here. Again, generally the storm is traveling to the east-southeast towards Gilbert and Wisner there. So, yep, in a radar hole, preventative warnings are issued when we can only look up at the storm, above 1 mile above the surface here. We can't really tell what's happening at the surface, so it looks like it's rotating. It's a good idea to just take shelter. So if you're in Alabama, the areas that I would not sleep in is generally along this path right here. So around Butler, Linden, Livingston, Utah, Alabama, I would not go to sleep yet. These supercells are traveling in this direction to the east, and we'll cross the border probably an hour or two from now in these areas. And generally, they should begin to lose strength, but definitely have a way to receive warnings in this area. Everywhere else in Alabama, if you're not in this area right here in this blue, you're good. You're fine. You'll be all right. As we get in the early morning hours, storms will lose intensity. They should go. They should lose their severe threshold, the severe criteria, ability to produce tornadoes, and so forth. It's possible that isolated warnings could come through, though, which is why I always say to have multiple ways to receive warnings. Nope, East Tennessee's fine. Northwest Alabama's fine. So once again, I just highlighted the area. If you're not in that blue circle I just highlighted, you're good to go. Brandon Clement there, active response there in the Bay Springs, Mississippi area. Still looking at the attempt at wrapping up some rotation here near Paulding. We do have an area of tight rotation, but it's weak here, so I don't think this is currently producing a tornado. Storm definitely attempted to do something else here, but at the moment, that doesn't look too concerning to me right now. Yep, so if I didn't mention your location, I am not concerned with the weather at the moment in your area. Nope, if you're in Meridian and Marion, you do have that supercell off to your west. It's going to cause the next hour or two to be pretty stormy in those locations, and that could be severe weather. So if you got any storm anxiety in that area, I would recommend staying up and having multiple ways to receive warnings. So Meridian, Mississippi, it does look like that supercell is approaching from the west in that area in Lauderdale County. Flash flood warning also issued up here near Kosciuszko. Louisville, Ackerman here in Mississippi. Lots of storms have passed through the same area, and it looks like heavy rain will continue. So flooding concerns are in place up there. Again, still watching this supercell near Hillsboro. Might start to have some rotation here just near the town of Hillsboro. I've been watching this for a while. It's failed to have any tight rotation, any strong rotation with it. However, I think we might start to see its attempt at doing so. So, gonna keep a close eye on it as it progresses over the next 20-30 minutes. So this would be again the supercell that heads into the Meridian area down the line. We've had confirmed tornadoes today over the last 5 hours in Florence, Mississippi, around to the north of Brandon, Mississippi, Pelahatchie, near Raleigh. I believe probably a tornado occurred in that area, and now a significant tornado has likely just occurred near Bay Springs. Those have been a lot of the confirmed tornadoes. In addition to that, we also had a tornado over here near New London in Arkansas here. That was about 5 hours ago in eastern Union County. So those were the storms that we observed debris signatures with on radar in particular. They're getting riled up. It's probably because tensions are high where, where active aid is being delivered. Yep, still watching closely here near Hillsboro. Man, I don't know if this supercell is going to try to organize a tornadic threat with it. But at the moment, it is currently severe thunderstorm warned and nothing more. Now, what I'm seeing in and around this area from the supercell is we might have a concentrated area of rotation developing back in here. So this is previously where the storm was rotating down here. Now we might have a hook beginning to form and mature over here to the north of Paulding, and this would approach the Enterprise and Stonewall area along Interstate 59. I know I've been talking about these areas for a long time. Storms are not moving that fast. It feels like forever. But they're moving east at 25, 30 miles an hour. So slowly but surely, they are making their trek across to the east here. Yeah, up here it looks like a disorganized mess, mostly contributing to a flash flood. Flash flooding is the main concern up here. I think the tornado threat has definitely decreased up here in the central to north central part of Mississippi. I think the two storms we're really going to watch for the rest of the night are right here, for however much longer that we must be on here as this new area of rotation ramps up. So definitely a concerning look here. In 20 seconds, I'll have a look at the new scan for velocity here. But here's our new hook. Southeast Mississippi right now, west of Enterprise, southwest of Meridian. This is our new hook to the storm where a tornado may be attempting to develop once again here. So let's see what our velocity data looks like. Definitely a little bit tighter here on velocity. We may see a new tornado warning issued for this in the northeast corner of Jasper County and entering northwest Clark County in Mississippi. Ooh, I wish these storms would stop. Thank you, Chad, for the support. I wish these storms would stop. Dang it. Again, still watching here east of Hillsboro, Mississippi as well. Eastern Scott County, not currently tornado warned, but we might see one coming through here. So let's take another look at the preventative warning over here in north central to northeast Louisiana now, east of Columbia and west of Winsboro here. I don't see any reason for this tornado warning to be extended, so we have a little bit of a hail core with this storm. We're definitely going to see this warning be allowed to expire here in eastern Caldwell Parish. So yeah, I don't see a new tornado warning being issued for this storm. So the tornado threat hopefully should be over for now with this supercell in particular. But it does look like it's going to continue to drop some, possibly some large hail in the area. Thank you, Duke, for the support. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you guys for sending that through. Keeping me going right now. Yes, the radar programs I'm using are GR2 Analyst, GR2A, Level 3, or I'm sorry, V3, and also Radar Omega to give a broad view and relay the storm prediction center risks on top of radar data. Okay. So every 3 minutes about is when we're getting new data from the Jackson, Mississippi radar. That means in the next minute or so, I'll have a new scan here to look at. And really where we're at right now, guys, is just each new frame of data is about all I have access to. Brandon Clement is there in the search and rescue area for Bay Springs, Mississippi. So we've got a look at what's occurred here in these areas that were just hit by possibly a significant tornado. That is the feed below my webcam. I appreciate it, Rory. Thank you. All right, new reflectivity scan coming through. Still a prominent hook to this storm. About 20 seconds. We'll see what this looks like on our winds. Thank you, Deborah. I'm all good, guys. I know you're looking out for me. I appreciate it. And that's all we can talk about is drinking water and tea. But don't worry about me. I'm doing fine. Yeah, still streaming, unfortunately, because we did watch a significant tornado occur, and currently are watching search and rescue efforts there in Jasper County in Mississippi. All right, new velocity still shows a little bit disorganized of an area of rotation here, so this is not yet consolidated to the west of Enterprise and I-59. Over here near Hillsboro, same is true. Same is true. Thank you, Samantha, for the support. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I know. Yeah, I just want to see. I want to see a weakening trend with these two supercells around east central Mississippi that are approaching the Meridian, Lauderdale County area, Meridian, Marion. I want to see a weakening trend with these before we can call off the stream. So right now, they're still approaching those areas into Lauderdale County. It does look like they're tracking generally towards Meridian. So I want to make sure everybody there is accounted for and knows whether these storms are intensifying as they reach you or hopefully are weakening. So at the moment, they're steady state. No, I think that if you're not out ahead of these two supercells in particular, so Livingston, Alabama, this area, this corridor moving to the east, I think that this is the primary area of concern over the next couple hours into the early morning. Up further north, we might see a flash flood threat extend into these areas of northwestern, west central Alabama. But at the moment, storms are still pretty far away from y'all, so they should lose intensity as the morning progresses. Thank you, OG Payne. Appreciate the support. Appreciate you guys. And also shoutouts to Carly as well, staying with me. 1:30 a.m. Eastern for Carly at the moment. Just making sure that we're able to cover these efforts as best as possible. Yeah, Huntsville should be okay. You might get a bout of heavy rain as the storm moves over your area, but you guys are fine over there. Yeah, over here in eastern Mississippi for Highway 45, I believe that's Highway 45 through Meridian. Both of these storms are about 30 minutes to an hour out, depending on which one we're looking at here. So for our friends along Meridian and Marion in this area, just about 30 minutes out, hour out, you should be able to see the lightning flashes off in the distance. So it's going to be a pretty stormy next couple of hours for you guys. It does look like the storm is avoiding Quitman, yes. Looks like it's going further north, closer to Enterprise, Basic, and Meridian. Lawrence is okay. Auburn is okay. Again, I have highlighted the area of concern. I'm only focused right now for impacts in this area, east central Mississippi, west central Alabama, and flash flooding concerns up here in north central to northeastern Mississippi, south of Columbus. If I did not highlight your areas, thankfully, I am not concerned with your locations. Just have a way to receive warnings. Getting a weather radio is very smart move down here in these areas that frequently go through these severe weather bouts. Of course, it's less common in June and in the southeast. This is an unusual pattern for y'all down here to have organized severe threats in June. But when it does happen, you'll be ready because you got that weather radio. NOAA weather radio. Yes, Florence, Alabama is okay. You guys are getting heavy rain. There's no severe thunderstorm warning up there. You're all right. Should be all night. There could be sporadic warnings that come through, maybe 3 or 4 a.m. if the storm does something funny, of course, but I'm not going to be here for that, which is why I tell you guys to have another way to receive warnings. So the primary focus, of course, and what we will stay on for is the corridor of highest tornado potential. And that drops off very rapidly as we get past the small pocket of Alabama here. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm not going to respond to any further location comments. So you can see Brandon Clement here right below me is showing some of the damage in the area. You could see, I think, down power lines, possibly a bent object there, maybe a down power line, and some tree damage is what we have pointed, what his stream is pointed at the moment. This is, again, in Bay Springs, Mississippi. He is assisting with the search and rescue efforts there. Unfortunately, I do think that was more than likely a significant tornado that moved through that area. Thank you, Good Times, for the support. Fantastic job this week. Yeah, lots of hours. This is stream number 4 for me this week. 2 streams on my channel here and 2 with Ryan on the main channel. Still watching this area just in case rotation continues to ramp up here. Again, we're getting radar data every 3 minutes or so. So just in the next minute, we should be able to see the next radar scan here to see if the storm's doing anything funky on its approach to Lauderdale County and the Enterprise, Mississippi area. Happy to help, Kelly. Thank you, thank you. The reason why we have organized severe threats in the southeast in June is simply because we have a very active subtropical jet that stayed over the area. So that means that we have support for organized storms because the winds above the surface, maybe 3 or 4 miles above the surface, up to about 6 miles above the surface, are blowing a lot faster than is typical for this time of year. So the subtropical jet has made its way up into the southeast, and thus we have a bunch of wind shear. So winds at the surface from the south, transporting moisture to the north from the Gulf, and winds moving from west to east a couple miles above the surface in that subtropical jet. So that's not a pattern that happens very often, but the subtropical jet has been allowed to move further north than it usually does, and that's why we see that. Where's my safe space for storms? Bottom floor of my townhouse here, the interior-most part of it. Take a pillow and my shoes with me. I am in the Twin Cities, if you're curious, in Minnesota. Yeah, if James Spann isn't worried about the weather there in his coverage area, then yep, you're good to go. You guys know James Spann in these areas. Still watching this hook, of course. This is generally moving to the east-northeast, so it looks like this is going to generally travel in this area. Might go just south of Meridian, Mississippi. Again, I'm not 100% on leaving you guys yet with these two supercells west of Newton, Mississippi, west of Meridian, and southwest of Meridian here. These are still looking concerning, especially this one over here now, to the east of Forest and west of Newton. Looks like we might have an attempt at some rotation starting up here north of Lake, just north of I-20. So still two supercells to watch that I'm most concerned with. I wish they would stop so that I could comfortably, go offline and say that we were able to cover as much as possible. But these storms are unfortunately just still looking problematic. Oh man. And I do want to shout out you guys again. The power of a stream like this and relaying information is you guys. You guys who are still here, who have been here at any part of the stream, being able to relay information for me and my analysis of radar and any storm chaser feeds that I've got here, serving as a means of information relay. You guys are the power of the stream, so thank you for being here still. Anybody who's hanging out in the stream, anybody who is using it, maybe to go to sleep somehow, if you're able to sleep to coverage like this, for any reason, getting the word out. I appreciate you guys, okay? You are very much appreciated. Yes, I think we will see a pattern shift. We will see a pattern shift to where we are not going to continue to see these severe weather episodes in the southeast here. That should hopefully happen in the next week. I think that this unusual week, subtropical jet influenced severe weather threats should be ending, and hopefully we don't continue to see that. I think we might start to see maybe some lower end threats shift to the north, maybe parts of the Midwest, in sometime next week. Okay, so newest radar scans come in. Still some concerning supercellular structures here. See this hook echo here. This part of this supercell down here generally is taking this shape. So the tornadic part of the storm would be right here to the west of Enterprise, right in this area where it's hooking. And again, this supercell to the west of Newton here in Mississippi, also taking on a concerning shape, looking generally like this with our hook in the southwest part of the storm. So, excuse me. While we wait on a little bit more new data, just to make sure that the trend is hopefully remaining non-tornadic here, let's go ahead and look at the risk areas in place for tomorrow. So let me show you guys tomorrow's risk area. Currently, no stream is planned for tomorrow. Yeah, take off the tornado watch here. Currently, no stream planned for tomorrow, but you can see this pretty large slight risk right here on Radar Omega. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. Anywhere in yellow is a 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather, generally below the thresholds for what we do live streams for, whether it's on my channel or on Ryan's channel. So this is the area of concern for tomorrow. Basically, the southern half of Georgia through the Florida Peninsula, through the Florida Panhandle. I'm always going to mix those up. And as far to west as Gulfport and Biloxi, Mississippi, and Mobile, Alabama. So this is primarily going to be a damaging wind threat that exists tomorrow. So if we go through here, you can see there's a marginal 2% tornado risk in the green. So this is a very low-end tornado risk for these areas tomorrow in particular. Looking at the wind risk, this is what's driving our slight risk here in the yellow. 15% chance for damaging winds with any storms that move through these areas throughout the day tomorrow. And a much lower end hail threat, so just a marginal hail threat here in the brown. So this is going those areas, or this outlook is going to receive an update from the Storm Prediction Center in about 20 minutes, and we'll see if they do upgrade any risks for tomorrow. But if this remains a slight risk here in the yellow, or 2 out of 5, then there is no stream plan to cover these tomorrow as it stands. This and in doing so, in saying something like that, I want to communicate that the reason why we wouldn't have a live stream for a risk area like this tomorrow is because we want to communicate that the risk is lower. We want to, mitigate storm anxiety for anyone in these areas that may be worried about tomorrow. The threats should be much more isolated, much less widespread. So that's the message I'm attempting to communicate. So that's a look at tomorrow's risk area briefly. Again, you can pick yourself out there in the slight risk area. It's a day to stay weather aware, but it's not expected to be any sort of severe weather outbreak as it stands. This is subject to change if the Storm Prediction Center does increase the odds for severe weather in these areas. We'll be able to tell in 20 minutes. Since it's only 20 minutes away, I'm going to attempt to stay up for that. That's going to be the second thing I stay up for. So we're going to watch these supercells right here in Mississippi, eastern Mississippi, approaching the Meridian area, and then we're going to see what the Storm Prediction Center says about tomorrow. All right, let's do that. How do I still have a voice? I don't know. For some reason, I've been blessed with vocal stamina. I have years of experience of live streaming. I've been a streamer for a long time, so for some reason, I've been able to build up vocal stamina that, even with a cough, somehow continues to last. So that's another reason why I work with Ryan, and he's taken me on the team, is because I have a lot of experience in being a streamer, being a person, behind the scenes here.
I genuinely don't know how you do it, Andy. I can't talk for an hour without losing my voice, actually. So I don't know. The fact that you are able to do it and sick after being sick, I mean, props to you. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Don't know.
I have no idea, Carly. I really don't know. And thank you for sticking with me too. You're providing me a semblance of sanity as well as
I wish I had more updates for you as of right now, but again, as I mentioned, this is just kind of the painful process of waiting to hear any news. But I don't think we're going to be hearing too much outside of the few reports we've already discussed earlier of possible injuries and home damage. I don't think we're going to hear much else outside of that until probably tomorrow morning, first light. So it's a really unfortunate situation. Of course, I'm just thinking about the victims of today's storms. And just, I know a lot of the people in the chat can agree with the sentiment that we're just thankful that you're here covering them. Because I know anytime I have even the slight risk in my area, I love to have someone cover the storm. So I know it's very much appreciated.
Yes, exactly. When's Minnesota going to get some rain next week, please? I think that pattern shift is going to give us some more chances at storms up here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Carly. And you know what? While we still have so many people here, I want to say that we need to not lose sight of the humanity element as well. That's why I'm continuing to broadcast Brandon's feed here. He's continuing the stream so that we can see a little bit of the search and rescue perspective as he's in the area that was impacted by probably the most significant tornado tonight. That did occur. So we need to not lose sight of the humanity element, which means when you follow along with a stream like this and you see a storm on the radar and you hear me say, here's this, debris signature and so forth, and homes are being damaged, you need to be thinking about the people. So I'm glad I see a lot of response when things are active and going on. I do see the chat. I see you guys contributing, and I see you concerned about people. So this is something I definitely want to emphasize and say that you guys are doing a great job of that, and that's definitely what we should be encouraging. Um,
Yeah, and that's something, as I mentioned, not only is the Blaze is saying hello, not only is the whole team passionate about just the weather and what we're doing, but it's very people focused. It's very user focused. I mean, um, anytime you guys are streaming, we're always concerned about what the chat's doing, how you guys are doing, making sure we're trying to get take care of as many people as possible, and that includes streaming till really late. And it's because we want to. I know it's because Andy wants to really make sure that we're keeping you guys in the loop, because we know that there are a lot of people out there who are genuinely concerned, and we just want to help quell that fear. And I know it sounds cliche, but really not being scared, but being prepared. And that's something that, for me, as someone who's had storm anxiety for my entire life, has really brought me into this community and made me feel so much better about these exact kinds of severe weather days. So,
Indeed, yeah, I agree. In fact, I actually am in a position to where I can go ahead and grab Midas for a Midas cameo here. If you want to continue talking, Carly, give me just a second.
oh yeah, sure. I'm sure you guys have already seen Blaze. He's showing his rump here, but normally I'm, not awake at this point, so I think Blaze is just a little upset that I'm not sleeping right now. He's trying his best to let me know, but yeah, just generally, we really appreciate you guys being here. I know it's late for most of you as well, and some of you are in the risk area, some of you are not. Some of you are here just because you like to be. So we really appreciate you guys, and the outpouring of support and kindness is nothing short of incredible. You guys are so much fun to hang out with, and oh my God, it's Midas. It's Blaze and Midas at the same time. How cute.
There we go.
Well, let me put Blaze on there too.
All right, he's a little grumpy, but he's here. He's here.
Orange cats are the best, aren't they?
Yep, Midas the Weather Kitty, two simultaneous orange cats showing up on the stream. Hopefully, while we watch the severe threat, calm down just a little bit. Does look like these storms are struggling to organize any rotation, so I think we are watching a decreasing trend in their ability to be tornadic. That we can, help relieve some storm anxiety with the kitties here.
Mm-hmm.
So this one was just asleep. Unfortunately, I had to wake him up so that he could see see all the people here.
He's so cute.
Yeah, he's got the white mittens.
Orange cats are truly the best.
So hopefully we can help relieve just a little bit of storm anxiety here.
Mm-hmm. Blaze is
Yeah.
my storm anxiety tool.
He
Oh,
sees
our friend Michael also has an orange cat ATM.
lots of orange cats, orange cat gang.
Mm-hmm.
He's seeing all the different screens here, lots to look at here in the weather setup. Yeah, he always looks a little bit pissed. He always looks a little pissed. You have
I like
anything to
that
say?
though.
Anything to say?
Oh, please say something to us, Midas.
He never does. He's only vocal when he's on the ground and is looking for food.
Uh,
What a sleepy guy. And there's the striped tail. Oh, okay. We're just about 10 minutes out from the Storm Prediction Center issuing an update. But it does look like our storms here are generally, again, becoming much more disorganized. Not seeing an organized tornado threat here. Just a little bit longer for our friends here in the Meridian, Mississippi area. As it is going to be pretty stormy for a while here, and with two separate supercells approaching and moving generally through the area, we might see a flash flooding risk as well here in Meridian. So, if you are in Meridian, Mississippi, and Marion, there along Highway 45, please don't drive through flooded waters. So, parts of the flash flood warning could be very dangerous.
Andy, I'm going to encourage you to check out the stream text when your eyeballs have a moment.
All right, we'll go ahead and do that. All right, so we did have a stretcher go through. So we'll keep an eye on Brandon's stream. Actually, it's froze there right at the right time there. I don't know if we should continue to show that. It wasn't. Let me see. It was what looks like an empty stretcher. So I don't think we have. I don't think we rebroadcasted any potentially unsettling material there. But yeah, I mean, anything you see on the stream from Brandon Clement there, I mean, it just goes to show that we're showing again gosh, I lost the word, the humanitarian. I don't think that's even the right word. The humanity of
At
this.
this point, I don't think anybody's going to judge you for not being able to form a coherent sentence.
Right. Yes. Thank you for reconfirming, Frank, as well. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think we are good too. I wanted to take a look at the update to the Storm Prediction Center risk area, but again, as it stands, I'm not expecting a live stream tomorrow. As it stands, so I think we'll be mostly good to go as we wrap up the stream here. If there is an increase or any increase to any of the risks for severe weather for tomorrow's live stream there for the southeast Florida panhandle and the southern half of Georgia down to Mobile, then I'll definitely have Ryan will definitely be talking about that in a video we're releasing tomorrow. So we will have coverage of the severe weather in some multimedia form. So look for a Ryan main channel video tomorrow. We have plans to release that, and we'll be able to cover it there for you. All right. I think we're good. Carly. Thank you again for your help on this stream today. Thank you, Frank, and all of the mods who stayed up once again. We did 6 hours of coverage today after 10 hours of coverage yesterday. That's 16 hours over the last 2 days, which is a lot. So thank you, Carly. Any final thoughts?
No, I have not a thought to spare, but I do want to say thank you to the people behind the scenes. Some of you are probably asleep by now, but I know Frank is up. Thank you so much, Frank, Kinsey, Brandy. I mean, there's a really incredible team behind the scenes that you guys don't see that really goes into Ryan's stream and this stream as well. And a lot of times, these people are here just because they want to help, and even though they don't necessarily have to be here, again, everyone just really likes being here and hanging out. So just a huge thank you to those guys. Mods, thank you so much. We really appreciate you guys are here with us too. Just endless thank you. You guys rock.
Yep, and one final recap here on the storms that do exist. They look non-tornadic. They're beginning to take shapes here that are much less conducive for a tornado, but nonetheless, don't be scared. Be prepared. Definitely have a way to receive warnings if you don't in this area in the southeast. Again, I think that the tornado potential is going down, but a spare warning may come through from time to time. So having those ways to receive National Weather Service warnings is the most important thing, as not everybody can watch a stream. Not everybody can listen to any data that's relayed through a stream. So have multiple ways to receive warnings. Don't be scared. Be prepared. I do hope that you were able to use this stream in a constructive manner in some way. Thank you for liking the stream. Thank you for subbing to the channel. If you're new to this stream and this channel, this is what we do on the live component here, nowcasting the weather, severe weather coverage. And I work with Ryan Hall on YouTube. If you haven't heard of him, go ahead and check him out. We do this whole thing together as the Y'all Squad. And in our efforts for any areas that are significantly impacted, we have the Y'all Squad operation now, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization currently stationed in Perryton, Texas, for relief efforts. Over $20,000 have been raised to have relief efforts there in Perryton. We can take a look at what we can do with available funds down here in Bay Springs, Mississippi, as the news spreads. So let's see what we can do. Thank you for being a part of it as the audience. You guys are much appreciated, and I wish you all a safe night. All right. We will see what the Storm Prediction Center says. Keep an eye out for Ryan's video tomorrow. Okay. Thank you again, everybody who's watching. Please have a good night. Please have a safe night. Remember, don't be scared, be prepared. Goodbye.